Hello. We have something different today. I am very, very excited. I'm gonna just switch. I don't know why I put on this scene. Hello, Artie and King Girl. Hello. I don't know why I put on this scene because I'm gonna just go straight to this one where we have tabletop open. I'm gonna
already forgot about the coconut oil.
Hello.
Hello, was that a checker?
Hello,
Welcome.
coconut oil. I hear.
Yes,
yeah,
on cats.
Finn's coconutty oily chest.
Yes. Oh dear. How did he get into the coconut oil?
I don't think he actually did. I brush his teeth every morning and evening with coconut oil because
Okay.
pet toothpaste is not regulated, which is a bit stressful. And evidently I'd been half asleep and he'd had slightly more coconut oil on his toothbrush than normal, and he'd managed to get it everywhere, and he's groomed it in, so he's all greasy.
Oh, I was not told that an invite has been sent for shared chat. I will sort that now. I am a fool.
I was literally just saying to my chat that, I just remembered as I was going live to do that before we'd been after we'd been talking about it after we'd not been talking about it in call.
Yes, Artie just said, "Are we doing shared chat?" So I have joined the thing. Shared chat. Hello, everybody.
Shared
welcome to shared chat. We're all here.
Yay! Is there an Artie? Can I say hi to Artie?
There should be an Artie. There's an Artie and a King Girl.
I already said hi to the King Girl. Hello to everyone who's out there in both chats. With Shafka King Girl, can't you see at the top that it says? Yeah. Hey everyone, be nice obviously to other chats. Play well. I hope you all are having a good day over there in Shaka's chat. Yeah, there's not a lot of like a structure or a plan for what we're going to be doing.
We're
I
just
think the plan is to
excited
sort of
by cardboard crack.
dive in. Yeah, we are just excited. In this case, by virtual, fictional.
Yeah.
cardboard crack.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've pre-ordered this one, it'll be real at some point. Well, Wrath has pre-ordered it and I'm gonna steal it.
I have 2 that have been pre-ordered. One has been kindly gifted to me by Dizzy. And the other one I have pre-ordered myself, and I've pre-ordered it on Amazon, so I haven't actually paid for it yet, and I will decide closer to the time whether I want to spend that money or not. But the more I hear about these cards, the more I'm like, I want to have the money there.
That's so fair. We have a trans rights in chat. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for the hand keep redeem. I'll get on that, so people on my screen won't be able to see me moving around for a little bit while I do some moisturize. So as a summary for people who don't know, Magic does these, because there might be people who don't know. I don't know, listening.
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering. I've been into for a couple of years now. Got Shaka into it. Got some chatters into it as well, because we spread it like a little disease. Hex, how long have you been playing Magic?
I think probably about a year now, maybe?
Uh-huh.
I feel like it's a year or just under. And I've been really enjoying it. It's been like once or twice a week consistently with pals. It's been good.
That does sound very nice.
It does.
But the thing that got me into Magic originally was Universes Beyond Doctor Who. They had a crossover set of 4 Commander decks with Doctor Who. I got the classic Who deck as a birthday gift, and sort of never looked back, and I've since accumulated all of the other Doctor Who decks. As well as a crippling addiction to this game. Let's be honest.
Artie's trying to persuade other people from other communities to come here and learn Magic with us.
I mean, yeah.
Spreading, we're spreading
You definitely should.
Yeah. Amazing.
But yeah, so Universes Beyond is Magic's system of like collaborations with other IPs. They've done Doctor Who, they've done Warhammer 40,000, they've done smaller releases for things like Jurassic Park. You're right, they've done Fallout. Good catch. Lord of the Rings as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the most recent wave of Universes Beyond stuff to be announced, they're doing not only Commander Precon decks, but they're also doing standard sets of like booster pack randomized cards.
Yeah. So
I think the crossover SLDs count as Universes Beyond.
Still no Star
I'm not
Trek.
100%
No.
certain.
Still no Star Trek, but that will also financially drain me if Star Trek happens. So hopefully, I want Star Trek, but I don't want it anytime soon. because this is already a problem. So this set is huge. This is huge. They've done the 4 commander decks, which they have picked out 4 games. They've picked out 6, 7, 10, and 14 to make commander decks about. And then there are cards from every single mainline game in Final Fantasy that are in the whole set. So it's all a very exciting time. But we're focusing on the commander decks right now. Has the roboting stopped? Is it ongoing? I don't know how we fix this. It's a thing on Dizzy's end. I don't know if it's sound settings within your sound specifically, or it can't be your headphones, really. I don't know.
But it's also because I don't hear it.
Yeah. It's a strange one. If it only lasts not long, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Is it just me though? That's the thing. You've only heard me speaking. It could also be Hex, which means because if it's just me, it might be a me problem. But I don't know.
I'd be astonished if it was a you problem, considering that I don't hear it, and presumably your viewers don't hear it, so it's not a you mic problem.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the general thing about the. I'm sorry, I've started to move on. I don't know if you want to talk about the sound issues again.
No, I don't think there's a lot that we can do on the sound issues thing. Unfortunately.
Okay, I will continue to chatter then. Considering sometimes Dizzy's music also crackles, it's probably not just you though. Okay, well I wasn't aware of that before.
I thought we'd fixed the me music crackles. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Okay. I'll have to fiddle with that, but that'll be a longer term problem, I think.
Yeah.
To fix.
But yeah, there are cards from every single mainline Final Fantasy game. We are focusing on the commander decks today because that's the Magic that we play. I know nothing about Final Fantasy VI. Literally nothing. It's here. We're going to talk about the cards though. But I know nothing about it, so there's no things that are going to make me go, oh, that's really cool with the game. I know stuff about 7, and I have played 10, and I'm in love with it. And I know basically nothing about 14 other than it's an MMO. And that's my Final Fantasy stuff.
14
That's why I was pulled in, because I am the resident Final Fantasy 14 nut, and have frequently asked these two, I'm sure, whether or not they've heard of critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, I've certainly heard of it.
And the free trial too, I'm sure. But I've played 14 since Stormblood, so several expansions now, and I've raided every tier and done all the Eureka stuff. So I have a lot of love for the game. So I don't know what any of these cards do yet. I've not read that far, but I have been admiring the artwork. So
there's a Cid in most of them. Okay, about Cid. There is a Cid character in basically every Final Fantasy game. And they've made 15 Cid cards, like Cid arts. They're the same card. They're the same card, but there are 15 arts of Cid. There are different Cid cards, but they have different creature types of things. But of one specific Cid card, they have made 15 different arts. So
yep.
It's wild.
To my understanding,
I don't believe any of them are going to appear in any of these decks. I think those are all in the main set.
Not those Cids, but there is a Cid in one of these decks, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But it's a different card to those 15 cards.
To my understanding, you're allowed all 15 Cids in one deck as well.
Yes.
Yes, he's got a little text. In fact, so I can go over. I've got a little Scryfall window open.
Also, I think we just had about 4 hours ago some Final Fantasy secret layers announced.
I'm sorry, what?
About 4 hours ago, apparently, there was some Final Fantasy secret layers announced.
I'm going to combust.
Nothing 14 related though.
Secret.
I'm just showing off all the different Cid arts that there are on Scryfall. There's a lot, and I don't know who any of these people are. Presumably they're all the same people, but I know nothing about any of them. Shaka, or Hex? Can you send me over the link to the secret lair announcement? Because this is basically breaking news as far as I'm concerned.
I will yank it from my pal if I could find it.
Yeah, if you could yank it, yeah. So I can't. I'm trying to find.
Yes, so that's a thing Transmite points out. The Sid cards, the legend, they don't overcome the legend rule. So if you're new to Magic, the legend rule is you can only have one legendary card with a certain name on the field at one time. In the case of Sids, that kind of doesn't matter because he mostly cares about having other Sids in your graveyard.
Yeah.
So if you plot down new Sids, all but one of them will go to the graveyard, but that's fine because that's where they care about them, really.
Oh, okay, we're in Japanese.
Oh yeah, we're a Japanese news website.
Okay. No official announcements yet. Okay.
God, that's some cool Leviathan art though.
There is some very pretty art in here. This is a problem.
There is some very, very pretty art. You're right.
This is a massive problem for me. Cry. Okay, we'll investigate that further later.
I guess there's limited investigating we can do if we don't understand the cards.
Japanese.
Yeah, because I can translate the page. I can't translate the cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So should we just dive on in?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Let me get back to Tabletop Sim. So we were going to start with Final Fantasy VI, as it's the one that we know the least about. Also, Hex, are you in our Discord? Are you in our Twitch chat? Because people are asking you direct questions directly.
Yes,
okay,
I did see
wonderful.
the fish cord. I was looking at these new cards. I did see the fish cord drop, and these two were there as I went nuts about it.
Yeah.
In chat.
What is the fish cord for those who have a limited knowledge?
It's obviously in any amazing game there has to be a substantial fishing section.
Of course.
So one of the crafting jobs you can do is fishing, and I am just to flex here because somebody will get it. I am a Saint of the Firmament fisher, so I really enjoy the fishing. And the fisherman's Discord is called Fisherman's Horizon, but everybody just calls it the fish cord because why wouldn't you? And they got a Namazu card to announce. Wizards reached out to them and asked if they would like to announce a card, and they said yes. So they announced a Final Fantasy XIV Namazu last night, and that was glorious.
I could probably actually pull up the card in question because it'll probably be on Scryfall by now.
He's not in the slightest related to fishing, but he is a fish. So I see why they got him.
He's a fish. He looks almost like he's bred.
He does a little bit.
I really enjoy the Namazus. They're very, very sweet.
Yeah, but so this is going to be one of the actual main set cards. He is a 3/4 common creature fish citizen for 4 mana. When he enters, you lose a life and create a treasure. When he attacks, you can sacrifice a creature or artifact to surveil 2. He's a fine common. Okay, so we've got some more knowledge on the sound things, I guess, at least.
Yeah.
Big sad. So the decks, the Final Fantasy VI deck, I guess, to begin with. Like I said, it's the one that we know the least about.
Yeah.
As a game. We've pulled out for each deck the primary commander, which for this deck is Terra, Herald of Hope, as well as the alternative commander. If you're new to Magic Precons, they're 100-card decks. They are singleton format, so every card you can only have one of that card in the deck normally.
Unless it says so, like Sid.
Unless it says so, unless it's a basic land.
Yeah.
Which are like your mana sources. But each commander deck of 100 cards has a commander card that will go into a separate zone. It's called the command zone. here on the playing field, and you'll be able to cast your commander multiple times throughout the game potentially. And each deck that wizards do is designed around having one card that is supposed to be the commander. My music's just cut out. I'll have to go back to that in a sec. One card that is supposed to be the commander, but one different creature who could be the commander if you wanted to instead. So you could rejig the deck so that that was the commander card. And they'll normally work more or less just as well with the deck. And normally, the decks will have sort of two kind of themes going on, one of which works best with one commander, and the other of which works best with the alternate commander. But they've been doing that a little bit less and making the two commanders more synergistic with each other recently. So looking at Terra, Herald of Hope. So this is a red, white, and black deck, and she costs 1 red, 1 white, 1 black. She's a 3/3 for 3 mana. Sure, fine. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you mill 2 cards, and she gets flying until end of turn. So basically, for all intents and purposes, she has flying on your turn.
Yeah.
And also you mill 2 cards each turn. When she deals combat damage to a player, you can pay 2. When you do, you return a creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I mean, it's solid. She fills up your graveyard. She brings stuff back from your graveyard. It's very, it's very kind of classic white black. The red, I guess, is in there because she's doing stuff in combat? ? There's quite a few red, white, and black cards that do white black shenanigans, but in combat specifically, actually, aren't there?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at this card, but no prior knowledge of the deck. I'm assuming this is going to be a deck around either like enters abilities, because you can bring creatures in and then sacrifice them to get them into the graveyard and then bring them back again with Terra, or it's going to be about loading up your graveyard with stuff and doing lots of graveyard shenanigans, and probably it's going to be a synergy of the two.
The only real strategy, that one. If you're doing anything else, you're not doing it right.
The alternate commander is Celes Rune Knight. So these are both human wizards. Terra is a human wizard warrior. Celes is a human wizard knight. She is 4 mana for a 4/4. When she enters, you discard any number of cards and draw that many cards +1. So she's sort of anything from like a good rummage to a good wheel on entry, which is nice. And you get to choose which ones you discard, and you get to choose how many you discard, which is pretty good. Honestly, that's not bad for 4 mana on its own.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put a +1 counter on each creature you control. Okay, so she really supports this reanimate archetype.
Yeah.
You want to cast cards from a graveyard or bring them back from a graveyard directly to the battlefield. She'll make them smaller. Oh no, she doesn't make them stronger. She makes everything stronger.
Literally
so
everything.
Each creature you control.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
And it's from a graveyard. It doesn't have to be your own graveyard.
That's
Whenever
true.
one or more
So she
creatures you
I really
control.
like.
So it has to be that you control them, but it doesn't matter what graveyard it came from.
There's a
Yeah,
couple
so black
things
has a
with
lot
it.
of like steal stuff from opponents' graveyards shenanigans.
That with the Rise of the Dark Realms. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can see these both sort of are obviously supporting the same archetype. They're both pretty good returns on the mana that you pay for them. Terra, you'll be able to get her ability the turn you play her, because you'll just play her in your first main. Welcome in, Dragua. In the
Hello,
chat.
Dragua. Just for 6 and 7, it's gonna be very Magic focused. This is what's happening in Magic. This was what this card does. Whenever me and Hex start talking about 10 and 14, we're gonna be the biggest nerds about both Magic and mostly the games. Like, this is so cool, it ties in with this thing. So this is gonna be very, very factual knowledge Magic things for the first 2 decks, and then suddenly it's gonna be me and Hex going kind of crazy, I think. That's my expectations for this.
like just looking at both of these cards, like I'm not a big player of the sort of aristocrats reanimate kind of archetype, mostly because I'm very bad at getting my head around the play style more than anything. But both of these look like very solid commanders for that. That like I would consider playing either of these if I wanted to play that archetype.
Mhm.
Hex, you are our graveyard shenanigans.
I do enjoy the graveyard shenanigans that these guys offer. I don't tend to play. I can't say I don't tend to play 3 colors because I play a lot of Opulent Outlaw Olivia, who is exactly these 3 colors. But yeah, I do enjoy the returning creatures. The paying 2 to return a creature is big because there's only so many like one-off bring a creature back, so you can. Again, I can't say that I've been playing Jadisi and sacrificing everything to return everything again this week. So yeah, no, I like them, and it's red, so you can throw some extra combat. I'm not sure you want to throw extra combats in there.
You could throw some extra combats. You could throw some
You
double
wanted
strike
to.
on it because it's whenever she deals combat damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And red and white are the ones for double strike as well.
Yeah.
And two mana is pretty good return for power 3 or less.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, like you struggle to get a power 3 creature for 2 mana when you're just casting it normally.
Yeah, exactly. So there will be some shenanigans going on with that, I think.
You'll want to load them with BTBs as much as anything else, won't you?
Mm.
So
Yeah, I'm thinking this is sort of ETB and then sacrifice.
well, as somebody who's been playing a ton of Shirei this past 2 weeks, that is king. That is genuinely king.
And with
Agreed.
because of how the effect is worded, you can actually, if you have an instant speed sack outlet, you can wait until Terra has connected and your sack is on and Terra's ability is on the stack, and then you can sack for your sack outlet. So let's say you have is it Ashnod's Altar that's
Ashnod's Altar.
2
Two
colorless?
colors, yeah.
You sack it, you get 2, you pay that 2 to bring it back immediately, and you get its ETB trigger again straight away.
That would be spicy. I like that.
I mean, obviously, like being good with Ashnod's Altar is not a difficult metric to pass. Ashnod's Altar is good with a lot of things.
Bunch of other. I mean, there's no end to sack outlets, is there? But there is a bunch
Here's a
of other
question: are there any creatures that are enters extra combat triggers?
things.
I don't know of any. The only creature extra combat triggers I can think of are stuff like Combat Celebrant, Bloodthirster, Karlach, where you have to sort of be swinging them, or you have to at least be swinging something
Yeah.
to get the combat.
Hmm.
I am unsure.
No, I can think of some blue ones for extra things, but nothing in, and not combat.
Yeah, so Terra strikes me as being just a solid little engine. I can see why she's the primary commander.
Yeah.
You could absolutely build Sellers and she'll be great as well. I suppose the difference with Sellers is you have to find other ways of bringing stuff back.
Yeah.
And she doesn't do it on her own. So for Sellers, you might want something that's a bit more like a lot of self-reanimator cards. Things like your what's the is it like Skeleton Lieutenant or something that you can just cast it from your graveyard every time?
He just comes back.
Yeah.
He just comes back.
Or Nether Traitor. Whenever something else returns from the graveyard, you can pay 1 black to bring that back.
Oh, that's extra spicy, yeah. Jake says, what do you mean on the stack? The stack doesn't exist anymore?
Does it not?
I assume Dragura is joshing us or making a joke. I'm not sure. Maybe this is a reference to something I don't understand. We also have some lands. So having looked at the commanders, we've pulled out lands, creatures, and then sorceries, instants, artifacts, and enchantments. It's worth actually mentioning right now, the weird thing about this deck is there are no enchantments
At
in
all.
this deck, apart from 1 enchantment creature, which is weird. I don't know if there's any other precon that's like that. I don't think I've ever made a deck that has no enchantments in it. It's just very odd.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think the enchantments you'd want to put in here could make it a bit meaner than you'd want. When I think of enchantments that I would put in a deck like this, you've got like Grave Pact or Attrition, and they are a bit mean.
What do they do for the?
Attrition is an enchantment, and you pay 1 black and sacrifice a creature and destroy a target non-black creature. So if you're bringing your creatures back, it sticks around unless people have enchant removal, and you can just go no you, and it can be a bit mean.
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of stuff like Bastion of Remembrance, where you get a thing when it enters, and whenever something you dies, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. Obviously, we all have things like that. Or there's a Dictate of Erebos and Grave Pact are both whenever you do a thing, somebody sacrifices a creature, or every other player sacrifices a creature. So they're great, but it's not the most fun thing to play into because you're sacrificing all your creatures. And that works great for us because we're bringing them back. But for everybody else, it can be a bit like, oh great, there goes my commander again. I guess there's a lot you could put in that isn't like that, but that's what I would put in here. And
what are the other? I'm trying to think of some other like aristocracy style precons, because there's the Ixalan one. It's maybe the most recent one that's in that sort of archetype. I'm gonna have a quick check to see what enchantments they have in that deck that you could feasibly put into that. So that's Blood Rights.
Okay, so according to the Magic Wiki, it's the bit that it's linked down to. It's the damage itself does not use the stack, but like the stack is still a thing, but damage on the stack is not a thing.
Oh yeah, that damage on the stack is a thing that long predates me being in Magic. But yeah, so as an example, let me bring up Chrome for my viewers. So the Blood Rights Lost Canon of Ixalan commander deck. So this is all about you need to swing with your vampires, and then when they die, you make 4/3 flying tokens. And this has enchantments, so it has like tribally type enchantments, sure. It has Exquisite Blood, which I guess this probably isn't really an Exquisite Blood kind of deck.
Dragula, I will remind you that 2010 was 15 years ago, and none of us have been playing Magic for 15 years that are on here. So I've been playing for less than a year. Just like I'm aware that you have. That's okay. That's fine. You are a seasoned veteran of Magic in comparison. But I've never known about damage on the stack being a thing because it was 15 years ago that it was gone. Sorry, you were on a roll, Dizzy.
I was just saying you could definitely find some not like too heavily stacksy sack outlet enchantments. We all have not all been playing Magic since the 90s. Oh goodness, I was not old enough to play Magic in the 90s.
my current boss used to play Magic in the 90s, and he keeps going on about all these cards that he had and gave away, and like, oh yeah, I had 5 Black Lotuses, and it's like.
Oh my god!
Wow!
Gave them
Wow.
away! Oh
Gave
my
them
god!
away? Oh, you
could be
rich to me!
Oh my god! Dear Lord.
We started with Ravnica. Oh wow, we have some real veterans. These people in the chat should be the ones doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to fangirl over Final Fantasy existing in Magic. Like I know nothing about Magic in comparison to most people. Like, so, which is why you two are doing most of the talking right now.
On the subject of fangirling, and let's move on to the lands, because the basic lands are really pretty in this.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I find really interesting is, rather than go for sort of... So I was discussing this a little bit with Shaq before the stream, but they don't have, like, commander sets. So there's a little set token, set icon on each card.
Mm-hmm.
If you're new to Magic cards, they have these set icons.
Chocobo
And the set
for this
icon
one.
for the Final Fantasy Commander is this little chocobo, and it comes in different colors according to rarity, but it's this little chocobo. But they don't have Final Fantasy Commander lands in these decks, it looks like. They are using lands from the main set, which has this different icon, this little FF and then a gem, question mark?
Yeah.
It looks kind of like a rupee from Zelda to me, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of having sort of normal lands on a normal style card, they're actually giving us full art lands in the commander decks, which, I mean, it's lovely. I love full art lands. They're amazing. They're wonderful. I would absolutely love to have a deck full of full art lands at some point. But I'm just so surprised. I mean, they're gorgeous looking. I have no idea. So this is from Final Fantasy VI, this mounted. Obviously, I don't recognize the scene, but it's just so pretty.
So for the whole set, they've released 3 full art lands of each land type. So there are 3 different full art plains, islands, forests, etc., etc. So as far as I'm aware, because we've pulled these decks from Moxfield, if the game has a land associated with it, it's picked the land for that game, as far as I'm aware.
Yes. And so I can actually show, because the Magic have put up their own sort of official announcement of these decks, which I will get on screen for people who are watching mine. And so you can see some of the cards that we'll see will have like the quote unquote wrong art, just because Moxfield has newer version doesn't have like the most accurate up to date versions of these quite yet. I guess it's because they were just a really new announcement. So not everything is 100% as it should be. But these are the correct mountains that Wizards have said are going to be in them, and they are all these sort of lovely full arts. The plains, oh my goodness, I don't know if we've got the correct plains art on Tabletop Sim. We do have the correct plains art on Tabletop Sim as well.
Yes.
The plains have these gorgeous crystal structures. I have no idea what they are.
No, me either, because it's from 12. So, each basic land is from a different Final Fantasy, at least in the boosters. 15.
Yeah,
but these are specifically like, so the 3 that I mentioned, like the fact that there are 3 different ones, are that there's 3 different full art ones. But as far as I'm aware, there is a different basic land from each different Final Fantasy. I just don't think that they're all full art ones. But the full art ones are gorgeous.
Yeah. So we got 4 plains. Was it 3 mountains? 3 mountains, and then these lovely swamps with the dragons on.
These swamps are 14 swamps. It's a dungeon called Keeper of the Lake. It's a big dragon called Midgard Thormer who's kind of dead over a big old battleship, and it's very, very cool.
I see. Oh, actually, that's worth pointing out at this point, actually, because you mentioned these are Final Fantasy XIV lands. All of the Final Fantasy set cards have in the bottom left-hand corner the number of the game that their like art is drawn from, which I think is great. I think that's such a useful thing. I wish they'd sort of retroactively applied it to stuff like the Doctor Who's, for example, so you knew which Doctor each card was associated with and things like that, because it's such a good idea, especially for people like me who don't really know their Final Fantasies at all.
Yeah.
Deck full of lands would be a very good deck, says Auntie.
If there are non-full art lands they've not shown yet, I'm just looking on the Magic.Wizards and looking at specifically the lands for Final Fantasy, and if I search forest on that, it only comes up with 3 different full art forests.
Okay.
So, like, there's one for forest, there's one from 9, 3, and 11 that I can see.
I would definitely expect there to be non-Fallout lands, but I know they haven't revealed everything from the main set yet.
Yeah.
We are still in preview season for that.
Yeah.
Which is why places like Fishcord are still getting cards. So the other thing to talk about is we have the non-basic land base. I don't know. I'm assuming these are going to be almost entirely reprints. Like nothing that I've seen while skimming has been a new land type.
Yeah, and I know that they have brought in adventure lands. I don't expect that they'll have any of these in here. It may just be that there's just art for reprints of these lands.
Yes, but it looks like maybe all of these are getting new art.
It looks like, and so far they've all been from 6. Like,
yeah. High Market here, is that a new land? That's not a land I'm familiar with, but that doesn't mean it is a new land. That just means it's one I've not seen.
yeah, that's very fair. But yeah, like again, because there seems to be new art for every single land, even if it's a reprint, I will be doing a lot of talking about art whenever we get to 10.
That's crazy if they have actually done that. Like, I don't know if they have always done that for the Universes Beyond set. Sometimes they've done quite a few with new art. Like, the Doctor Who lands more or less all had new art, I guess. But it is crazy if they have just mass re-arted a whole bunch of lands.
I mean, this whole set seems crazy and insane to me. Just like the amount of work and love and things put into this. Like,
I was looking. Sorry.
No, go.
I was looking through the 14 deck list and I went, wow, okay, I understand why this set costs a lot more than usual.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. If they've reprinted everything, and then also there is licensing things with Square Enix, and Wizards aren't going to pay the extra licensing, we're going to pay it. Because that's just the way capitalism works. These are the ones that you're not recognizing.
This one has a Final Fantasy VII art.
Okay.
Which I thought was worth sort of highlighting.
Yeah.
So far, I think every other land that I've seen so far. Oh my god, they've got
Those-
reprints of these.
those
Oh, I
two
love
buttons.
these. I think these are called the filter lands.
Mhm.
These are some of my favorite dual lands.
Yeah.
I hate them, they make me think.
I hate that
Make
they
you
make me think. You're already playing Magic.
I've been playing Mono Blue combo recently and I love it, but oh my god, the brain power involved is too much.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoopsies.
Hello, I've been
I've
given a
got you all the
card.
cards. Yep, sometimes I misclick. But yeah, so normally in like a Universes Within set, you could normally expect that a couple of lands would get like a new art. So Command Tower often does these days. Path of Ancestry sometimes does. And then usually there's like a unique Soul Ring, and if you're lucky there's a unique Arcane Signet. And that's kind of it for new arts on reprints, normally in a Universes Within deck.
Oh, Dragula, I'm not saying they can't pay whatever they need. I'm saying they won't, because capitalism. I'm saying they will make consumers pay, because that's what they want to do. I'm not saying they can't. They're owned by Hasbro. They can pay anything. They're fucking rich. But then they don't make as much money, so... You know?
Yeah, so a couple of like land types that I'm really excited to see is these ones that come in untapped if you have 2 or more basics. I love those. I love the filter lands as well. There's the ones which come in untapped if you reveal a basic of the right type or a land of the right type from your hands. Those are interesting ones. I don't feel like we've seen these in Commander decks recently, these two in particular, but I'm not certain on that because I haven't been up to date with all of the deck lists. Final Fantasy VI looks very like almost diesel punk from some of the art that we're seeing here. I was not expecting this aesthetic. Like, this could be straight out of like Iron Harvest or Scythe. This little camp with the mech walker. The guy inside even looks like he's wearing some sort of First World War Germany outfits.
What I do know from Final Fantasy VI, and specifically this deck, is mainly things that were talked about on the showcase and like the reveal and things like that, is that this deck is based on the second half of the game. Like, partway through the game, apparently you lose. You aren't the heroes, you lose. And like the second part of the game is like Terra bringing the gang back together and rising up against the people who won. And that's all to do with like reanimating and stuff like that. So that's how they've tied that in. They've not focused on the first part of the game at all, as far as I'm aware. So that is my info on Final Fantasy VI.
So what I'm seeing from these is there's a lot of dual lands with basic land types, and a lot of your lands that rely on having basic land types on your field.
Yeah.
It's like this one, 2 more basic lands, swamp or mountain in your hand, mountain or plains on the field. And we've also got 10 basics in the deck. I can't remember. I feel like that's a little bit low on basics compared to the Doctor Who ones, which is sort of my like baseline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have a quick check on Moxfield of how many basics are in each of the Doctor Who precons. Oh, it's actually maybe it's slightly more even than the Doctor Who ones. Looking at the numbers, because Masters of Evil has 6, Classic Who has 7. Okay, Paradox Power has 11. Timey-wimey has 9. Okay, so maybe it's decently high. So it is going to work with all of these cards that care about basic land types.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what makes like a quote-unquote good mana base, but this looks like a much better mana base than I would have asked for a precon. So I'm quite happy with it. Squishy Shock. Oh, welcome on in Squishy Shock. How's it going? You believe the 40k decks were also all brand new prints? Why, YouTube? Why have you paused my music?
Because it's rude.
It is very rude.
The brand new prints does as well, and I think I said this to Squishy the other day. Comes from I know people who play 14 and who have never in their life considered touching Magic the Gathering, who will be buying at least some singles.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
If not the entire deck, just because I guess people love Final Fantasy to begin with, and obviously 14's an MMO, so you're the one in there interacting with these characters, right? The amount of love and willingness to throw funding at getting these things is there.
Yeah.
You know?
Like a lot of sort of hardline older school Magic players are quite upset about Universes Beyond as a concept, and in particular Universes Beyond coming to Standard.
Yeah.
But from a sort of a business perspective, like there are the fan bases out there. There will be people like me who get brought in by Universes Beyond stuff because it's something that we care about. Whereas, like, I've been looking at Magic for ages and thinking, well, you know, I already play Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've already played Pokemon TCG. Why would I bother getting into like a third big TCG?
Yeah.
And the answer is because it does things like Universes Beyond that I care about and I want.
Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't already gone into Magic, this might have started me into it. Don't mind the Universe Beyond in general, but them being added to general is debatable, especially with the power creep a lot of Universe Beyond sets have that. Yeah, they do.
I can understand people who would prefer that they stay limited to like Commander. Commander is already sort of the weird, like, you know, everything but the kitchen sink format. So they definitely fit better in Commander than they do in Standards.
Yeah.
I can understand that. Big Cuddle Monster is upset about the cost. Yeah, the increase in price for the UB sets to basically cover the licensing fee. It's passing on the cost of the licensing fee to us.
Yeah.
Is a bone of contention. It's never great when hobbies are getting more expensive, and bloody every hobby is getting more and more expensive nowadays.
Yeah. And like that's the thing, like Dragula said earlier, you know, like Wizards are owned by Hasbro. They can pay anything. Capitalism, they won't. you know, they're gonna make us pay for it, and it's a shame and it's horrible, but we live in a society.
Yep.
So
Wise words.
Before I pack up all these lands, does anyone have anything else they want to say about the lands?
I don't think so, based on like that. It's just like they're lands, they're normal good lands and stuff. I'm not like, you know, there's flavor text on things and there's cool art. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy VI though.
I'm definitely seeing the dystopian / post-apocalyptic vibe from these land arts. Like, there's plenty of places that look ruined or destroyed or on fire.
Mhm.
There's, concerning military camp going on. This definitely feels like it's a game that you've lost.
Yeah. I fully agree over like a card getting competitive and it's over a certain amount of money, and it's like, I had a discussion recently in a Discord server where I was like, oh boy, that's a lot of money for one card, and they were like, oh, it's only £100 and something, and I'm like, that's a lot of money for one card. Like, I would not pay that for a deck, never mind a card. So it's like, it's the perspective, and they're like, oh yeah, but like people who play Magic like shiny things. Like, I like shiny things too. I feel like people should be able to buy cards and play a game they like without breaking the whole bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem of artificial scarcity.
Yeah.
With a lot of, especially because there's so much product being printed right now. We've got, is it 6 new sets this year? And then we had 5 or 6 last year, 5 or 6 the year before that, kind of area around then. And because they're printing so many different new things, each individual thing gets much too small of a print run. So everything is very, very high demand because there's just not very much of it around. Add on to that when you have like particular chase cards like the mechanically unique secret lairs. I have a deck list that I would love to assemble. That is Oops All Doctors. It's all of the Doctor Who Doctors. And it is a $500 deck list on Moxfield. But $100 of that is the 14th Doctor card because he was only ever printed once in a secret lair.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, you couldn't justify buying a card for anything more than £5, let alone 100. Like, and that's, like, that's the thing. If I won crazy money in the lotto, I'd be going around to my magic friends and going, what magic things do you want? Because I know it's hard to get magic things and they cost too much money. But, as it is, I look at things and I go, that's sad. I can't get it. Money. You know what I mean?
Shall we have a look at some creatures?
Let's have a look at some creatures.
As money is depressing. Also, Hex, I notice you're currently set up as a spectator. If you want to like grab and drag cards around and stuff, you can be a color.
Cool. I think I did that. I think I tried to change color, thinking it would change color, but all it did was change that I wasn't tied to the table when we were talking about not wanting to be white or red or green or whatever.
Interesting.
Anyway, hello. I'm here.
Yes, we've sort of loosely sorted them into ascending order of mana value. I have a sneaky suspicion that this deck might be the only one with a 1-drop creature in it. Shaki, you were doing.
Oh, I didn't take full note of it. Like,
Oh no, okay. Final Fantasy VII has a 1-drop.
Okay.
10 doesn't, and 14 doesn't. There's not too many cheap creatures in these Commander decks, but Commander is not the place for too many cheap creatures anyway, so...
I mean, if you're gonna have a cheap creature, though, Stitch's Supply is a good one.
They do sometimes, Artie. Wizards has said that they are committed to printing a Universes Within version of each mechanically unique Universes Beyond Secret Lair card, and they aim to do that within a year of the Secret Lair being released. So they've done that, for example, the Stranger Things Secret Lair.
Mm-hmm.
they eventually released retitled, reflavored versions of those cards. And actually one of them is a card called Arvinox the Mind Flail, I think. It's a card that I really like and really want to use at some point. And that is the Universes Within version of the Mind Flayer from from Stranger Things.
Mhm.
So they've committed to doing it for some subset of those cards. But for the Universes Beyond, like, big products, things like the Commander decks, the standard sets, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to reprint because there's, hundreds and hundreds of cards in those versus 5 to 25 cards in the Secret Lair set. They did give the Lord of the Rings quite a high print run. Maybe they even reprinted it, as Jaguar said, which was good. And you can still buy Lord of the Rings packs.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even buy. Like, I went into my local game store in February, I think it was, looking to buy an Ixalan booster pack. And Ixalan is still standard legal. Was still standard legal at the time. I can't remember if it still is. And you couldn't buy an Ixalan booster pack, but you could buy a Lord of the Rings booster pack. That's like the only Universes Beyond to get a decent print.
Yeah.
The Doctor Who decks, I've been after collecting all of them, and it's been a real nightmare because, everyone knows they're not going to get reprinted, and so all of the resellers have them. All of the sort of the scalpers of it have bought them. They're selling them as resellers for twice the price, 3 times the price that you would buy them at retail.
Yeah.
Like, scalpers are a separate problem that a lot of hobbies has, but they are something that Wizards could at least address with more print volume.
Yeah.
Similarly, I want some of the Ixalan Commander decks. And like, I started looking for the Ixalan Commander decks only about 6 months after they were released. And there weren't any, and there haven't been any since. They're just not available at retail price. You can only get them from resellers for 100% markup.
Artie was thinking about a different thing, like the old, really expensive ones. Like,
oh, the old, really expensive cards are often ones on what's called the reserved list. Wizards made a specific commitment for a specific set of cards for reasons that are completely beyond me, saying, we promise to never reprint these certain cards.
but like, there's no printing of a different card that does a similar or the same thing.
No, for those, there's no plans to do a mechanically identical but different named card of them, though.
Right.
And all of the really expensive, like, reserved list cards, they're generally too powerful for modern Magic anyway. Half of them are on the banned list for whatever format. So you probably wouldn't really want them to release a new version of it anyway. Something like Black Lotus as an example, because it was mentioned earlier. Like, it's just a very strong card.
Yeah.
This Final Fantasy set is printed to your local game store is getting 4 times their normal order. That is good if they do actually manage to get their hands on it.
Yeah.
I know in the past, for some high demand sets, game stores have like put in certain order volumes and they've not been able to meet the order volumes that the stores have been after.
Yeah.
I guess everyone and their mother could have seen coming that Final Fantasy was going to sell well, so maybe they will finally have printed enough.
Yeah.
It will be nice.
Hopefully.
Creatures. Stitcher's Supplier. I should actually have a check up to see if any of these are reprints.
He's a reprint. He's a reprint. I run him in a bunch of stuff. It's a guy with a wheelbarrow usually.
Because what I can do if I'm on Scryfall, I'll let people in on what the search is I'm doing. I'm gonna run looking for Final Fantasy Commander cards, and then find all of the ones that are reprints. And then so there's apparently 208 of the cards in these decks are reprints. Now a lot of those are gonna be lands. Might say maybe minus type lands.
It's literally just a piece of cardboard. Hasbro, print more. Yes.
Yep. Alright, so there's 139 reprints across non-land cards in these decks. So that's a decent number. I'm guessing most of these are going to be those are going to be sort of your staples, stuff like the Swiftfoot Boots, your Farseeks, your Sol Rings, etc. But it will be interesting to see them as we go along.
Mm-hmm.
So this supplier, he mills you. He loads up your graveyard. Terra loves that.
Yes.
He's very simple.
And you can bring him back and do it again, and it's good stuff. Oh my god, another mill card.
Millikin.
Oh yes.
Yeah, another mill
Oh
card.
yes,
That mill
Hex sounds
card-
happy about this.
He's a mana dork where you mill a card to get your mana for 2 colorless. Lovely.
Beautiful.
Not a lot of notes, but it works well.
Yep.
We have Bannon, the Returner's leader. He's a human cleric rebel. 1/3. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Anywhere other than the battlefield.
That's
So
your
this
milled
is-
cards, isn't it?
Yeah, that's your milled
you've milled
cards.
Yeah.
Or your discarded cards for stuff like Sellers.
I wouldn't say it's
Yeah, Madness is always
like
great.
totally useless. Like, you know, it works. It works in certain instances. Like it helps your commander in this instance. You want things in your graveyard. Milling will help you with that. But
Offensive mill is pretty rough in Commander. I mean, Hex, you run a mill deck.
I
'Cause you
run
play
like
Mind
4
Killer.
mill decks.
both myself and everyone else. Oh god,
Yeah.
Hex will mill herself, and she'll also mill everyone else to death.
Yes. Yes.
But milling Commander tends to be basically sort of a combo win, doesn't it?
You can do the combo wins. That's my big Emery deck that I've been running recently. The gimmick is you get like Altar of the Brood out, which every time you play a permanent, everybody mills a card except you. Or things that make everybody mill 2 when you draw a card or whatever, and then you just you infinitely loop that until everybody is milled out. But that is actually significantly less fun than something like Mindskinner, who is arguably just worse. But half the joy of mill is watching people put 30 cards into their graveyard and cry about what they've put there.
Yeah, I
So
would
when you do,
be
like,
very
yeah.
annoyed a lot of
Your
the
entire
time.
library is gone is a lot less fun to enact than haha mill 80 cards and now yeah
Mm. I like mill as like a battle of attrition mill is what I'd want a mill deck to be rather than a combo deck. So something like Mindskinner is what I would want to play. I have made a deck list. It's not very successful. With the 5th Doctor and Persistent Petitioners as a mill deck. It's a bad deck, really. It's not great. I know I say that about a lot of decks I make, but I'm sure this one is a genuinely much worse deck than the other decks I make. Because it is a rough game out there trying to slowly mill people in Commander. When
Yeah.
everyone's got 100 cards,
and there's no
and there's 4 of them.
they just go get rid of that person first and then there's no bargaining with people when you're like, yeah, next time I'm gonna hit you and you're gonna mill 10 cards each at a minimum. You can't, there's no bargaining with that. There's no hang on, we should deal with someone else first. But the self mill is big. The self mill for like I run Stick Fingers is big self mill.
Gregor, what's the
Stick
full
Fingers.
name of the card? Because I can get it up in there's Scryfall bot in Discord.
Oh, that's true. It's Zadek, Lord of Secrets. So the strange spelling of Zadek, the Lord of Secrets.
I can spell. Is there like a comma or anything anywhere?
Yes, it's Zadek, Lord of Secrets.
Lord of Secrets.
I like the idea of this card. He's quite Mindskinnery himself, but I don't think he does a lot for 7 mana. I'm sure you can get a 5/5 flyer commander who will kill opponents more quickly in Commander for less than 7 mana. Because
Yeah.
you just kill them with commander damage. Mill's a really interesting archetype as well because there are some players who really hate being milled,
Yes.
like far more than the actual tactical value of that mill gains the person who mills them.
You end up drawing way more aggro than you need to, even if you're just milling 1 or 2 cards for everybody, because people go, oh my goodness, my board wipe. And you might never have drawn into that. You didn't know that was what you were going to draw, right? That could have been on the bottom. But
yeah, but it's now in my graveyard and I'm annoyed about it, so
it slips through
go
your
away.
fingers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Dragua. He's fun. You find him fun, and isn't that the most important part? Like, fun.
Yeah, so self-mill is an interesting archetype because, like, one of the when I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh back in the sort of the 2010s, what Yu-Gi-Oh started to have real format problems when the graveyard became more of a resource than a hindrance.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think Magic has always sort of had, like, graveyard as a resource kind of baked into it. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Went from the graveyard is a bad place, you don't want things in the graveyard, to the graveyard is a good place, you want to put things into the graveyards.
That's how
that transition really, like, upset Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm-hmm.
And so I always think that self-mill and sort of strategies that rely around loading up your graveyard with stuff, it's always going to be treading into a sort of slightly dangerous territory for a card game. And there's a lot of the cards. There's one of the Final Fantasy cards, in fact, in the main set that lets you cast stuff from your graveyard, and people already highlighting like this is going to be a really powerful card.
Yeah,
that's what makes my Emery deck quite. It's version of bracket 4. I think that's what puts it there. Is that mill to me in that deck is draw. I have 3 or 4 different infinite combos that I'm fishing for, and my game plan is I'm going to mill my entire library until I find these cards, and then return them for free from not for free, but return them from the graveyard, pick and choose the bits that I want, and then I've got ways to bring back the creatures that aren't artifacts and stuff. So my game plan is just self-mill myself until I hit what I want, and that's why because it's a lot easier to mill a card than it is to draw a card.
Yeah.
So obviously if I get hit by a Bajuka Bog, I can't counter that, I can't even counterspell that, I'm over, it's gone, I'm out. But I've had a great time getting there.
Note to anyone who plays
crazy.
Magic with Hex, have a Bajuka Bog in your deck.
You should all put them in.
It will
If
stop
I'm
her.
in swamps, you should always have a Bajuka Bog.
If I'm running Wardock, one of my Wardock decks has a lot of graveyard hate, just sort of incidentally, because I'm running like Rest in Peace, Stone of Eric, that kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I often will get really screwed over by any kind of graveyard denial, and I just kind of accept that that's going to be a side effect of what I'm doing. But yeah, it can be really, really powerful.
I would
But
argue
less
that that's
so in-
the opposite that I want, Holly. If I'm playing a game with people, I want everyone to be having a good time, and if they're not, I'm upset.
Same.
Like, I think if you're playing games with friends, especially, if people aren't having fun, I want to change what's happening.
So Bannon, he lets you cast stuff from your graveyard. He also says whenever you attack, you can pay 1 to rummage. Basically, he is also a legendary creature. He could be a commander.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the discarding from rummage procs him as well. In just red and white, I'm assuming there's quite a lot less self-mill, because self-mill is more like black and green and blue.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that as a commander, you'd be looking to run a deck that was more discard heavy.
Yeah.
Ironically, you say this, and I'm looking at him and thinking this might be the one I turn into my white mill deck.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to make a deck in every color that mills everybody else as the game plan.
Wow.
Because you don't expect to play into the white deck and they mill you out, do you? So, yeah.
Yeah, that's not something I would expect.
No, not at all.
I like him. I like
Dishonor
him.
on you, dishonor on your deck, dishonor on your Black Lotus. Exactly.
Yeah, I already have a Boros deck that's quite heavy on discards, because I have a deck list with Jenny Generated Anomaly from Doctor Who as the commander. And it's unfortunately it's more Voltron-y and less discardy than I would like it to be. But it's based on a deck list that is very like discard heavy, and I really like as an idea and a concept of like Boros discard madness. In Jenny's case, it's more like land discard, but for him, it's just just discard as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
We have a Priest of Fell Rights, who is white-black, 2/2, tap and pay 3 life, sacrifice this creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So he's a 2-cost, he's a 2 power that can get out something bigger than him for the cost of 3 life.
Yeah.
And he's also a valid Terra target. So with him and Terra, he lets Terra sort of almost effectively get back creatures of any size. And he has Unearth of his own.
Mm-hmm.
He lets you get him back himself.
With haste.
Which is interesting, actually, because he can unearth him. Oh yeah, you exile him if he would leave the battlefield. Okay, so you can unearth him and then immediately pay 3 life to get back something else for the 5 mana that his unearth cost is.
Yeah.
Which is actually still a good deal, as you can get back basically anything. I don't know if this is a reprint. I'll have a quickie look. Priest. Okay, so this is another reprint.
Mm-hmm.
He's originally from Modern Horizons. So Modern Horizons is a bunch of sets that are known for having sort of powerful cards in them, and this is no exception. Oh my goodness! I keep trying to just grab the top cards, and Tabletop was like, "No, you must have the whole stack."
You're worse than me on tabletop. And that's hard.
Gal, Feral Youth, is a red 2-cost 2/2. Rage, whenever he attacks, he gets a +1 counter. Sure. At the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, he deals damage equal to his power to each opponent.
Oh!
So,
that's pretty solid.
He turns you getting cards back into burn, and he makes himself bigger.
Yeah. And he's got a pretty
Also,
little
a
kitty cat.
Creature could be a commander. I don't think I'd build him. I think I wouldn't have enough ways of getting cards out of my graveyards in red, in mono reds.
Yeah.
Mono red is an interesting one for that, isn't it?
Morbid Opportunist. This is a reprint.
Reprint.
This is a reprint. I'm aware of. I'm aware of this being a reprint. So.
It's a 3-cost 1/3. Whenever one or other creatures die, draw a card. Only once each turn. It's a staple of these sort of sacrificey decks. It for a reason. It's good.
I'm pretty sure it's in Squirreled Away, which is why I know that it's a reprint.
Ah, fair enough.
I can tell you if I'm right by looking through my deck.
Hex, I'm assuming you've put a Morbid Opportunist in at least one of your deck lists at some point.
More than one, yeah. He's been I've been playing Shido recently, which is he's a 5-cost 2/2, which is fucking dire. But he's whenever a 1 power card hits your graveyard, if Shiro's still there at your end step, at the next end step, not just yours, return it to the battlefield. So this guy is great card draw because you sacrifice all the other things and get your card draw, and then they're back. So you sacrifice them on the next person's turn, and then they're back, and then you end up with more cards than you know what to do with.
Yeah,
it's glorious.
Yes. It is in the Squirreled Away deck. I just found it in person.
He's got a little helmet on in this art.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. It's almost got like a fish fin on the back of it. This is how much I know about Final Fantasy VI. That's all the interesting analysis I can offer.
Okay, I know this person, but not from Final Fantasy. I am a fan of the crazy, wild, and nonsensical series Kingdom Hearts, where random Final Fantasy characters will show up for who knows what reason. But Setzer is one of these characters. He is the least intertwined with Final Fantasy stuff out of all of them because he just shows up in Twilight Town and he's like the champion of like the fucking little battle thing you do with little spheres, and you beat him and then he's gone and he says hardly anything else, and there's little fangirls who just go Setzer, and that's about all I know about Setzer. He exists in Kingdom Hearts 2.
The outfit that he's wearing is something you can get from the Gold Saucer, the big gambly place in 14.
Amazing.
It's a very Final Fantasy looking outfit. So he's a 3-cost 2/2. When he enters, you also get a 3/3 vehicle with flying and crew 2.
Okay.
I guess he's a vehicle commander because it says whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Okay, so he supports actually like both a vehicle archetype or a coin flip archetype, or both potentially.
So
That's really interesting. He basically makes mana when you hit people with vehicles.
if I get rid of tabletop for a second off my streaming screen, you can see that the blackjack, the artifact token that is created, is this cool airship. So that's a thing. I wasn't overly going to look at the tokens from 6, but then I was like, okay, this is a very specific token, so we'll look at that.
I'll get that up for my folks as well. Yeah, it's a cool airship.
Yeah. So I just thought I would bring that up for people to see.
Particularly in the close on the heels of Aether Drift, when we've just had a large influx of vehicles.
Yeah.
I like that they are making another vehicle commander. One of the things I really thought was a shame about Aether Drift was they didn't really have a vehicle commander in it. Like there was what's his name? Coloss?
Mu Yanling, Wind Rider. I built this deck. Let me link you to my deck. It's a really crappy deck, but I really enjoy it. She had some of the fractured foil Japanese art prints, and I went, oh my god, she is fucking glorious. And don't judge me on the name of the deck, because my deck naming capabilities are interesting at best. But she's glorious, and she's vehicle based.
The only vehicle commander I remember, or the only like strongly vehicle themed vehicle commander I remember from Aether Drift was the Boros one, who's the leader of the Boros team, and whose name annoyingly does completely escape me. Let me.
Oh, that is gorgeous art, though. Hex.
He's absolutely stunning.
I'll put it on stream. So
as an avid Chinese drama watcher, even more so.
Oh, that is lovely art. Okay, the 3/2 colorless vehicle attack token with crew 1. Vehicles have flying. And when flying creatures... See, this is the thing, I guess, because she gives vehicles flying. But she's much more interested in... she's a creature with flying tribal who happens to make vehicles flying.
Yeah,
you could build a good deck, and probably a better deck that is flying creatures than you could a vehicle deck.
But the vehicles are hysterical because people don't think you can block, and then you're like, haha, joke's on you, watch me crew this vehicle. And they're it was good fun. I had a good run with that one. Alright,
Setzer, I've been looking for a nice vehicle commander for ages. Maybe he'll be it. Because I guess also the thing with him is yes, you could just make him as coin flip tribal, but there's not a lot of coin flip tribal stuff going on, so you're much more incentivized to make him vehicle-y.
Yeah.
And he does what you want for an engine, which is he makes mana. Engines can be make mana or draw cards or both. He makes mana. That's fun for an engine. He also makes mana as treasure tokens. So if you're playing vehicles already, then you have lots of artifact synergies that will also like your treasures.
Mm-hmm.
So I like him potentially. I don't know how much he fits into this deck in particular, but
I guess he is a big character in 6. They have to make the theme fit, but they also, commander deck, they have to really pander to the fans a bit, I think, with their legendary creatures.
Yeah. And especially the UB precons. Sometimes they're also just vehicles for getting out cards that you could build a deck around, even though they don't mesh enormously well with that deck.
Yeah.
It's people want Setzer in as a card. Although maybe that ought to be less true now that they're also releasing a set alongside him.
That is fair. But yeah, I me not knowing anything about Final Fantasy VI, the fact that they've chosen Setzer out of I don't know how many characters to be in Kingdom Hearts. It means he's obviously a character people know and either love or hate.
Then we have Shadow, Mysterious Assassin, who we must love because they have a dog in their art. A 3/3 Death Touch. Whenever Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of that sacrifice permanent. That's a really nice ability. Gated a little bit heavily by the fact you do actually have to connect with it. But the 3/3 Death Touch, sometimes people will let that through.
Yeah.
So, some things that you can work with that, like Viridian Longbow is an equipment that you can attach to a creature, and then you tap that creature to deal 1 damage to whatever target you want. So that wouldn't be combat damage, but wouldn't be combat damage. Nah. Yeah, I'm thinking the Death Touch. It's really nice with Death Touch. You ping something with
it is really nice with Death Touch. My Shelob deck has a lot of cards like that are like allow Death Touches to ping off creatures.
Yeah. But no.
I like Shadow. I wouldn't build her as a commander. I think she's going to fit quite nicely into this deck with her sacrifice ability, and drawing cards and dealing life loss is great.
I do also enjoy how on a lot of these cards, was there any need to name that ability Throw? No, absolutely not. However, presumably this character in 6 had an ability called Throw.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that in 14 that I've got absolutely bananas.
Universes Beyond in general has a lot of these like ability words for flavor, and they really do make the cards. Stuff like the 4th Doctor cards. He's got an ability that's like, you can play things from the top of your library if you do make a food. And on its own, you're like, is that a 4th Doctor ability? And then you see that they've named it, Would You Like a Jelly Baby? Yeah. They haven't used the word jelly baby.
And you go feral for it, yeah.
You go feral for it, exactly.
Oh my god.
It's like, oh, look, this makes it work.
Yeah. Okay, Trans Rights, who has, I think, played all of Final Fantasy, maybe, is saying yes, Shadow does have that. So.
I must admit, if I was designing this card, I feel like I would have not given it Death Touch, and I would have given it Shadow.
Yeah.
So, because that helps with the connecting.
Mm.
And it's also name appropriate. But I guess they're an assassin, so Death Touch is also thematically appropriate.
I'll have to toss them. I cannot read the sentence. You'll have to toss without being Gimli, apparently.
Hex, would you run this guy in a sacrificey kind of deck? Or is
Consider
is
it.
not
He would sit on the considering pile. It would depend what it was. I do like it. The combat damage is a wee bit rough, but also pretty good. 2 cards is hard to laugh at, and the mana value of the sacrifice permanent. But if I'm running these decks, all my permanents tend to be pretty cheap.
That's
So,
true.
That's fair.
Another non-land permanent is fun though, because you could, in a pinch, choose something that's you know, if you're running like if you did have, oh god, what the fuck is it called? I think it's like 7 mana, the one the enchantment I was on about earlier. Yeah, Grave Pact. It's 4 actually. And that's not much.
I mean, it's just a non-land permanent. You can even sacrifice just like your throwaway tokens, your clues, your treasures. He doubles the clue, and for no mana cost. Like, you're not dealing life loss if you do that, but like he's working well with tokens.
The turning your treasures into card draw is big. I wasn't considering that. I was just like, haha, damage to your face. But yeah, the card draw is king here rather than the damage.
Yeah. I think I've just been called, so bear with me for a sec.
I'm going to dash for a glass of water while you're...
Okay, well, look, it's coming up to we've almost been live for an hour and a half, and I do need to go hang out my washing, so will we just have a break?
That actually sounds like a great idea.
Okay, perfect. We'll be back.
Yes, we will.
Excellent. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Okay, we haven't even made it through one deck. We're doing so good. I'll be back soon. I will be on a longer break than usual because I need to hang out more. So, be back soon. Hello. Hello. No one on my stream would have been able to hear you guys talking because I was deafened, but anyway, I'm back. Sorry, I had a lot of things to do.
That's okay. We will have attracted them all over here. 'Cause
I,
we're there.
Excuse you?
That's not true at all.
So rude. Yeah, I had to hang out a wash, and then suddenly all the cats were there, and they wanted food, and oh boy. Yeah,
Hope you gave them all little kisses on their heads for me.
I did. And then whenever I had finished feeding my cat, suddenly another cat appeared from inside my house that does not live here. So he was clearly asleep in the living room for however long. Because, like, it's really sunny, like, and we don't have a cat flap or anything. The cats are indoor-outdoor cats, so, like, whenever it's the sunny, we're just leaving the back door open. So Ollie just appears and decides to come back in.
Glorious.
Yeah, so he's an interesting boy, and then he was looking at me like, "Can I have food?" And I was like, "They're probably not going to finish their food. You can eat all the scraps." So we're back.
Yes. Are we happy to jump into more creatures?
Yes,
I'm
yes,
happy.
yes.
So we next up we have, we're still on our 3 drops, Strago and Realm. I assume they're the 2 people rather than like one of the people and the birds.
One would assume. I wouldn't, because like they're all little baby chocobos. So
Yeah. Human Wizard 1/3 with Sketch and Lore. 3 mana and tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. Okay, this is going straight in my War Doctor deck.
I do love that.
Until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it only lasts this turn. Sure. Okay. Less of an instant win. Nice theft effect.
Theft is good. We love theft. Theft is king.
I'm very pro theft. He's a little pricey for what he does, like, because he's 3 mana every time to do that.
And you don't know you're gonna get something good, do you? Like, yeah, it's free, but if you nick some, I guess even if you nick some,
it's not free. It's 3 mana. That's like the average cost of a card often. Whoever says, "I want to play Magic," I got, I think, 2 questions. I mean,
Okay.
fire away.
Fire away.
Try and answer them while we're doing our analysis. So yeah, Strago Realm is definitely a card I'd consider for my particular deck. Would go well in Lelia as well. I don't know that it's a great rate for stuff that doesn't stick around for theft. You don't know what you're getting.
Unless you're
doesn't
running
say.
something that skips end steps.
There's not many.
I've got a pal, Squishy, if they're still here, has a deck. The whole gimmick is doing things like that would sacrifice at your end step, and then you skip the end step. But again, I'm not sure it would be in the top of cards to go in there anyway.
For Chroma, I would say that generally blue is often considered the hardest color to play, but in general, as a beginner, I'd recommend playing like 2 colors rather than 1. Next up we have Lock, Treasure Hunter. Lock is a 2/3, can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. When it attacks, each player mills a card. If a land was milled this way, you make a treasure. And until end of turn, you can cast a spell from among those. So again, it's thefting. It's great for sellers because you're casting from a graveyard. You're pretty much guaranteed a treasure. Like, you got 4 players in a game of Commander. You're pretty much guaranteed that one of them will happen to have a land on top.
yeah.
Blue isn't toxic, Chroma. Like, there are toxic play patterns in blue, the same as there are toxic play patterns in any color. Some people get more salty about counter spells than other removal forms, but those people are wrong. This is me speaking as somebody who doesn't really play counter spells because I'm not big brain enough for them. Like, it is not wrong to play counter spells. It's not toxic to play counter spells. It's not even toxic to play control.
I think blue just has a lot of forethought and thinking, like, because I'm pretty new, but like, so like, I tend to use the mana that is available to me on my turn, unless I kind of have something like in hand that I know I'm going to play. Whereas, like, you know, there's like, yeah, with counter spells and stuff, it's like, oh well, maybe I'll leave this mana up for that on someone else's turn, which is not something I tend to do, and it would be something I'd have to think about a lot. So, I just think there's more thinking involved.
It is great fun though. If you're blue, even if you don't have any counter spells in hand, you leave 2 blue mana up, and nobody tries anything. Like
Yeah.
you've got them all hostage.
Yeah, that is very fair.
Yeah. What do we think about Locke? He's a fairly simple, cheap, repeatable theft enabler. He's effectively giving you some card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
For 3 mana, he gives you a decent amount. You get to pick what you cast if you want to cast anything. He gives you some mana to cast it as well. He's slightly evasive, although not greatly evasive, but it might be enough that you'll be able to find an attack here or there.
It's
I like him.
I like him. I like that he can't be stopped early on by creatures that great power, and I like that he's on attack rather than on dealing damage.
Yes.
I think he would. I think he'd be a card that I would consider, but not take for a lot of decks. But for sellers in particular, I think he's a really good fit.
Yeah.
Kramer says, if I'm playing the Wise Mothman, will he be the #1 target? Wise Mothman is a very strong commander, it's true.
Really quick. Early
People
on,
be wise to swing at you.
fairly early on, all your creatures will get quite beefy, and people will get rad counters, and people will start swinging at you. But you do get to wind everybody up with, I said Mothman! So, we like Mothman.
That is the chief draw of the card, yes. Okay, next up we have the Warring Triad, which I'm assuming is a Final Fantasy thing, but does give you vibes of the Capitoline Triad as a Magic card, which is also a colourless, relatively big boy.
These were raids in 14. We got them as raids.
Oh.
As a callback. They were
You might be the #1 target, yes, Chroma. Sorry, sorry for cutting you off there, Hex. Sorry, do carry on. So raids in Final Fantasy.
No, I was just gonna say they were cool raids. They had cool music. They were good and enjoyable. And
So
I do like the fewer than 8 cards in the graveyard thing. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got the kind of one of the classic Magic God mechanics of like it's not a creature unless certain condition, which I like. Even that being so, 8 cards in graveyard is not going to be enormously difficult to hit in a deck that wants it, and a 5/5 flying trample haste is a good return on 3 mana, even with that stipulation.
Yeah.
And before if you do get it out before it's a creature, the mill card to add mana is just good.
Yeah, like you're getting mana and you're building up to it being a creature. So
What I find interesting about this is it's a mana dork or a mana rock before it becomes a creature. But it's the ability isn't a mana ability, it targets. So you can respond to it. I think that's really interesting. But you can't respond to the mill part. You can only respond to the adding mana part. So you always get to mill the card.
yeah.
I think that's an odd choice. I assume there's a play reason for that choice, but I don't know what it is. I think this is gonna, especially being colorless, it's gonna go in like every self-mill deck, and it's probably gonna be quite good in all of those self-mill decks as a mana rock and going in the mana rock slot. Like they always say that it's a struggle to make a 3 mana rock worth playing. I think this one might have gone slightly too far, possibly.
Again, funnily enough, back to what Chrome was saying about it being a political game. And this comes to mind mostly because Ref's been playing a deck that focuses on giving everybody way too much mana, and then if you don't spend it, you take damage. But we have been bargaining a lot about, hey, if you give me some mana, and that target player, and it's an artifact, so you can do that instant speed. So there is the gimmick for some bargaining in there. You know, something's happening. You only have 1 mana up. Can you know me, I like to talk a lot of bullshit when I'm playing Magic.
It's true. There
I
is,
really
there is plenty
enjoy.
of politics available with giving other people mana.
Oh, Shaka, would you like me to gift you an octopus?
Oh,
It's a big 8 creature. Do you want this octopus? Oh, do you want this gift from me?
I'm sorry. I
Like,
bargained so hard.
I've gotten
that
better.
people-
It's just before it was when I was like little baby newbie. I was like,
Yeah.
this is overwhelming.
And
Stop asking me
yeah,
questions.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
even know what to do with my own deck.
It can be overwhelming. Yeah. Even the best Magic player in our pod, who's a lot better than me, has stopped knowing when I have things in hand and when I don't, because I just like, you're going to the oubliette, and then he plays as if I've got the oubliette, and then I don't, and then yeah, so I end up being left alive for a bit longer and then overkilled massively, but it's always good fun. So I really like that aspect of it.
I don't think the politics of it will come up very often, but I do think that as a mana rock, this is going to be a solid choice for any self-build deck. Like, all of your Delirium decks are going to do it, all of your Threshold decks are going to do it, all of your like self-sacrifice, self-mill decks, yeah, I think this is going to be a good fit for a lot of decks. I wouldn't be surprised if this saw play. Just because, like, the 5/5 flying trample haste is a really good thing to get for the late game, and you're already getting decent value out of it as a mana rock anyway. Yeah, I rate this. I would play this if I had decks of that archetype. It's
a
adorable.
Moogle!
I don't know what a Moogle really is, but they've made a whole creature type of them, so I assume there must be loads in Final Fantasy.
Oh, babies. Like, they're such a big thing in Final Fantasy that they have, like, they're a staple Square Enix thing nearly, because they're a staple in Kingdom Hearts as well as Final Fantasy. Like, you get things from the Moogle shop in Kingdom Hearts, and they're just and you can craft things, and they're adorable little babies. Look at them.
Great.
Look at them.
Even because of the Moogle merchant thing, like the online store for Final Fantasy 14 is called Mog Station. They're big. They're cute.
Alright, so looking at Mog, it's a 1/2 life link for 3, which on its own is a pretty pants rate of return. It's got a really sort of classic group hug style effect. At the beginning of your end step, each player can choose to rummage, and then you get a creature token if anyone discarded a creature card, and you get a +1 counter if anyone discarded a non-creature card. It's not terrible, you know. There's a lot of these share effects out there. They often give other people cards, and I'm always a little hesitant about that. I'd be a lot less hesitant about running this because it's rummage rather than just neat draw, and the upside for you is pretty good. You know, half the time people may not choose to rummage, and even if they don't, you can still get at least one of the effects, even if it's just you doing the rummage, which I think is good. I suggest, Chroma, you go to the Magic chat if you're in Shaka's Discord and post there, and people will be able to help better than we can sort of live on stream.
Yeah.
That is my top tip for you.
But also, I mean, like, if you're not wanting to join new Discords and things, like, there is EDH Rec for, like, it wouldn't be, you know, my first go-to for things, but it does give suggestions based on your commander of what to put in and how to play and things like that. Like, I started playing just with precons and not building decks because that seemed overwhelming. So
yeah, it's a solid card for a group huggy type of strategy. It could be a commander. I don't think I would build it as a commander, but I would build a lot of group hug anyway.
I would. I'm looking at that and thinking, ha ha ha, Moogle tribal.
I guess if there's other Moogle support cards, is making Moogle tokens, and he is a Moogle. It would not be a bad choice for a Moogle tribal commander if that's going to be a theme.
I would be very happy if that was possible.
Next we have Edgar, Master Machinist. 4 cost, 2/4. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, it enters tapped. And then whenever he attacks, he gets +X +O, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. So he is principally there as an artifact recursion, a repeatable artifact recursion, which is pretty solid. There's lots of artifacts that won't mind coming in tap for one reason or another. He's exactly on what I would expect for his mana cost. I think he's exactly good enough for his mana cost.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking, oh, this is terribly power crept. I'm not thinking, oh, this is terrible. I never run it. If I wanted artifacts back, I might go for Edgar.
That's a
solid.
solid shout.
I would agree.
Which is interesting because to mill everybody out in white, I'm going to need artifacts back from the graveyard.
Oh, we have anger. So this is a reprint. This is a pretty good staple. It gives things haste as long as it's in your graveyard. I've played with this card in the deck. I've played against this card in decks a lot. I really hate having to track if he's in your graveyard.
That is fair.
It's really annoying.
It's never your graveyard. It's always our graveyard. But yeah, anger's good. I like that he's bombards. That's pretty sweet.
Mhm.
Is that what the little sort of
The
goblin
little funny
bombs
guys are.
Yeah, they were the bane of my life in some Final Fantasy X fights because they just had so much health at one point that I couldn't kill them, and then they did a big explode, and everybody got very, very hurt. So, curse them.
Big sad.
Ridiculous
They sound like
blunder.
a good fit for anger, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pitiless Plunder, another reprint. Get mana for things dying. It's really solid. It's a staple. I recognize it because I've seen it used in lots of decks.
Yeah.
Not a lot to say about him other than yep.
Yeah.
Solemn Simulate is a sad robot, but it's not very
sad
sad
robot?
this time.
I mean, he's in
It's
the rain.
in the rain, I guess.
Oh my god.
Great mind.
Sometimes
I
we
love
are the
Solemn.
same person.
Well, yeah, sometimes. I love Solemn. He's always a little bit hard to justify for the 4 mana, but in this one where you're going to be killing him and entering him a lot, yeah, great. He's wonderful.
Like 20 copies of the sad robot. Oh.
That's a lot of robots.
Go.
Go-Go, Mysterious Mind. He's a 2/2 for 4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have him become a copy of another target creature, except its name is Go-Go. If you do,
Nice.
Go-Go and that creature each get +2/+0 and haste, and must attack this turn if able. Okay.
It's Red What's his face, but different, kinda.
I don't know who Red
Is
What's
he?
this is, but-
I'm gonna Google it. I think he's in. There's like 3 copies of him, and he does all the same thing. And I think I know his name, but yeah, Sakashima.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I really like this. I have a deck that's all about copying the commander. I'd run this in that because it's got red in it. Obviously, he's not for enters triggers things, but anything that's like an attack trigger, you're going to be swinging anyway. So giving the +2/+0 is great, and then you get 2 of it. That's also great. He's in red, so he's going to be in the colors if you have an attack trigger, most probably. I like him. I like
Cool.
that he gets around the legend rule as well.
I like what he is. I like that he's in red.
Like the fact that he's 2/2 would be air, apart from the fact that he's never 2/2 when you need him, because you're always going to be copying something else and then swinging. So he's tapped on your turn, so his blocking stats don't matter,
Yeah.
and his offensive stats don't matter because he's a copy. Do like would run.
Oh,
Probably. Would you build him as a commander? I don't think I'd build him as a commander, but I definitely run him in things.
I think you could run him as a commander, but it would take a lot of thought.
Yeah, because the thing is, you'd not have consistency in what thing you are copying. Like in a deck with a different commander. Oh my goodness, Zach! Thank you so much for the follow. In a deck with a different commander, he's a redundant effect of your commander. He's an extra copy of that effect. But with him as the commander, you just sort of have to stuff him with things that you might like to copy. And I guess it becomes sort of a bit of a toolbox deck.
I kind of like those
But
things.
he's unfocused because he
Yes.
doesn't have his own thing. He just copies other
Yeah.
things. So that's why I wouldn't run him as a commander. Interceptor, Shadow's Hound is a legendary dog with menace, gives Assassin's Menace. Whenever you attack with one or more legendary creatures, you can pay 3 mana. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. Okay, so he loves Celeste for coming back. He likes his legendary tribal. This looks like it would be a great fit for a lot of the Assassin's Creed stuff that has a lot of assassins and also cares a lot about historic cards.
Doesn't have
Hex
partner
again.
with Shadow. That's really sad. I get it. I see why. But
Yeah.
It's sad.
Are they counterparts? Is that the?
Well, the Shadow is in his card, and he was in Shadow's card.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're probably fairly tied together. I mean, Trance would have to tell us because I've not played the video game, but
Yeah.
And yeah, they're a good counterpart for each other, I guess, in that this guy supports the assassins and the legendaries, and Shadow wants you to sacrifice, and he's got a bulky mana cost to sacrifice, and he's much cheaper to get back from the graveyard. Yeah, I think he's solid. I like him. I assume Aristocrats decks have less in the way of the old legendary creatures. And especially have a little less swinging with legendary creatures most of the time. Hex.
certainly the aristocrats that I run don't have much of it. You'd have to think about it and build around it if you wanted to make it work, I think. I always love when something is in the graveyard and you have the cost for it, because people tend to forget about it. And obviously you could pull him back before blocker's declared, and then haha, you thought! But again, that's just my particular brand of winding people up, rather than
Well, in this case, he's when
an
you
actual
attack, so you couldn't.
Yeah, when you attack. So you go to attack with all your legendary assassins, presumably. And then
Oh yes, I
as
see.
you declare attackers, you can pull him back.
Give them all menace.
And then they've all got menaced, and everybody goes, "Oh no!" because they didn't see it coming.
yeah. Alice Jailer is a reprint. It's a fun enough removal piece. It's not the best of this. They're called O-ring effects, like exile until something happens. It's not the best O-ring because it's quite easy to get rid of. It's lovely if you want to be the monarch, but I don't think this deck loves being the monarch particularly. I guess he's got an enters effect. Actually, I see why he's in here, because he's got an O-ring that doesn't matter when he leaves, so you can sack him and bring him back with terror, and you get the effect again. Ah, I understand the choice now. Okay, with that in mind, that's actually quite fun.
It's always nice to introduce Monarch in Commander games too, like for the fun of, again, trying to hit the Monarch more than anything else.
I wouldn't want to bring in Monarch unless I was in a deck that I thought would have some resilience, like that. Not it wouldn't have to be full pillow fort, but just a deck where I knew that I was always going to have a decent field presence. And I don't know if this is that deck, because like Terra's going to be swinging out to get her ability. She's bringing stuff back tapped, so she's not making you a blocker either. With Sellers, sure, but then Sellers can't get the Palace Jailer back.
No, I'm with you. But sometimes in fairly... I've just thrown it in tonic on me. Sometimes in fairly low power things, it's quite fun to bring it in. Just for the fun of having Monarch around and trying to argue you should hit Monarch instead of me, because it's card drawer!
Again, it's upping the politics, it's shortening the game. A lot of people like those things. Siegfried, Feigned Swordsman, another 2/2 for 4 with Menace. But he's not really a 2/2, because when he enters, you mill 3 cards, and you get twice the number of counters equal to of creature cards in your graveyard. He's just a big menace boy, basically, with a little bit of self-mill attached.
Yeah.
He can be really big in a self-mill deck.
Twice the number of creatures cards is... I have not seen many of those. Normally it is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, or the number of creature cards in all graveyards, or... Yeah,
it's an odd choice. For twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard, I'd expect him to be a 0/0. And he's a 2/2 instead, which is just... It's odd. It's an odd choice, but he's a big boy. Would you run him?
I would consider him sometimes, I think. He's a little pricey for what I tend to run for that kind of deck.
Oh, here we go.
Siegfried is one for this deck where you want to be bringing cards out of your graveyard a lot. I think he's a worse fit than for something where you want to be loading up your graveyard and keeping it full, like with like a
Stick Fingers, I would consider him in something like Stick Fingers. Valley Gormander! We fought Valley Gormander in one of the trials this tier. He was a great time. The Savage version was really good fun.
New thing, new thing, new thing.
In this whole deck.
we have saga creatures, enchantment creatures. This is like I'm in love with this. Like
I really love it as a concept.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a bit rough in actual play when you're using them because they are not, obviously being sagas, they are not sticking around. And this one, he's got 4 chapters, he's fine. But like the 3-chapter saga creatures, you're going to get them down, it's chapter 1, the turn he comes down. Then you've got like a turn of using them, and then they're going away on turn 3. I think they're going to, I think in general, they're not going to see as much use as you might like. But in decks that are designed around them, so decks that can bring them back like this.
How cool he is, though.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Also like this. He does look very cool. What does he actually do? He exiles an instant or sorcery card from each graveyard. Then he gets mana and lets you cast them. Okay, he steals instants and sorceries and gives you some mana.
And has flying and haste.
Okay, the flying and haste, the haste I like more on a saga creature. He's pretty solid for the mana value he costs for what he does. Yeah, he's solid.
Getting mana for each lore count is nice.
Yeah, you have to want to do what he does. You have to want to steal some instants or cast an instant from your graveyard.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, he's nice. He doesn't target either the cards in the graveyard.
No.
He doesn't.
Which is interesting a little bit for graveyard hate. Okay, now we're up to the big boys. We're up to 6 CMC.
Yep.
Oh, my music stops itself again. Give me a sec. Stop doing this. Bad YouTube. Umaro, the Raging Yeti. He's a 6/6 trampler. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you choose one at random. +3/+0 and trample to creatures. Discard and draw 4. Or 5 damage to any target. The first effect I love. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably about right for 6 mana as a sort of an overrun style effect. The fact that you don't get to choose.
Yeah, it's at random.
Yeah, and the others like a situation like sometimes you want to wheel, but sometimes you really don't want to wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 damage to a target can be really useful, and it's never going to be useless.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just not what you need, and you desperately need to clutch into some cards or some overrun ability.
Mm-hmm.
As a concept, I really like the Yeti Berserker makes you choose at random.
Yes.
If I was upgrading this deck, he'd be one of the first to go, I think.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Flavor win. Mechanics, probably not.
Yeah.
And then, if it was something like a coin flip, then at least there's stuff that plays off of you want to do coin flips. But he's just 3 unrelated effects at random. It's like,
yeah.
Ruined.
Those...
Oh. What's up?
Back home in 14, we have these. They're
Back
random
home!
enemies.
I love that. He's got wheels for hands.
He does
And
have
for
wheels
feet,
for
possibly.
hand and feet. Yeah, he's a wheelie boy. I suppose he is an artifact creature, even though he doesn't. Unless you're looking at the wheels, he does not look like an artifact of any kind. So,
ironically, he does wheel.
Yeah, that's right, actually. You're right.
he
Yeah,
does.
so he's a 7/4 with mountain cycling. Sure,
Love that.
that's a fine effect to have, especially in a graveyardy type deck.
And it's
Menace.
also colorless cost mountain cycling.
Oh yeah, it is.
So you can reduce that cost if you want. If you want to throw him in a cycling deck, cough cough. Captain Howler, cough cough.
Does land cycling also get the discounts for cycling?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, in the kind of decks that want this sort of thing, I like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he works well in this. The optional wheel might sometimes be a bit more of a hindrance than a help, because everybody might do it, and especially because everyone gets to discard and draw up to 7.
Yeah.
That's like you're gonna drop him, and then one of the 3 players that are gonna play are going to play everything out of their hand and then kill him, so that they can draw 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a compulsory wheel would be more interesting than an optional wheel.
Yeah. He's
But also
expensive
more
for a wheel.
frustrating if you're the one being wheeled.
He isn't
Sorry?
expensive for a wheel, but like he is still a 7/4 creature. Like, it's a decently big boy.
Yes. Sabin, Master Monk. Oh, we've accidentally gone back down to 5 cards.
I've no idea how that happened. I'm sorry. This was my one.
It's not a big deal. He's a 4/3 double strike for 5 mana. Is not bad. It's just straight off the bat. You can cast him for a little bit cheaper if you also effectively rummage, because you're discarding when you cast him and you're drawing afterwards.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
goodness, Shaki got a raid.
Holy, oh my god. Hello, ants. Hello. This is how we get
Hi,
ants.
Raiders. Hi,
Oh my
ants.
god. Hi. And I don't have a
good.
fun thing for you when you get here like you do for me in your stream. Hello. This is a lot of people, dear lord, why would you do this to me? Hello,
There you
Mazadong
are.
and
What's going
Toxic
on?
Org, and there's so many people, I can't say hello to you all. Can I? I can.
You could just say hello to you all.
I can just say hello to you all. I normally say just hi to everybody because there's normally not so many people, and I say them all one by one. But hello, were you doing more Baldur's Gate today? And how is your Baldur's Gating going, or were you doing something else? We are doing magic. I've never done magic things on my stream, but we are being little nerds about Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy
We're also
joining together.
being really, really in depth. We've been going for 2.5 hours and we haven't even done the first deck.
Yeah, so we
We
talked
might not
for
get this all done today.
we maybe talked for like half an hour before we started on this deck. This is the deck that we don't know anything about the game, and we've spent a long time on it. So.
On that point, I've just noticed the last line of text in Sabin's ability, if you can get him back from your graveyard with his Blitz ability.
Yeah.
Ouch! Big ouch!
This deck is begging for some madness. Madness being when you discard a card, if it's got madness, you can pay the usually cheaper madness cost to play it.
I found a lot of commander decks really would love some madness, and there's not that many cards with madness that they printed. Maybe, I guess, because there's so many things that would love madness.
A lot of them are vampires.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Look, everyone in Ant's party is wearing clothes except for Gale. So, you know, I'm not wrong in what I've said. I'm not wrong. And the pictures are very pretty, especially in these new decks. The pictures are so pretty. I'm so excited.
I like Sabin. I guess eventually, like, paying 4 mana every turn to keep getting him back would be a bit of a drain. And because if it's 4 mana effectively for a wheel every turn ish, which is not wonderful. Not for a wheel, for a rummage, which is not wonderful. Like, it's twice the going rate, but it's, you know, if he's in your graveyard, it would be very tempting to do it very often. I like him. He's gonna hurt a lot of people.
Oh, this is cool. Look at that.
Oh my god.
A big flying bat skull.
Our ancient
Attacking
monsters
a ship.
that had long been sealed, away were released when the world was ripped apart, is like my whole vibe.
He is a 5/4 with flying. At the beginning of each opponent's end step, that player
Ooh.
chooses up to 2 creatures and sacrifices the rest. Oh my gosh. He's rough. That's going to be rough to play against. Choosing 2 is not so bad. But yeah, anyone go wide is going to hate this.
I would consider putting him in Shirei, because
It's
anything
asymmetric as well.
one cost that I sacrifice. Oh, it's opponents.
Yeah,
I wouldn't consider it.
You don't even have to do it. Like,
I wouldn't consider it. I want to sacrifice the creatures.
you wanna say-
I wanna. Let me.
This is going to be very stacksy, I think, for
Mm.
people. I think people might dislike playing against it.
I mean, the 10 one has a 3-card infinite win combo, so there are some interesting things in these ones, right?
Mhm.
Then we have General Leo Christoph. He's
that is a-
another 2/2.
Very Final Fantasy outfit, that one.
Yeah.
It's weird to me.
Very
He's
old
like
Final
half
Fantasy.
superhero. The asymmetry, I guess, is Final Fantasy, but it's
Yeah.
very colourful and it's not very flowing.
I think
When he
it
enters-
depends on the Final Fantasy. A lot of them are very different style-wise.
He's got
That's
the
fair.
asymmetric shoulders and the belt gem.
When he enters, you return up to one target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Then put a +1. Okay, so he's another 2/2 who doesn't stay a 2/2.
Mhm.
He has a +1 counter for each creature you control. So at minimum, he's really going to be a 4/4.
Yeah.
Because if you just get him and get one back from your graveyard, that's 2 creatures on battlefield. He's a 4/4.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's solid enough recursion for that. He'd love some counter doublers. I wouldn't make him as a commander, but he's fine in a deck that wants to recur things.
He's fine. He's white. Most
Yeah.
of his white grave recursion. Well, you're
Where
a
the
hate-bound.
8-bound. I love this image.
Yeah.
It's very dramatic. It looks almost Resident Evil. He's good. He's a 4/2 with Undying. When it dies, if it had no +1 counters, return it with a +1 counter. Whenever
Ooh.
it or another creature enters from a graveyard that deals damage equal to its power to any target. I love that ability.
Yeah.
I'm big on like red when something deal damage equal to power or mana value abilities in general.
Mhm.
I love this. If I was playing a deck like this, I'd love to have this in it. The Undying is a cherry on top. I would play this without the Undying.
Yeah.
For this cost. This is oh my goodness. Yeah, Undying is like Persist's kind of slightly weird cousin. It's like it comes back and it's better, which is weird mechanically. Like it's weird from a lore perspective, but then like mechanically, it's like, well, you gotta avoid putting any +1 counters on it, or you won't get it back. But yeah, no, I love this card. That's a great card. I enjoy.
Oh, I fucking love Gear Hulks, man. Can't wait
I'm
to
a
Gear.
thorough Gear Hulk ambivalent. But I know they're a thing that lots of people love. So this is going to be a reprint one. Combustible Gear Hulk. When it enters, it's got first strike. It's 6/6. When it enters, target opponents may have you draw 3 cards. If they don't, you mill 3, and they take some damage equal to the mana value of those cards.
The May is weird because I don't see this as a. I mean, I know I hopped on about the Warring Triad. Haha, you can give anyone a mana, but I don't see why anybody would give you the mill 3 in this deck. No. Oh, if the player doesn't you mill 3, that is why they would want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still
Stop drawing cards.
don't. Well, I guess it depends how many more beefy creatures we've got. Okay, fair enough. This is a fair amount of beefy creatures. Maybe they don't want you milling them, but getting them back for cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know. You say a fair amount of beefy creatures, but like, Terra really wants power 3 or less, which is like there's plenty of expensive but weak powered creatures in this deck. I guess that's also why like Leo is interesting because he's effectively a 4/4, but he's on paper he's a 2/2, so he counts for Terra. That's a thing I have been
Yeah.
not paying attention to, but I should. Yeah, these Combustible Gear Hulk is one of those things where like I would always feel all about putting it in a deck because I'd be like, well, an opponent can always just choose the one that's least bad for them.
Yeah.
But actually, the least bad is normally still generally alright. Like, if you don't mind Witch at any given time, you can't rely on him for a clutch draw, and you can't rely on him for clutch damage or a graveyard load. Because if you need either of those, they'll pick the other one. But if
Yeah.
you don't mind which one you get, he's great.
He's interesting but slow. But first strike, even if you only want him as a blocker, first strike is always nice. But he's
Yeah.
6 mana. He's 6 mana.
He is 6 mana. Like I said, I'm a very ambivalent person towards pretty much all of the gear hulks. Sun Titan is another reprint, another 6/6 for 6 from a different cycle. Vigilance, when he enters or attacks, you get a permanent card with mana value 3 or less to the battlefield. So this is the normal way white gets the recursion. It's mana value 3 or less. It's fine. It doesn't, like, having just talked about stuff like General Leo Christoph, who's small but expensive, he doesn't really mesh with that so well, but this deck has a lot of mana value 3 or less in it anyway.
Yeah. Not knowing Final Fantasy VI and this being Final Fantasy VI art, I have no idea who this is on the art. Literally no idea.
Transrights does.
Transrights is our resident answerer of Final Fantasy questions we don't know the answer to, I think.
I see the flavor text gave it away.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Hey, Dragua, hey. Yes, hey, hello. I know things that can't be discussed in chat. Yeah, yes, there are things. I know. There are things.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting.
Spicy things.
You'll know about things later, Dizzy.
I see, okay. Well, that's ominous. As is the Sepulchral Primordial.
I love it.
I did a little segue there.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 5/4 with Intimidate, which is a thing they don't do very much anymore. So I assume this must be a reprint. He has when this creature enters, for each opponent, you may put up to one target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield on your control. Okay, so it's graveyardy reanimates.
Our graveyard.
Our graveyard, indeed. Yeah, Celeste will love him. He's pretty solid. Like, stealing 3 things for 7 mana is fairly solid. The Intimidate is nice on top of that. He's got a decent stat line.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go double check that he is in fact. I'll confirm that he is in fact a reprint.
I think we're all doing good. We are so in depth into these cards that, like, we're 2.5 hours in stream. We haven't got through one deck, and it's the deck none of us know anything about the game. We don't know anything about the game.
Oh god.
Yes,
The other bits will probably go down quicker because, like, a lot of these 3 categories will be like staples and reprints that don't need to be talked about much. Kefka dancing around. Now they previewed a different Kefka card, didn't they?
Yes. So what was previewed in the showcase was Kefka, because that was part of them asking original artists from Final Fantasy to do art for cards of anything they wanted. Like, as in, it didn't have to be even for a game that they were the artist on. And one of the artists did new art, a full art of Kefka. It is amazing. All of the new art is amazing. I am particularly fond of the Sephiroth one. That was done by I think it was done by Nomura, maybe. And I'm in love with it. It's amazing.
Kirby says that Terra's deck is kind of nuts. That's all you say. I'm feeling like this would be fun to play with.
Yeah, I am liking the sound of this deck.
I would enjoy this.
Yeah.
And there's cards in here that I would play in other decks as well, which is nice. As somebody who doesn't know very much Final Fantasy, like, I would pick 10 first because that is the Final Fantasy I know the most. But, like, if I was just going off of cards, not knowing anything about the decks mechanically so far, this would be a strong choice if I was just looking for a deck.
Yeah.
Kefka is indestructible 6/6 on your turn. At the beginning of your end step, you exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyards, and you can cast them without paying their mana costs.
Ooh.
And then you inflict life loss. Oh wow, that's great! I've got another deck that's going straight in as well.
He's crazy.
I love him. He's a spenny boy. He's 7 mana.
We've got him as a boss in 14, and the music is dancing mad, and everybody goes nuts over him who's played the game he's in, which I guess is 6. So
feel free to share anything you want, trans rights about all these. This is where this is discussion stream. Everyone should join in if they want. Like,
Absolutely do, yeah.
Especially when this is the game that we don't know. Tell us. We're interested to know. He would go absolutely. I have an Abzan War Doctor deck. He would go straight into that. Apart from the fact that fucking everything that is good in that deck is really expensive. There's so many good red, black, exile, theft cards, and they're all like 6+ mana, and I can't afford to have that from a mana perspective on everything. My curve's just terrible, but he's a strong contender for that.
This golem, you're discarding this. This is a discard and play for cheap card. You're not playing this for 7 mana.
No, you're not. But for 2 mana, it's grand.
Yeah.
This might well be another reprint. Where are we? Meteor. P. Yes, he's another reprint. Oh yeah, Colorless gets like destroy just permanents, and it always gets it for like 7-ish mana. But this one that you can bring back cheap, great, love it. I'm surprised actually. I kind of don't see this in more like recursion decks. Because like being 3 power or less, you know, I'm sure there must be other things that care about power for recursion. I'm sure Terra can't be the only one. Angel of the Ruins is a 5/7 flying angel for 7 mana. When it enters, exile up to 2 target artifacts and/or enchantments. It's simple. It's removal. It hits people in the air.
I guess also it's plane cycling, so you can cycle it and then bring it back later with something that doesn't require mana.
Yeah.
Presumably, we've not looked through spells, but I'm assuming there's more than just reanimate.
Yeah.
The game, all of these games, other than like 16, have been out for years. Like, I don't care about spoilers. Like, I will probably play some of the bigger Final Fantasy games at some point. Like, but yeah, like, I'm also like incredibly forgetfully ADHD. So if you tell me spoilers about 6 and I don't play 6 for 5 years, I'll have forgotten the spoilers. So work away if you want to share.
Like
just Cyan. He's 7 cost, but he gets cheaper for each creature card in your graveyard. So again, he wants a loaded graveyard. He's a valid Terra target because he's only 3. He's a double striker. So this, I think Terra could possibly benefit from having more like lower power but double strike cards in this deck. Like, because that they work really well with her. Just in general, like anything that has a poor power to cost ratio means the effect's going to be really good. Terra's going to want to load up on more cards like that, and maybe less things like Angel of the Ruins. Like, she can't get it back on her own. Yeah, it's some removal and it's a nice body, but it's 7 cost for either of those things.
I think that one, if you want to play Angel of the Ruins, I think you cycle it and you bring it back with something else. I think I'd rather play 7 life than 7 mana.
Well, yeah, but you need to have a consistent way of getting back something that is a 7 cost 5/7.
Yeah.
And Terra isn't.
It's not
like,
that.
yes, there are reanimate cards in this, but your primary reanimation method doesn't hit it.
Yeah.
Whereas Cyan, I think, is a much better example because he does get hit, and he gets a +1 counter when creatures leave your graveyard, which is a thing that lots of stuff likes anyway. You're doing it a lot in this deck, no matter who is your commander. I think he's a great fit.
I like him.
That's it for creatures.
Yes. So hopefully these next 2 will go quicker because there's fewer of them, and a lot of them are going to be stuff we've seen before.
Yeah.
Like reanimate. You're loading up your graveyard with creatures.
It's
Reanimate
again. It's Kefka and the Warring Triad. It's all of our best friends.
Yep. Knight's Whisper. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Sure. I don't run cards like this in commander decks that I make particularly, like one-off smallish draws, but they're good fodder for a precon.
Love Stitch Together.
Stitch
Together is great.
Creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, or to the battlefield if you meet thresholds. Okay. I don't see how this fits mechanically with the name Stitch Together, but like, yeah, it gets back a card for 2 mana.
the normal art makes it more obvious that you're stitching together like a golem situation.
Right.
like different bits of different zombies.
Yeah. It works well in this. Again, like, because it's mana value independent, it would work well with stuff like Cyan. Celeste is going to want you to really load up on cards like this and reanimate, because she can't get stuff back herself. So yeah, I guess if you're going with Celeste, you'd want more stuff like this, and then you could go in for stuff like the Angel of the Ruins. That it doesn't matter that they're very expensive because you can get them back for cheap because that's your whole game plan.
Yeah.
Legions to Ashes. It's white black, 3 cost. Exile a non-land opponent and opponent controls, and all tokens, specifically tokens.
Oh.
With this name.
Token specific is weird.
Yeah. Especially because it doesn't specify like a non-token one to start with. And then it's all tokens. It's a very specific use case, but 3 mana to exile something. 3 mana to exile a non-land permanent in general is not a bad.
It's not
return.
bad.
Yeah.
Like if I was playing, like I'd run this over Generous Gift if I was playing in these colors.
Yeah. We have this boss in Final Fantasy.
Snort.
It's not called Snort, but it does cast Snort.
Each player can wheel up to 5, and then if an opponent does, they get 5 damage, and you can flashback it. Yeah, fine.
Weird.
Again, another optional wheel, but this time there's a discourage for the wheel at least.
Yeah.
Arrogance is a reprint. It's a very nice card. I love it. It's a great asymmetric board wipe.
I think that's also Kafka.
You get to pick stuff. This is Kafka, isn't it?
I think
looks
so,
less
yeah.
clowny.
As he transforms into
Phase 2 Kafka.
He goes from clown into Lucifer.
basically.
Yeah, I like Tragic Arrogance. In this, like a very sacrificey deck, yeah, it works well. Rejoin the fight. Mill 3 cards. 6 mana, mill 3 cards, then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard, return them to the battlefield under your control. Yeah,
I do enjoy
sure.
cards. I enjoy cards that start with mill 3 cards, and I enjoy cards that end with opponents have to choose what you get back.
Yeah, I hate this to be played against me.
This wants you to not have a very loaded graveyard, so your opponents don't have much choice.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have a very targeted amount of stuff in your graveyard, although obviously the mill 3 cards is there as a little bit of a sort of spoiler wrecker.
Well, Kafka. I want a Ruinous Ultimatum Kafka.
But yeah, so this is much more of a seller's card, because then even if they pick just random garbage from your graveyard, you still get 3+1 counters. Oh no, you don't. You still only get 1, but you still get a +1 counter on everything. So like, seller still likes it.
Yeah, so they rejoin the fight, like Transright said, it's Trans Terra. So back to the art, there is a Terra card, different Terra than the commander here, that transforms into Esper, who is on that card. And that was one of the new arts done as well. That was like
Cool.
by one of the original artists. That was quite wild. Very good, very nice.
Ruinous Ultimatum, I never really rate it because of all the coloured pips, but it's really good if you can get it off. I just wouldn't choose it for a deck list because I'd be like, well, it's very specific what you have to get to cast it.
From what I know of
It's
Kafka,
disgusting.
from what I know of Kafka, which is purely 14, it seems very Kafka though. So. Rise of the yes! I knew this had to be in here.
Yeah. I love the art on this. This is great. I think especially the dramatic setting, but also the fuzzy smiling Moogle in the center of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great piece of artwork.
This is great.
Yeah.
Rise.Realms, best card ever. Best card ever.
Bedevil.
We love
Destroy a thing for 3 mana. It's fine.
It is fun. Mortify.
Mortify. Slightly less good than Bedevil, but it does hit an enchantment, so Yeah, it's
I love
fine.
cards that do what they say they do, like murder, you mortify, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But both of these, I would probably not run in favor of like generous gift Beast Within style cards if it was me.
Izzy thinks Kefka is the best Final Fantasy villain and will be not taking any questions about this. That is a fair opinion.
Who is Izzy, for those who don't know?
The veneer system, specifically Izzy, though.
Gotcha,
In chat.
Gotcha. Understood. Crackling Doom. Oh, actually, I should check. Are these both instants? Oh yeah, we're in the instant pile. Of
We're
course
in the
they're
instant pile.
You can sacrifice a creature with the greatest power among creatures that player controls. I love sacrifices.
I sacrificing can be fun, but like, and it's quite restricted sacrifice. Your opponents don't get much choice, but you also don't get much choice.
Yeah.
Like, what if the problem is that if the problem is the engine piece, then Crackling Doom does nothing. Again, not a card I would choose, but fine. And this deck doesn't have enough like sacrifice. It's nice that it hits each opponent,
Mm-hmm.
but this deck doesn't have quite enough Blood Artists type triggers that I'd be consistently getting extra value out of it. What the hell was that noise?
That was Hex saying hello to the cat.
Venomous is
Okay.
here.
I love how I heard the very squeaky high and I was like, I know exactly what's going on here. Finn has arrived.
I love Phoenix Down because I play a lot of Palace of the Dead and stuff in Final Fantasy XIV, and we have Phoenix Down is how you get yourself up in that, because often Resurrection is not the way to go. So I like this card purely based on that.
I think you've used this item a lot in Final Fantasy X, right, Shaka?
Yes. The actual item Phoenix Down, yeah.
And I like that it's in a chest, because that's where you get it in Palace of the Dead.
Yeah, it brings back a guy, or you can get rid of a thing, which is an odd little weird specific thing to be tacked on, but I guess situationally it could be
it's not
useful.
though. It's not an odd thing to be tacked on because so like things, there are certain things, at least in Final Fantasy X, that like if depending on the type of creature they are, you could do a healing thing at them and it actually does damage. Because they are like a zombie or things like that. They don't take healing spells, that damages them. So that kind of makes sense if it's targeting specifically skeleton zombies and spirits. Like, yeah, it auto kills undead. So because it's reviving you and it auto kills undead creatures. So exiling skeleton spirits or zombies makes total sense for this. From a game perspective.
I like that.
So then we have Sol Ring. So each of the decks has a different Sol Ring. This is the Final Fantasy VI Sol Ring. The Moxfield versions only, for some reason, have the Final Fantasy VI Sol Ring. So we're going to be seeing this one a few times in tabletop, but we can show chat people the other Sol Rings in.
Yeah, as they come up. Well, I've got a window capture of the actual like the deck list from Wizards, so I'll bring that up specifically when we need it on my end. Anyway.
I believe the same is going to be true for Arcane Signets, but yeah, it's a nice looking Sol Ring.
It is a pretty
You've
Sol
got to
Ring.
run it. But why would you run this one rather than the Secret Lair Cats one? I don't know.
Because we can't all afford the Secret Lair Cats on Hex.
Yeah.
Oh. Wayfarer's Bauble, it's a lovely ramp piece. It would work really nicely in the deck of whoever it was who's bringing back artifacts that we saw before.
It's the feral kid from earlier. It's the same guy, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, obviously, these are not the ramp colors necessarily, so we take what mana rocks we can get and we're grateful for them.
Yep.
Coin of Fate. Surveil one when it enters. Pay 4, tap, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard and sacrifice it. So that's an awkward cost to meet. An opponent chooses one of the exiled cards to the bottom, and you get the other one to the battlefield, and you become the monarch. Okay.
I like what it does, but I'm not sure I want to pay that much mana for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you don't get to choose. Like, you have to basically, if you've got 2 good things in your graveyard, you pick, your opponent gets to get one of them out of your graveyard, and you get one back. Compared to other reanimate abilities, I don't think it's wonderful. And you get to be the monarch. It's a card that does a lot of things individually.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
I wouldn't pick it for any of its one purposes. I like Key to the City.
Key to the City is solid. You can't say
It's
no
like
to it.
it's a repeatable rummage for 2 mana,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes the creature unblockable. I really like Key to the City.
This must have been a solid point in the game though, because it's not particularly Final Fantasy, is it? It must have been like a very memorable point in the game.
Yeah.
Boots.
Oh, I love these Swiftfoot boots.
Yeah,
Oh,
these are
little
cool.
slippers. Also, it's just nice to see Swiftfoot boots reprinted, because a lot of the Commander decks have only had Lightning Greaves that I've
Yeah.
worked with. So nice to see Swiftfoot. And I know we also have Lightning Greaves in a different one, so...
Mm-hmm.
Swiftfoot Boots is a staple in Commander. It's a good card. Arcane Signet. Again, we've got the 6 one, which is nice. It's a crystal ball. I
another
don't know what
one.
else it does. But Arcane Signet is like the premium 2 mana rock.
Yep.
Mindstone.
Mindstone is another staple of the precons. It's not
Mhm.
my favorite 2 mana rock, but it's lovely and fine. It's a nice crown.
This is the first
you
one,
are.
Herbie.
What's going
This
on?
is the first one, and the
This
one
is
that
the first one.
the one that we don't know anything about the game. So I think
We're in trouble.
I think this might need to be more than one stream, which is kind of crazy.
I'm off tomorrow as well. I'm
You're
also
off-
going to dash with you.
You're
Carry
off
on without
tomorrow,
me,
but
if
I
you
have an
will.
exam tomorrow, so I cannot be here.
Oh dear. Good luck on the exam though. I will be right
Thank
back. Carry on without me.
Okay. Talisman is again like things they often put in the precons. It's not my choice of 2 mana rock, but I love that they get art for them all the time.
Hmm.
Like it's lovely, it's great. The talismans often have good art. And we've got another talisman.
Oh, this is good art. Look at this.
This is fun art, yeah. Like all the Doctor Who ones have like random baubles and stuff, like the 4th Doctor's scarf and
Mhm.
the 13th Doctor's goggles and stuff. So they always pick well
Yeah,
the stuff that they are putting in.
this is really fun.
Oh, and then we have a flyboy vehicle. The Falcon, Airship Restored. 3 mana for a 4/3 flying vehicle with crew 2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it and return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Okay.
And then you can pay 5 to get it from the graveyard to the battlefield.
Pretty cool.
I think it's nice. It's a repeatable
Yeah.
it's a repeatable, like, characteristic independent recursion. It
Yeah.
gets any creature card back you want, and you can do it. You can do it every turn for 5 mana if you really want, as long as you have someone you can swing at in the air.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They struggle sometimes to make vehicles usable. I think that's a usable vehicle.
Yeah, I like it.
And then the last artifact and the last card of the deck, we have Commander Sphere. It's an egg, which is not a sphere.
No, not a
Have
sphere.
you ever heard of something called a growth egg? It was buried in a tomb to the west a long, long time ago.
Hmm.
Again, another popular mana rock for the precons. Not one that I tend to choose to run, but like you could put Commander Sphere in any commander deck and it won't perform badly.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Also, my egg emote is actually getting some use, which is nice. Maybe I'll have to play Magic on stream and play some more egg cards just
Yes.
to get people to use the egg.
Uh-huh.
Which is the dinosaur lady deck that you get eggs, you sacrifice eggs, you do things.
Oh, I have no
I don't know
idea.
if-
I'll have to pull it up. Donald's played it
Yeah.
a bunch and it's a bit good. A bit too good.
Hex, this is a card you might like, this Falcon.
Look at the
The Falcon.
vehicle.
It's a useful vehicle, which they don't always manage to make, but
A
I think
black
they've
vehicle.
done a solid job with this.
Oh, 4/3. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, and then you can return it tapped if you wish to,
Yeah.
for
Mhm.
very expensive. But at least you bring it back if you can't otherwise.
Yeah.
I like it. I like sacrifice. I like things that trigger my Blood Artist or my Morbid Opportunist or Bastion of Remembrance or
Mhm.
anything that things die, because it will be a creature when it dies. Flying, so it can deal the combat damage.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a solid card. And we're done with Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah.
Aren't we so good at streaming?
I mean, right, to be fair, right, okay, so 5 minutes starting, there was like a 20-minute break that normally should be like 5 to 10 minutes, not like that
Okay,
long. I
yeah,
made it longer. And we had a little chat at the start, so, like, it still doesn't bode well for us getting through all of the decks, but still.
Yeah. I should say, like, I asked you guys to sign up for 3 hours, and it'll be 3 hours in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So are we good to keep going, and do you want to start on
I'm all
Final
yours.
Fantasy VII?
I'm all yours until like 6:30 when I have to get ready to raid in 14. So
6:30. Okay, what suggestion? Do we want to do 14 now? So that we don't use up all of our time on 7 and then we don't have Hex anymore.
I assumed that when Hex left we would be calling it for the day, but we can do 14.
Fair, but I just...
it might also, if you guys want to do another day of this, I'm absolutely down to come along for the decks that I don't know as well, because it's all super cool and I love Final Fantasy.
I guess it might be harder to find a scheduling spot.
Do you have a more limited schedule? I am off Saturday, but
okay,
yeah, it
you're
might
off
be
on
harder
Saturday.
to find a schedule that I can fit into.
Yeah,
usually that's 7 to 10. 14 is king trans rights. Like, I found my bestie in your chat, guys. Like,
you have. I just like I obviously didn't expect one deck to take us this long, and now I feel like we need to have like some contingency plans.
That's fair.
About what to do, like what do we do now? What, like, you know, I just, you know, do we continue on as we were going to and do 7 then 14? But like I don't know when we'll get through stuff.
I'm happy to jump to 14.
Okay.
I am very chilled out either way. Whatever you're more comfortable with.
Hex, do you want to tell us all about Y'shtola?
Y'shtola is cool. I will not go with the generic situation because I'm not sure. But Y'shtola is great. She has this thing where she keeps, on purpose or sort of as a side effect of what we end up doing, putting herself in kind of the Aether Sea, so the space between worlds almost, and then bringing herself back. Hence the kind of gimmick that she's got going on, I think. The Vigilance is fun. The Formal, it's nice that you have draw in your commander. If a player has Formal Life, you are kind of tied into doing damage to yourself or other people if you want the draw. The non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, 2 damage to opponent, and you gain 2 life. Is interesting. I mean, the life gain is nice, but you're in black, blue, white. I guess you'd kind of expect it.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a very black ability. Like she wants you to be paying life potentially to guarantee that draw trigger, and she'll at the very least she'll reward you if you are paying life anyway. Yes. And then she'll damage people and gain you. She'll do life drain effectively to people.
Yes.
So I'm playing big spells, which
she did end up, and this art is her with the Children of the Blessed, who are very like the night, the stars in the sky, looking after the memories of our dead kind of situation. So it does kind of agree with it.
One of the things with these, like a lot of commanders like this, I think in particular, the one I'm thinking of is like Davros from the Doctor Who decks. It's great. Like when it says if somebody loses X life, you'll find the deck is absolutely full of cards that do exactly X damage.
Yeah. Or Gearson. Gearson, where it's like if you ping 1 damage, that's exactly what the deck does.
Well, it's interesting, of course, that Y'shtola she only deals 2 damage, and it's 1 player has to lose 4 or more. So on her own, she can't trigger herself unless you're casting 2 spells.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
And with mana value 3 or greater.
She does it on each turn. It's
yes,
on the beginning of each end step, so you can get this 4 times in a play cycle, in a turn cycle. That's a lot.
it's pretty good. And the white blue back works because she started when she started at the beginning of the game. She was a white mage.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's a black mage.
Right.
And she's also an Archon, so she's a big research magic-y. So the white, blue, black, all of it fits. From like a Final Fantasy nut perspective, bang on.
Alright, let's have a look at Graha.
Grahatia is who I will be building a deck for.
I love the cat boy question mark.
I will
Girl.
also be building for Alphino and Alice. So Graha is our resident cat boy that we love incredibly. I don't know if you're intending to play 14 at any point, Shaka. I'm going to try and convince you to, so I don't want to give away too many spoilers.
No, the thing is, you don't really need to convince me. You just need to convince me that it won't, like, take over my life, which it will. So, like, you need to work hard on that. That, like,
I can't lie to you.
Like, I'm being sensible. What's stopping me from playing Final Fantasy 14 is me being sensible about my life choices. So, you need to, like, be... You kind of need to lie to me, I think, to get me to play it. Unless it's, like... What do you mean, since when? I am prioritizing, like, my college degree by doing so many co-working streams often. Because otherwise I wouldn't get anything done. That is me prioritizing things.
And you should be applauded for it.
Stop.
It's a good job. It's
in Chaka's chat,
really
go and
fucking
make
hard
the
to
applause.
prioritize.
So
if you ever want to play Final Fantasy 14, let me know, and I will create a new character and play through it all with you if you would like, or shower you with things to help you get through it or whatever.
I must admit, even I think that's a tempting offer.
It extends to you as well, Dizzy. I would more than happily create a 14 character and play through with you guys. Or bring out my character who I made to do that with other people and then went off the rails with her because she's a pretty dragon girl. But that is beside the point. We love Grahatia. Grahatia is one of those cards that people who have absolutely zero interest in Magic the Gathering will be buying.
Right, okay.
Because he is the community favourite catboy. He is very invested in the Warrior of Light in a way that can be interpreted in a variety of ways. But when we first meet him in the story, he's like a baby academic catboy with a bow. And where we are right now, he's lived for a debatable number of years, more than you would expect. And he has done it all to sort of save the world, and he sort of dragged us to a different plane of existence because there's several worlds. I don't know how generic Final Fantasy it is because I've only played Crystal Chronicles and 14. And I've also had gin and no food, so, like, that's hitting right now. But we love Grahatia. He's great. He would go very, very, very far for the wall, and he can be every class. And, again, throw wide the gates is something that he said in the trailer for the expansion. He's in the wrong city for this expansion. He is in the city of Charlian, and he is a scholar of Charlian, so it makes sense that he is there. But the command tower that you've seen already is the Crystarium, which is where he summoned us to in the Crystal Tower. That was a raid in another game, and I'm rambling at this point. But we love Grahatia.
You're allowed to ramble.
The gates is one of the things that he said in like the big trailer. You know, if the past must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Yada yada. Throw wide the gates, and then he pulls first all of our friends to a different world accidentally, and then finally he gets us, and then the expansion starts. And it kicks off, and we don't know that it's him for the first half of it, except some people did, because catboys in Final Fantasy have a very specific, like, arthritic hand pose. And everybody looked at the hands in the trailer and went, oh my god, it's Grahatia. And then it turned out that it was. But there's a very touching moment in it that it's revealed that he's him, and he was planning to sacrifice himself for us so that we could save the world and stop the rejoining, and then we managed to get him back into the unusual realm, and now he's just so incredibly happy to be adventuring with the hero, and he's just like, he wants involved, and he's got all the cute ear flicks, and we love him. But the throw wide the gates, him summoning us to a different world and accidentally summoning everyone else first, is why when you cast a non-creature spell, you can pay some life, and you can create a hero token. It's interesting that's only once each turn. But I don't think it's specified on your turn. So...
I guess it's only once each turn, because otherwise he'd be like a swarm deck where you'd play sort of a bunch of like ponder, tiny little cantrippy type cards, the sort that you would if it was a storm deck, and then you'd make a bunch of like 2/2 and 3/3 heroes.
Yeah, and
Whereas Here he's wanting the same things as Ishtola, where he's wanting you to play a big spell.
Yeah. To get your little spells, your little creatures. And again, I went on about these tokens to you guys because the tokens really play into a bunch this deck does. Because the hero tokens they have released that are 14 themed are your hero is called the Warrior of Light, so people shorten that down to Wall. But they are different like races that your wall can be and different classes that your wall can be. So Grahatia is actually summoning a bunch of Warriors of Light to the board.
A bunch of player characters.
Makes me go absolutely feral.
So you wanted us to show off so I've got on my stream now the different
this is a good
hero
time
tokens.
to do
I
this.
do like that there's a bunch of different ones.
Yes, I've got up the hero tokens as well.
Yeah, so this top left one is the one that was at the top left on your stream, Dizzy. They're all the different races. So we've got a human, we have an Elzen, we have a Lalafell, we have, I know I had them somewhere, we have an Aura, we have a Viera, and we have a Rogadin. And they all are, each of them is a specific class that you can be in the game, a specific job, and then has at least one weapon from a different job, because you can be all the jobs if you want.
Yep.
So, I've got an ad on Dizzy's stream now, that's really helpful.
Oh no.
But like the one with a big gun, who is a lion person, is he's great, he's a machinist, hence the big gun, but he also has the Newliths for the Sage class in the back, and I am fairly convinced that the weapon in the front right is a gunblade, because I am a Gunbreaker diehard. That is what I play, that is what I enjoy, so I like this hero token. And he is in the Aetheryte Plaza, which is where you teleport to in one of the big cities. He's in the Crystarium, which is where Grahatia was. Then you've got your Catgirl one. This is just the order I have them in. So she's in the Limsa Laminsa, so one of the big 3 starting cities. She is a ninja class or a thief class. And in the back right of her card, there is a Reaper Scythe for a different job. So that is a really cool one. You have the Black Mage one, which is... I'm pretty sure she's in the Charlian, from the Charlian Aetheryte. And she also has EOS and a book, so she's also I really don't play healers, so I don't know what this class is called actually, which is really embarrassing. I play a lot of Black Mage. But yeah, so that's cool. She's in the Black Mage outfit with EOS. Then you have the Aura one, who's in the Gridania Aetheryte Plaza.
What's an Aura for the...
Can you also describe these, because I think they're different order on mine.
Yeah, no worry. The very tall dragon boy in the very green background. If I'm back on Dizzy's stream is back up, so I can see what we're on. The one in the top left of your stream, Dizzy. He is the Aura, which is like the dragon people race. And if you're ever interested in 14 and you have a chance, look at the concept art for them. It's a lot cooler than they actually turned out. So he's a white mage. He's got the white mage cane, and in front of him, I'm 90% sure they're monk weapons for the monk class. So that is good fun. And then the one to the left of him, to the right of him even, is the thief that I was on about before. So if we go, that one. So if we go down to the other two, there's the machinist Gunbreaker Sage, and the Lalafell. So the little pink lady with the red hair, she's the summoner. So she's got the summon Ifrit, and she's got the Dark Knight sword in the background. I know Dark Knights have been in a lot of the games.
A sword that is much bigger than she is.
Yes. And she is in the Ishgardian Aetheryte Plaza, which is cool. That was a whole expansion. If you go down again, on the bottom left is the Black Mage I was on about, and then you've got the hero, who was a human. Again, why would you play a human in a video game? You can be not a human.
You could be anything. Why would you be a human?
Personally, I don't understand that one. But also, I'm a cat girl, so like.
I was going to say you could be a human with cat ears if you wanted to be something like a human. I guess.
Yeah, I can't complain too much. But that is like the generic outfit that the Wall wears in most.
He does have big generic fantasy hero energy.
I am fairly convinced that he is in Camp Dragonhead, which is not a major city, but is a place at Ishgard that a lot of stuff went down. And he's got the Dragoon weapon on his back. I'm pretty sure that is a Paladin sword in the front, and it's definitely a Samurai sword in the background. So he's got 3 jobs going on, which is pretty sick. But it's just really fun that they are in
economy.
This economy. Oh, and then there's the Rogadin, who is the tall blue man with the barred weapon. He is in Kugane, and he's got the Dance of Chakrams in front of him, so that's his 2 jobs. Then you have the Viera, and we have male VOs in Final Fantasy XIV, which I know a lot of games do not have. But this is a lovely, pretty, bunny lady who is a warrior. She's got the warrior.
Are you saying that games might be predisposed to have bunny girls and not bunny men?
I am
Yes.
suggesting that. And we went so feral over the possibility of bunny men that they gave us bunny men.
Amazing.
I mean,
And
I think bunny people and going feral is a good combination anyway.
I do wish we had the opportunity to use whichever pronouns you liked, regardless of the model of your character, but unfortunately we don't. And that is the hang up. But it is what it is. Anyway,
I
so
really want, they're not in this picture, I really want that if you scroll down, this person would have massive rabbit feet. Is that the case?
They do not have massive rabbit feet.
That is a
unfortunately.
massive shame.
The starter gear they come in does look kind of rabbit footy, but not really. But yeah, she's a warrior, and she's also got 3 jobs going on. She's got the red mage weapon in the background, and also a blue mage weapon in the background, which we're going to run into more of later. But I really, really like the
I'll be
hero
honest,
tokens.
I can't see any weapons in the background.
And so you
mean
see, to
these
the
things?
left of her, she's got, yeah, that's a red mage weapon, so they have a rapier and then like a floating focus. And then like the wolf head cane next to that is a blue
Oh
mage
yes,
weapon.
yes, yes.
I don't think I can make that.
Yeah.
Like
Homeboys.
right on the left bottom corner,
Yeah.
there's a wolf
Yeah.
head cane.
And that is a blue mage
You have
weapon.
good eyes to even spot that. I mean, I guess you've been poring over these in some considerable detail.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Blue mage is not a regular job. Blue mage is a limited job, so it doesn't go up to the same thing. You track down enemies, you steal their abilities, you go and do stuff. I've done a lot of it. It's a great time. So the fact that Grahatia summons these warriors of light is like great. The fact they called the ability throw wide the grates, great. I completely forgot he even has lifelink. Why would you put people with him? You want him to throw wide the gates.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. The lands, I don't know where these swamps are from. I don't know why.
They're from
Well, they're
Final
from
Fantasy
5. So the swamps are from 5.
This looks
They're
like
from
it's from the
15.
Boys on a Road Trip is how I know that game.
And this is from 10. This is gorgeous. I love this. The islands.
It looks so good.
The islands are from 10. It is gorgeous. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with these islands.
Arcane Sanctum, I don't think that all of these are reprints, aren't they? None of them are new.
I haven't checked. I guess I could check, like, if there are any non-reprint lands. That's a relatively easy.
I'm struggling to make these there. They're stacked.
I'm-
Thank you, whoever helped me there.
But yeah, the art for the islands is, as far as I'm aware, from where like Titus washes up on shore after he's taken from Zanarkand and arrives in Spira, and it's just it's so pretty. It's so pretty. I love it.
It is beautiful. I also trod chance rights being incredibly inappropriate in your chat right now, but I do have to agree. So,
So that's not it. I mean, that's in Dizzy's chat. First of all, I like,
Dizzy's.
but like, both our chats, that's kind of normal behavior.
it's normal behavior in 14.
There are no non-reprint lands.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just normal behavior
I love
here.
it.
So
This is, I believe, I can't actually see who it is in the bottom, but this is a dungeon that we go through.
mhm.
It's the Ironworks, where, again, yada yada, Shadowbringers trying to recreate Alexander, who is a gear hulk, and I'm so fucking hype. Yeah, it's a dungeon,
When
it's
you
a cool
say he
dungeon.
is a gear hulk, do you mean he's a gear hulk in the
In the
magic
precon,
sense?
we'll
Oh,
run into him. Well, I mean, I guess you would call him a gear hulk in the non-magic sense too. He is kind of a hulk of gears. But that is a dungeon, which is really cool. I don't know where this is. This is a 6 land.
Yeah.
This is another 14 land, to my understanding. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And this is from Stormblood. It's one of the big Halamegan. It's one of the big Garlean points that they're at. As you very purple, very evil. It's all good. Command tower. This is the tower, the crystal tower that Grahatia lives in, that he built the Crystarium around. That in Shadowbringers we got summoned to. So this is like the big major city in that. The fact that I will be buying this command tower separately if I can't rob it off my best friend who ordered this deck.
Fair.
This
I'm
is,
actually kind of surprised you didn't order this deck.
I didn't, because I was like, I mean, I like Y'shtola, but not enough to play her. But now I'm seeing the cards and I'm like, I should have ordered this deck. So, you live and you learn. I was like, but I could buy Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, and then I didn't buy Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, because the one I want 70 quid and I don't want to spend that.
No,
but,
I
you
wouldn't
know.
spend that on a single card either. But I'd consider spending it on a deck.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could
yeah,
probably like phone up your local game store and ask them to like set aside one for you whenever they order
I
them.
might do that. Yeah. Contaminated Aquifer. This is I really like this because I'm a Gunblade, and the 14 law for Gunblade is they started off as Gunhilder's blades. Queen Gunhilder being why they're called Gunblades. Royal Guard of the Queen. Yada yada. Well,
that is
called guns in real
Land
life,
Raider
right?
levels of lore.
That is why guns are called guns in real life, right? Because of Gunhilder, the big cannon. So it makes sense. Anyway, lots of big buff cat people, like not Mikote cat people, big buff Hrothgars with gunblades. Really sick. We had kind of Eureka style, it's like a separate part where you go and do these it's a warfront, you go do these engagements and stuff, and there's a big fun raid at the end of it. Great time. That is the Boston warfront, that land. This one, I don't remember the dungeon, it's a summoner one, there's Tomberries in it. We all know Tomberries, we all love Tonberries.
I know that lots of people reacted very strongly when they released the Tonberry cards.
Tomberries are great. They stab you, they die. That's what they do. Demolition Field, I like Demolition Field. I like that it has Hien and Artish Guardian Commander in the bottom right of it. This was a dungeon that we went through. It was like a big scene in things where we had to go through, and this was at the end of pre-Shadowbringers, so all our friends were collapsing and we passed out on this battlefield because Grahatia was trying to summon us to a different world, so it was big. It was a good time. This one isn't 14. I don't know where this one's from. This one...
Throw it away.
This one is 14, and I should know where it is.
It's got a quote from Grahatia on it.
Labyrinth of the Ancients. Don't remember much about Labyrinth of the Ancients. Should have done my research.
It's from 10. This 10. It's very pretty. It's gorgeous. It's whenever Titus arrives in spirit. It's great.
Oh, you grabbed the whole stack. Careful.
I did grab the whole stack. You expected no less from me, to be honest.
I mean, I did it almost every time.
That's
so.
10. This one isn't 14.
So pretty in 10. I'll get it again.
This one is a banger. This one, every game has Shiva, right? Shiva is not new. Shiva will never be new. Shiva will be a constant.
Mm-hmm.
This glacial fortress is the arena in which we fight Shiva in 14, and Shiva is also a human person in 14. And then shenanigans happen. And this fight is the point in which the game gets good. This is the point in which the story is picking up. You're not doing these random fetch quests anymore. You're really getting into Heavenswood, and then this fight happens, and it's a 2-phase fight, which is kind of weird for a normal fight.
Mm-hmm.
And halfway through the fight, she freezes you all.
Oh.
And then she steps on one of you, and there's this clack as the ice breaks, and then the best music in the video game starts, Oblivion. If you ever gotten it to listen to Final Fantasy XIV Oblivion, it's an absolute banger, and then the fight kicks off, and then the game just goes up and up and up and up and up from there.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like this card. Am I ever going to play blue-white? Probably not unless I get this deck. But, banger of a card. Even though it's just a land. This is a 10-1.
Oh, I
think that
might
might even be a Blitzball.
Walker's Ball.
There's a lot of 10 lands that specifically are like this, the opening sort of beachy area. And it's a really lovely looking area.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these. I've heard, I'll just pull these out because they're not just basic lands. I've heard 14 has the worst land base of the decks. But I don't really...
I'm not looking at this like with the other one. It's sort of quite like basic landy focused a little bit. I'm not looking at this and thinking, oh, this is a terrible land base.
Yeah, I did it. Well, this card right here to me is what makes it the best land base, because this is Eureka. This is Eureka Hydatos, which is like a little separate
just the art, just the place.
Yes.
I was thinking like, oh, I like Prairie Stream, but
Eureka,
no, it's
Eureka.
the art makes it the best land. It means this deck has the best land ever.
Second best. Does get the most filler land than any others, you think. Cool, squishy, thank you. Prairie Stream, whatever. Eureka. Balls to the wall. Eureka is great. Eureka, I've spent lots and lots of hours in Eureka. It's a whole separate thing meant to be like earlier RPGs and things where there's no like hand holding, tell you what to do. So you go in, you level up your resistance to things, It's a great time. People either hate it or go absolutely bananas for it. There isn't really an in-between. I went absolutely bananas for it and still do. All my characters, all my alt characters have been through Eureka, which is absolutely stupid because it takes so many hours. Again, it's a white or black land. It is what it is. It's a reveal a card. But this is a point in Shadowbringers, in which we go through the first dungeon, and the whole point of Shadowbringers was we were getting rid of the light. There was too much light, so we were the bringer of darkness, the warrior of darkness. And we killed the warden of light and split the sky open, and night came back. And this is that scene.
Looks pretty cool.
And that's pretty cool. And again, the flavor text on all of these is just beautiful. Hallminster Switch. Hallminster Switch is the dungeon. This is if Priory Stream was the second best, this is the best.
Okay.
This is the best because you know how I fished for 12 hours a day for like 10 days?
Yeah.
This is where I fished for 12 hours a day.
Okay.
So this is the diadem in the Sea of Clouds, and this is just a crafting and gathering area. That's all you do. This is a dungeon.
This is cute. I like this. It's so pretty.
It is absolutely gorgeous. It's a gorgeous dungeon. The boss is a giant frog with a squashy hammer. It's great. This is also a dungeon that I don't remember the name of. It's something Scholar, and the minion you get from it is a really cute little salt and pepper seal. This is one that people will enjoy, because this is a lot of the gimmick is we spend the whole time combating the Asians, and this is what their city used to look like when all the worlds were won before they came unjoined.
It's 1920s America. I love Art Deco architecture. I think this is great.
When you stop playing 14 and we get to this point, we'll just have to walk around the city and enjoy it. You know.
I like that it's when.
Yeah, I did. You caught that as well, did you? You caught that.
But it's great.
So when you do this, it's like Hex. I don't know if we when. Yes,
When.
Yeah, when.
Yeah, it's a cool one. I mean, I dislike lands like that because they make me think more than I want to. I don't look at my land base that hard, but it was a lovely place. It was a very, very sad place because it was all gone and dead, and he'd created this giant
scavenger grounds. Is a weird land to have in this. This is not a deserty land base.
No,
it is not.
In fact, this might be the only desert in this land base.
Yep.
Like, it still works with just having it, but like, how odd.
Yeah. So the burn is a place where a lot of things happen. There's a dungeon in it. There's a big worm and like a frosty, misty dragon in it. It's kind of cool. It's not super memorable, but yeah. This is
and then
not
Temple
a
of the False God. I always want to like Temple of the False God as a land. Oh, there's one under it, by the way. I always want to like Temple of the False God as a land, but it's such a liability when it's in your opening hand, and that's like the most important stage of the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like it.
Before we move on to the creatures, which will probably take the longest out of anything, might I request a little break?
That sounds like a good idea. I was thinking we should have done a break before we started on the Final Fantasy XIV deck.
Yeah, I just didn't get in quick enough with saying anything. So
no,
say sorry. You were excited. I was just like, I was about to say something. And I was like, oh no, she's off. It's fine. No, sorry. I just before we get into the creatures, because that's what took us the longest. Like the thing is, we will probably get through like artifacts and things like that, like really quickly, because like a lot of them will be the same. Like, but we might even be quicker because we won't even be going over the cards. It'll be Soul Ring. We've seen that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I shall return soon.
Nice.
Go make some tea. It'll all be good.
So I'll see everyone, because my drink has also run dry.
Right.
Like you everyone's dried.
Little break.
Indeed. Catch us in a bit.
See you soon. Alright, chat. I shall see you soon. Yes, it is me.
Hi, Shaka.
Welcome back, Shaka.
Yeah.
I was just talking about the music, because I've got the boss music from Final Fantasy X on in my ears at the moment. And it's very good and dramatic, but I was like, it was instantly recognizable.
Amazing.
You have a nice break?
I did. I made some tea. I got a phone call from my mother that was asking me to check what paint we had outside.
Uh-huh.
I like it.
Are you ready to jump on in with this adorable tiny human and
I think so. So,
lug-shaped cat?
do we want to just finish Final Fantasy XIV and be done?
I think that probably makes the most sense. Then we'll have done half the decks.
Yeah.
We'll have done the deck that is Hex's most favoritist
Yeah.
thing, in case we can't find a scheduling appointment for it.
Yeah.
I would love to try and schedule back, but yes, I am the problematic one.
I would be happy to go for Saturday. But I know that's not Saturday's a Saturday, and not everybody wants to do Saturdays. So,
I think I can do Saturday. I know I'm busy this weekend, but I'm 90% sure it's Sunday that I'm busy this weekend.
okay. Well,
So
we
I would
can
like-
have discussion in chat later anyway.
Yes.
Because yeah, I would be happy to do tomorrow, but yeah, I'm like, I have an exam from 12 to 2, so like I wouldn't be home. So I wouldn't be ready to stream until 3 at the earliest.
I mean, you need unwind time after an exam, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
Yeah.
That's
But yeah,
very
no,
important.
But yeah, no, I wouldn't be ready for a stream until at least 3. So, that's a bit late considering how long we've taken to do all of this.
Uh-huh.
So let's jump back on in. Who is this?
I should say, so this is, I'm assuming that even though this creature is labeled as a dwarf, this is actually a Lalafell, right? Hex?
Yes, but
So I am known for not particularly loving the Lalafells as a general thing. I think they often come off to me as being sort of creepy childlike. When I can understand like cute childlike. I could love cute childlike, but I've never been that fond of the slightly creepy childlike. However, this card art looks adorable and lovely.
The tower is adorable. I think
Yeah.
they get around some of that in 14 because there tends to be actual people behind them, which means they tend to act like actual gremlins. So, I have a Lalafell that I play sometimes. She's called Maramello, and she is the saint of the firmament. Because I got tired of seeing sexy cat girls, and I didn't want to feel like anybody was looking at me and thinking in a sexy way. So I played Lalafell for a bit, and I love her to bits, and I play her to craft things. But Taru is like the group of people that we work with, the Scion's secretary, as her ability says, Scion's secretary. And she's really, really sweet. She just wants to help. She just wants to do her best. She has become a business owner of a boutique at this point in time. She wanted to raise funds, so she went and she learnt to craft. And now she's... Lalafells in 14 are generally very capitalist. They're big on the trade and the making money and things, for better or for worse.
Mhm.
But we all love Tataru. She looks after us. She worries she doesn't do enough for us. She gives us gifts. She saves money. She gets very frustrated when people spend too much money out of our accounts. And she's very, very lovely. And the cat in the back is a Final Fantasy minion called Fat Cat. Self-explanatory. We love him. He's also a mount. The mount text suggests he might actually be a reanimated corpse, which is a bit much. But you can get a housing decorating item that is a coin bank. So that is probably the coin bank rather than the pet.
As a little magic newbie, I have a question about the ability of the card. When it's got target opponent may draw a card, does the opponent choose on the may, or do you choose?
Yes,
Okay.
the opponent will choose on the may, and that's I guess relevant to the second part, which is
Yes, that's why I was
choose
asking.
not to, so you don't get the trigger.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
No.
I like this. I could definitely slot this into my second Doctor deck list. It's a little bit group huggy. I'm not always a big fan of group hug to play because I don't like giving my opponent stuff. Especially giving opponents cards is really powerful.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I did think that transfers, but I wanted to be totally sure.
Yes. She has no offense, so she's only here as like a little engine piece.
Mhm.
I don't know that she fits enormously well in this deck. Like, what does she have that's relevant to Ishtola or Graha?
I mean, treasure is always nice, right? Because Stoller and Gra have things that can trigger on each turn. So if you have
Yeah.
a way to have mana to do it on other turns, that's always nice.
Yeah, I guess.
And anything like I don't know if you guys, like a lot of my pod play things. I mean, Esper Sentinel, Ristic Study, where you do end up drawing on someone else's turn. So
Yeah, no,
it's nice.
you're not wrong.
And it's whenever they draw a card, not whenever they draw one or more cards, which is also nice.
Well, yeah, but it's only once each turn anyway.
Oh,
so
it is
it
once
doesn't
each
matter.
turn.
Yeah.
Eh,
I think if it wasn't only once each turn, this would be
a
like,
lot more
yeah,
worth
okay, I
it.
really love this. Punish draw. It's at that point it is, I guess, effectively sort of a smothering tithe. Like it's a little bit worse of a smothering tithe, but it's also half the cost. But with only once per turn, like I guess it is only 2 mana, but you know, your opponents have to be consistently drawing on not their turn, and
Yeah.
you know, if you're the one doing it, you have to be careful that you're only giving them 1 card per turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like her as Tataru. Everything works as Tataru. I'm not sure I'd put it in anything.
Mhm.
And then we have Hildebrand. I've seen a lot of chatter about this card online.
Yes.
I hate this man. I hate this man.
I think lots of people
I think lots of
No,
people do.
Some of it is funny. A lot of the jokes around a lot of it come down to ha 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 rape. And
Oof.
personally, I don't think that's funny. I don't care
no.
if the stalker is supposed to be laughing at Salalafel. I don't care if, Japan has a different sense of... No, it's not funny.
Fair.
And then the punchline of one of these quests is Hildebrand in a dress. It's not funny. He looks quite nice in the dress. Or the punchline of the Heavensward one is, haha, isn't dementia funny?
Right.
No. No. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not funny. So, I don't care about this as a card, and I've not really read what he does. I think he transforms into a thing. Potentially. I think the zombie creature token we get from him in his first quest that was a bit funny. He sort of leads a legion of the undead for some reason, and that bit is funny. And I appreciate that the token we get, I think, is him, but I don't care much about it as flavor-wise.
That's
Creature tokens. I mean, we do get a lot of creature tokens, hopefully, so that's nice.
I mean, so what is he doing? He's making a zombie. He buffs tokens, and then you can get him back from your graveyards. But only as an adventure. But then obviously he'll exile himself. You can get the creature side.
Yeah,
again
he is the zombie creature token. I've got him up now, so yeah, like, it is very clear from his stance in the card and the stance of this zombie token that it is him. It's clearly the very same pose, and as Trent writes, his signature pose, I guess. So
Yeah,
I'll get that up in my chat. There we go.
what the card does is pretty okay.
The card seems sort of quite irritating because it'll obviously keep coming back forever and ever.
That is pretty much Hildebrand, yes.
So it's on brand, but
It is on brand.
Hex
yes.
is very much like, I hardly even want to read this card. I hate this man.
I hate this man so much. Well, they made you do every single one of the quests for one of the relic weapons, as Chance Wrights is saying, and skipped every single cutscene. Wasn't there for it.
Fair.
But I do love zombies, but I would never run this in a zombie deck because A, it's white, and B, it's Hildebrand.
Fair.
But I do love adventure cards that come back as instants or creatures. That is good fun.
I mean, just a 2/2 for 2 that has an anthem ability, and also it comes back quite a lot. Like, he's good value for mana as a card.
Yeah.
He's maybe a little bit He's a little bit more powerful than I might want.
Yes, he seems pretty good.
It is 4:45 here, Chroma.
Yeah. Same with both me and Hex.
This is a reprint. I love the art. It's a nice card as well, but I love the art.
I love the art. It's a Skateni. We get them in a couple of dungeons. I think this is the one in a specific dungeon, which is a big old library. It's great. It's good fun. Flying Death Touch draw card. You can't go wrong. It's my take.
I mean, you say it can't go wrong, but again, it's not doing very much that either Ishtola or Graha care about.
No, it's not great in the deck. Maybe.
Actually, I guess Hildebrand's instant side does at least trigger Ishtola. And you can continue to play him, I guess. But this is just... It's a one-time draw. You're not going to be blinking it or recurring it, as far as I can tell.
Mhm.
It's just there.
He's a nice blocker. The Death Touch makes people think twice early on, if you
Yeah.
draw him early on.
Urianger.
Urianger.
Oh, sorry, no, you know how-
Urianger is one of our scions. He's an Astrologian. He speaks. Nobody else in the game speaks in these and thous, but he speaks in these and thous most
Mhm.
forthwith. So we enjoy him. He's great fun. What I've not read through any of these cards do separately. I've just
Play stuff
appreciated
from
the art.
exile.
So because he's an Astrologian, these Astrologians in 14 base around like the tarot situation. I mean, if only they'd give us back Royal Road, I'd be a lot happier, but they got rid of that a long time ago. So you draw cards and you play the cards on specific people, and they give different buffs depending on which card it is. So they're now all just damage buffs basically. So some go to melee DPS, some go to range DPS, yada yada yada. So drawing the Arcanum and playing the Arcanum is the what you do as the class he is.
Well, I like the card. I've wanted a sort of paradox cast from exile style trigger that gains you life for a while. I thought that's been like missing from that repertoire. I like that he both is the payoff in terms of gaining life, and he also lets you do it because he can tap to exile or tap to play. He's a bit slow because you have to bring him down one turn, and you tap him to exile the cards the next turn. And it's only when you tap him on the third turn that you can actually play anything that is
Things
exiled
with
with him. So he's a bit slow. He gives you a discount, which is nice, I guess. But yeah. Like, I would want him more for the top ability because of the kinds of decks that I play than the others. But the others are a nice sort of backup thing. And he's only 2 mana.
I like those 2 mana. I like that he's an Astrologian. I like that he's Urianger. I don't like thinking that hard about what I'm doing. Papulimo is a scion who is not with us anymore. He was in a lot of Realm Reborn, so he's fun, but he's not. He's fine. What does he do? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you gain 1 life.
Now, he's the first one who's really actually like
into
synergizing.
it. Yeah.
But even then, he wants you to play lots of non-creature spells, and Irianger again wants you to play lots of spells, whereas these guys kind of want you to play like fewer, bigger spells.
Mhm.
Sacrifice is very game works in. He sacrificed himself to seal away Bahamut again to mixed success.
Mhm.
So game-wise, it works great. Magic-wise, I don't know. I love anything that's pings people and gains your life.
Fair. I mean, yeah, like pinging for casting non-creature spells is solid for 2 mana.
Again, if you draw him early, he does a lot more work than if you draw him late, though.
Yeah.
Actually, I should ask as well because he's a legendary. Urianger is a legendary. Would you run either of them as commanders? I don't think I'd run Urianger. I think again he's too slow as a commander, and his colors are a bit wrong for like impulse draw. Well, I guess you could put him in the You could play him and run like foretell, suspend kind of cards.
I like him as a concept. He seems like somebody who I would put on the side to build one day and never actually build.
Fair.
I agree with Artie as well. The cost for his second ability is quite steep.
That's right.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, Transfights. I'm blind.
Not even the
Artie's
same
name is
colors.
literally not even on my screen as well. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
We've been streaming for a long time. That's what's going on.
I guess it's you don't want him for that one, but the secondary bit. But it comes in sometimes. There might be a point that it buys you more time or it saves you.
Yeah. And then we
Trial.
have another small person?
Yes.
Question mark?
Another small
Who
person.
Dressed
Trial.
as a Pikachu.
Kyle is a Lalafell who goes around in a cat outfit. We don't know why. She just does.
Do you need a reason?
You
I don't
can
think
buy
you
the
need a
cat
reason.
Outfit. She's really sweet. We love her. She's a wizard. She's a pictomancer these days, which is pretty cool. She pops up in Eureka, so I love her. But she's kind of a recurrent helping side character. She stepped front and foremost in the most recent expansion, but she's just generically nice. She's nobody's like absolute favorite, but you will not find anybody that dislikes her, I don't think.
She looks cute.
Uh-huh. She's good.
Well, I think-
she has the first like really good synergy ability with these two.
Yeah.
Although again, I guess she's after creatures, so maybe not as much. But like, she wants you to cast non-creatures to get back creatures.
Yeah.
She would be an interesting deck to build as commander, where you want to be half and half.
Yes. I really like the again into the Shoaler or Graha. It's each turn, and as long as you've got an instant or whatever, you can return creature cards. Oh, to your hand.
Yeah, it's the hand.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's a deck I would ever play, so I've not thought too hard about it. I will be real.
Hypnotic Sprite.
This is, I think, I don't play this class. This is Eos is the baby fairy. Is this Celine? Chance writes is going to be head and hands at me. It's a big Healy fairy you get for yeah.
But I will say, just in general, I like adventure cards. I think they're a great flavor, and I like how they work mechanically, mixing the non-creature spell and the creature spell.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really liking that this deck has some of those. I think that also it's a good fit. That actually is a good fit for the ability, because it's giving you non-creature spells that you can cast without sacrificing the density of creatures. I mean, it's a bit low at 21 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
You might struggle to keep up a huge board state, but
Yeah.
it's a good blend.
Yeah. She's pure blue, which is interesting. She's pure blue.
Because she is a
Okay.
counter spell, basically.
Counter spell.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a big Healy ability, so counter spell makes sense.
Yeah.
3 mana value 3 or less is good than bad, I guess. But I do love the ones that you can play it later from exile.
Yeah.
But
For a 3-mana counter, if it was the whole card, I wouldn't love it. As it's just the adventure half, I still wouldn't play it. But like, she's fine.
yeah. She's fine. This is an XIV one. The only Dullahans I know with horses like this are in Eureka, so I assume that's where it's from. But the background doesn't look very Eureka, so I'm not sure. Again, trans rights will be head in hands at me.
3 mana, instant speed, pop a creature or planeswalker with downside, which is not the best rate of return, but again, it's on a creature that's also doing something else.
Yeah.
A 2/3 lifelink for 3 mana. When it dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library,
Okay.
so you can't easily recur it.
No, I'm not massive on this one.
Fair.
I like that it's a headless horseman. I like that it's
If I was
Swift
short on removal and short on creatures, I could definitely find a spot for it in the deck. But I think I'd need both of those things to align to consider it.
Yeah, I always end up putting things like that in and then removing them when I trim down.
These hats.
This is
Lisa's
pretty.
cool. Lisa gets a really tough rap. She was in Stormblood, and she does a lot of the let's go and save the people. So people got a bit sick of her, but I
Right.
really like her. I think she does it quite well. She's got a pretty outfit. I bought the pretty outfit on the Mog Station. Yeah, it's solid.
Oh, you were gonna say you bought the pretty outfit like just for you to wear
In real life.
No. She's more into that with the prowess. She's more we've been playing against somebody with the I don't remember what it's called, but one of the newer monks, and prowess has been a nightmare. So prowess has me going, ugh, in a good way if it's in your deck. So the
prowess
plus
again
one
is another ability that wants you to be spell slinging lots of small spells.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a lot of discovery when we get to the spell section, I guess.
Well, you say that. It's not as big as you sort of might expect in a way. Like, it's
No.
not small.
There's lots of artifacts.
They're all
but-
lower creatures, but it's mostly artifacts.
It's
I mean,
I
an
guess
interesting one.
Ishtola is definitely... Not Ishtola. Graha... Actually, Graha and Ishtola are both cards that you absolutely probably could play as, like, Mana Rock Tribal.
yeah.
Because the Mana Rocks give you the mana to play more expensive things to hit people, and they give you non-creature spells that are your actual triggers in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, Squishy doesn't think there's enough spells anyway, so.
Squishy plays fucking Gearson. Squishy can look the other way. Squishy doesn't play Gearson because I get salty about Gearson, but you know.
Like, prowess and make your spells cheaper. And double strike if you can hit it, which you probably can. That's good for 3 mana.
Yeah,
It's
like
good on
looking back at messages from earlier whenever we started into this deck, like an hour ago, Squishy saying like, you know, the Final Fantasy feels it's great because of the game, but it's all over the place with its cards. Like, yeah, I can sense that a bit with this. It's like it's very. This is good for the game of Final Fantasy. Maybe not so much the actual deck, bringing it together.
Yeah, I could see her as an interesting commander to play.
Yeah.
I could see a lot of people building her.
Well, prowess is worth a lot more on a commander than it is on just a random card, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's also true, yeah.
Because the reason prowess has been causing us problems is because it's on everything, not because it's on just one thing.
Yeah.
So, carry on, Shaka.
I was just going to say, and like the last thing also cares about casting more spells, and there's not even that many spells. Like, as long as you've cast 2 or more non-creature spells this turn, is double strike. You know, it's you would think there would be more spells.
I'm see, I think if she was 4 mana, I don't think anyone would play her as a commander. But at 3 mana, I'm like, is she a bit much for 3 mana?
Yeah.
There's a lot for 3 mana. But is it useful?
Oh, you know how to pronounce things.
Yeah. Alice, we love Alice. Alphino is not under her. That's very sad. We'll have to put it aside for Alphino later.
Yeah.
So we've been in with this pair of twins from the beginning, Alphino and Alice Olivia, and they're great. They're still kind of kids, so we still get the childish arguments, so they're good fun. I will be playing these 2 as commanders. I don't know how or why, I don't know what they do, but I will be doing so.
You just love them. Okay, that's fair.
I just love them. And she should, by all accounts, be red. She is a limit break thief. She just wants to hit things.
Yeah.
You can run dungeons with the NPCs, and she will use limit break, even though she shouldn't, because she's a mage. So it's very cute that she has partner with her brother. First strike is very Alice. Dual cast is a red mage thing, and it's very fun. The second spell you cast this turn, each turn, costs 2 less to cast.
Oh,
so I feel like that does work with what we've got
on a
going
white
on.
creature.
Yeah.
It's very red mages, because when red mage casts their first spell, they have to have the cooldown for it, and then the second one, they get off instant speed. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Game-wise. But I do have to agree with you, non-game-wise.
Put her up there for now.
And especially with, you know, because if there was just commander decks, I could forgive them sort of having a weirdly off-color cards where, like, you know, okay, they're confined by the deck has to be a set of colors, and there's always going to be some things in the game that don't fit those colors, but you want to put into the deck. But when they've got the set as well, like they could have made her a red creature in the set.
Yeah.
They could, even if they wanted to be really wild, they could even have put her in the set and Alfinord, whoever he is, in this deck if they wanted to be totally crazy with it. That would have been a huge reach. Like they could have.
Yeah, people would have caused problems, I think.
Possibly.
but it works. I feel like it works with the Y'shtola and Graha too, and that it makes the subsequent things you're casting cheaper.
Yes.
Although only the second spell
Yeah.
is. Yeah, it's doing things, but not massive things. Albert, we were saying Albert has got to be in here somewhere before these were released. He's the Warrior of Darkness, so he's us in a different world, and we kind of absorbed his soul, and we're kind
Okay.
but we didn't, because it's our soul before we were split. But we love Albert. Albert, very cool. Albert kind of did a villain arc, then became friend arc, then became ghost haunting us arc. So we really enjoy him. He's very cool.
I like his abilities. Like,
Yeah.
cast a white spell, make them vigilant. Cast a black spell, make a menace. +1 counter either way for each legendary creature you control as well. Like vigilance is always a super. I think vigilance is one of the more underrated abilities. Like
Mhm.
vigilance is something I always would love to put on a creature almost any time.
Yeah.
I would run him as a commander. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
I
definitely
feel like
commander.
being in a deck with blue makes him just instantly worse.
Is that because you'd want to be casting lots of blue spells?
Well, I feel like if you're gonna run him, I don't know. You don't want him ever doing nothing, do you?
And especially in this deck where the balance is heavily weighted towards artifacts, which are probably going to be mostly colorless.
Mm. Yeah, that's fair.
I like him very much.
And also in this deck, actually, where you're not swinging with your creatures that much.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're really not, are you?
This is a reprint, but it's a much beloved card.
Yes. Don't need much said about that.
Yeah.
It's-
It's
Who
a
it is?
staple of spellslinger decks.
It's an astrologian, but it's not actually the astrologian who we have a quote of because she's got pigtails, so. Yeah. Cast or copy, instant or sorcery. I hope we've got some copy in here, that would be good fun. Hermes, I hate this man. People love him, I hate him. He played into things, his whole gimmick was sending his little bird off to see what the universe was because he was very sad about life and wanted to see if everywhere else was different and if there was meaning to it. And she came back and said not really, and then the end of the world began. So yeah.
Oh my god!
Very Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
But the bird tokens is cute,
Yeah.
and the attacking
like
with
the
them.
solid ability. You could run him in a bird tribal deck as well if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be pretty good with Donal. Herald of Wings, maybe. If you copy him, get a couple going. He's not got flying though, so no, he wouldn't.
Interestingly, he makes birds with flying and vigilance. Normally, you just get a bird with flying.
The scry
And
is
again,
nice.
I rate vigilance very highly, so.
Yeah. It's nice. I'm not instantly jumping at any of these and going, yes, these work made. Yeah, Estinian. We like Estinian. We're almost as horny over Estinian as we are over Grahatia.
I feel like it must be a very different kind. Like Grahatia, although I don't know obviously these characters, like how they act. Grahatia is giving sort of quite soft boy vibes,
Yes, very
Yeah.
soft boy.
whereas he is not.
He is not giving soft
No.
boy at all.
Estinian
he
is
is giving
kind of...
sort of Machiavellian evil villain sipping from a goblet of wine.
He's actually not evil at any point. He's very tortured and he's very edgy at the beginning. And then he kind of comes background and he sort of wanders around the world getting lost and shows up whenever we kind of need him somehow. So he's a good time. He's a dragoon. Dragoons are sexy inherently.
So you gave us homework.
Yes.
Yes.
And your homework was to watch the
10 seconds of a
Dreamwood?
video.
Well, okay, yes. Specifically 10 seconds of the Dreamwood trailer. I watched the whole trailer. I'm
Good
fairly sure
trailer.
that the 10 seconds that you wanted us to show are mostly these guys, and they are... They
No.
pull down their faceplate and they just sproing.
Yes, the dragoon.
They just launch like flipping... If you ever seen a video of a flea zoomed in real close and it just yeets itself.
Yeah.
It's a specific bit. It's the clinking of the boots, and then the way the gauntlet like clips on and suctions
Mhm.
down is just very good.
Uh-huh.
Dragoons are very jumpy. They jump around a lot. They do the thing.
They do the thing.
The dragon killers, but now we're kind of friends with dragons, so not so much anymore. So again, it gains flying until the end of turn is because he's
That's
jumping.
sproing.
Yeah.
He's got the boing. At the beginning of your second main phase, you draw cards, lose life, where it's the number of X is the number of your opponents who are dealt combat damage by a Stinian or a dragon this turn. So the dragon thing is weird because I can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure we'll have Hraestvelgr in here, maybe Needhog, but it's great. I love it for a Stinian, but I'm not sure how well it coins in. I mean, the non-creature spell he gets plus counters is obviously great, but
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you think?
He's an odd mix. Like he's got two abilities that are very or relatively unrelated to each other. As a card, you want presumably to be playing him in like a hybrid dragon and dragon tribal, but also with some non-creature spells. And that's weird. And also, this deck is like it has some non-creature spells, sure. Like in this deck, he's not going to be drawing you much. He's going to be drawing you a card a turn. Because I'm assuming there's not much in the way of other dragons. We only got 7 other creatures left to see, unless they're all dragons. I don't know. Are dragons very non-creature heavy? I feel like dragons sometimes like artifacts, I guess. But also, he's not in dragon colors. Dragons that in Magic tends to be red. If not, they tend to be sort of Teemo.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what Hraestvelgr does. Hraestvelgr is a big dragon who I know is in here. Depending on what he does, I might form different opinions on Estinian. But I like him, but I don't get it.
Like the idea of he makes himself evasive to hit people and then draws cards it's a fine enough engine. It's not loads for 4 mana, but it's fine enough. But yeah, I don't see him meshing well with lots of other cards that exist in Magic.
No.
So much.
He has weird colours for it. Emmett Selk, a lot of people really, really love this man. I kind of dig him. I get the tortured anti-hero situation.
Uh-huh.
But I can't subscribe to the we're all dead. So I don't care if you all have to die to bring some semblance of us back. I can't. It doesn't make sense. But I get that he's gone bananas because he's like very, 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 very old.
Okay.
But this is another one of those that people will be buying, even if they've never played Magic the Gathering and never will.
I did get that vibe from whenever they were talking about him on the showcase. I was like, okay, this is big man.
This is
I quite like his ability. Like it's a little bit hybridy. Like you won't be casting stuff from a graveyard, but he gives you casting spells from your graveyard.
I always enjoy when it's just spells, because often it's just creatures or just this. So when you get to choose order what it is, it's really nice. And he's also whenever one or more opponents lose life, do this only once each turn. So it's not just your turn; it is only once per turn, and you are exiling things.
Yeah.
But I like that it's you can do it every turn and cause problems when you wouldn't normally be able to cause problems.
I'd want to run him as I'd consider him as a commander. If he was a commander, I want to run him with a bunch of adventures so I can cast the instant sorcery side off of him.
Yeah.
Exile them as an adventure instead of exiling them with his ability, and then I get the creature back, and I've sort of effectively recurred the creature with some extra steps.
Yeah. That's fair.
And then
Oh,
you can
weird things
obviously
happening.
run him with a bunch of other things that are recursion-y and get.
He's gone to the bottom. You won't be able to get him back.
He can stay there. That's fine.
I can go grab him. Hang on.
Okay,
Okay, here we
here's
go.
Twin.
Alphinu.
Oh, yes.
Very offended that he costs more than Alice. She is the cooler twin. No, we love Alphinu. He's great. He's very politicky. Again, I love their partner. I like the Vigilance. Eucrasia is a heal spell from Sages. Which is fun that he has a spell for his class.
Mm-hmm.
It's very second spell again. It's like you want to be
Yeah.
casting 2 spells, isn't it? Which is fun that it partners with Alice. But he is 2/4.
As a partner pair,
Focus.
I think these are fine to build around.
Yeah.
And I guess these two work better with Ishtola, because she does want to be. She only hits for 2, so you do want to be casting 2 spells a turn with her exactly to trigger her ability.
Yeah.
So these two are better fit for her than some of the creatures we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
Good King Moogle Mog. Good King
Moogle
Mog.
summon.
Rules with an iron paw. This guy's great. He's a trial. He's a good time. The
Mhm.
music is a bop. The weapons are Moogles. It's good. It's token Moogles. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, straight away, just chapter 1. He's a 5-cost. He's a 4/4 flying lifelink, and he makes 2 1/2s with lifelink when he drops.
He's
That's solid enough on its own.
Mm-hmm.
and the copy is nice. There's the copy for whoever it was earlier. That wanted
Copy?
copy.
Laura?
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell this
Oh,
turn,
yes.
create a
You
token.
wanted copy.
Yeah.
It's not the copy I was thinking, but it's copies. Token copies.
Copy of a non-saga token you control.
This is going in my Moogle tribal. What
Fair.
color was my Moogle tribal? Not white, I don't think.
I could very happily put this in my 6th Doctor deck.
he's a Moogle.
Oh boy.
Oh, Race
Dragon.
Dragon. So there is our Shiva with Race Velga. Race Velga, cool dragon. Elf dragon. I like that Shiva's Aid is the thing. Flying Vigilance Ward, that is a solid set
Yeah.
of things going on.
Yeah.
Whenever he enters.
That 5 mana for a Flying Vigilance Ward 5/5 would be a card. That could just be the card.
That could
That
just
is-
be the card.
But we've got Shiva in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow,
So whenever you
plus-
cast-
Also, sorry.
No, carry on. You're better at what they
I was
do
gonna
than
say,
me.
he gives things +1/+0 and unblockable, and he can hit more than one creature with it each turn as long as you're casting multiple non-creatures. He is good.
Yeah.
He is good. Dragons are often like very
Good.
pushed cards in Magic, and he is no exception. He is very good.
He works. I like him. Thancred. I don't like Thancred, and it's purely because I'm a Gunbreaker and he's a Gunbreaker, and I want to be the better Gunbreaker. Thancred is solid. Thancred's a friend. Royal Guard is the Gunbreaker tank stance situation. I like that he has Flash, because you can dash in on things. This is Thancred. Yeah. And the indestructible thing is because Gunbreakers are tanks, you get... I'm a little sad it's called Royal Guard rather than Super Belied, because that's our invulnerability situation. But it's interesting. When Thancred enters, something else gets indestructible for as long as he's there,
Yeah.
because he's protecting Green, Fleshman Filier in the art.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he gets indestructible.
So
So-
he's protecting your commanders, and then he's moderately good at protecting himself too.
I'm not sure how he plays into things. I mean, Flash is good, but 5 mana is a lot of mana to hold.
Yeah.
The Flasher thing.
Yeah, like for comparison, I sometimes run what is it called? Is it Vigilus Praetor? Hang on, I have to go. Check it out on Vexillus Praetor. It's a 40k card. I'll put it up on the screen for my screen to see. That's a 4 mana flash vigilance 3/4 with commanders you control have protection from anything. So that's one of my 2 stock commander protecting cards.
Yeah.
I like Thancred is very much going to be in commander. He's commander legal. He's not standard legal. He cares about legendary creatures. You are going to be using him to protect your commander first and foremost. Like if you're putting him in a deck, you are thinking, I have a commander that I want to protect. So they're competing for the same role. And is indestructible better than protection situationally, but often?
No.
But defensively it's better. Offensively, protection is much better because you can't be blocked. So it really depends. Like for Ishtola, indestructible is probably better than protection.
Yeah, I run a lot of sacrifice, so indestructible. If you're sacrificing it, I don't care if it's indestructible. You're sacrificing it regardless. So
Yeah,
I
you
look
don't
at
care if I'm
indestructible and
got
I'm like,
protection either.
yeah. I mean, unless
Um,
it's protection from something specific, and my sacrifice ability is that specific color.
Yeah, it's he's a whole extra mana, and he doesn't have the vigilance that the Vexus Praetor has.
Yeah.
And although indestructible is situationally better, it's not always better. I'd rather run if I was considering running Thancred, I would instead run Bastion Protector, which is a 3 mana, gives your commander +2/+2 and indestructible for as long as you control him.
Yeah.
Thancred's main benefit is that if you can play anything at instant speed, you can save him, and that therefore saves your commander, I guess. But how often are you going to do that? And also, he's a whole mana extra, or 2 mana extra than Bastion Protector.
Yeah.
And Squishy makes a good point. You could just run a 1 mana Flicker.
Yeah.
Fucking blue. I don't know, I like him because he's Thancred. I'm not sure I'd ever run him.
Yeah.
Van Daniel is a bad guy who
Mhm.
comes back possessing the corpse of another kind of bad guy, but not really, because Life is Rough's brother. He's insane. We kind of like him, we kind of hate him. You love to hate him kind of situation.
Mhm.
Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Surveil 1, that's fun. Beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. If they don't, they lose 2 life for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. How many
So he
instants
loads
and
up your
sorceries
graveyard
do
and
you
then
have?
punishes people if you have a big one.
Yeah.
But specifically if you have a big one full of spells.
Yeah. Of which there's not that many.
But you want to cast
I think
cast
that's-
them.
Solid. Getting loads and loads of surveils will be big in the long run. You can really shore up your draw and make sure you're getting good things. You'll be loading up your graveyard at the same time for him.
Mhm.
I wouldn't run him as a commander, but he's fine. For a spell slingery deck that has black in it.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah.
I like it. He would hate that. He's fine. This is the
Last
best card.
creature.
This is Alexander. It's a Gearhawk. Gearhawks tend to be cool. Alexander is the goblin primal who is a giant time-traveling robot situation that has lots of little robots that transform into one big robot. And it's very, very cool and has some of the best music in the game. And the ultimate version of the fights is very, very, very good. And I'm planning to prog it again on an alternate character. I love this card. I will be grabbing this card just to sit on the side. Again,
He's a... Oh, go.
but 5 mana flash is expensive. For a
Yeah.
flash.
6 mana flash.
6 mana flash. I can't count. This is why I don't play blue.
But he's a 6 mana flash for him and for another instant.
Yeah, I guess.
Which does work. You are casting it as well without paying its mana cost, so
Yeah.
it does work for the second spell a turn, yada yada.
Yeah.
I like him.
Once again, I'm it's a Gearhulk, it's fine. I'm not falling over myself for it. I don't think it's pointless.
He is a last creature.
Yes.
He can stay because he's Alexander, but yeah, he is. So ideally, the sorceries and stuff, all of the rest of this should be the key gimmicks here, given
Should be.
creatures have been okay.
And ideally, these piles would be much bigger, and this pile would be a bit smaller.
Yeah, you would
Bit
think
small.
so.
There are several things in here that do specifically care about instants and/or sorceries. So
So
why
give us
they've
more.
loaded us up on bloody artifacts?
Mhm.
16 is loads of artifacts.
So many artifacts.
Okay, but I'm super hype about those artifacts. So
Okay, well, I guess
Yeah.
we'll come to them.
I mean,
We'll
that's
see
fine,
what-
but you being super hyped by the artifacts means that you're hyped about it for Final Fantasy 14, which just
Yeah.
makes Squishy's point so much better. That this is
Yeah.
an amazing deck for the game
not
to
for-
represent
not for
the
the
game,
gimmick.
but
Yeah.
not for the game of Magic that it's designed for.
Reth has pointed out again, Squishy's pointed out again, that the Gearhulk would be quite nice with a flicker or two.
Mhm.
The ETV with the flicker, 1 mana flicker, you get 2 things, would be pretty
Yeah.
sick. But
I mean, there's lots of 6-cost creatures with good ETBs.
yeah. Yeah, it's Alex. We're both very biased towards Alex. Exsanguinate is, I believe this is a Dark Knight casting Unmend, which is an ability. I don't think this is a new card though. I think this is a reprint.
I think I've heard of it.
It must be, yeah.
Um,
You wouldn't make this effect just for this deck because it's not relevant enough.
Yeah.
the X cost is
Exsanguinate
interesting,
is a-
but
I do like that it's an X cost, given that some things in the deck, especially if you're running with Graha, you care about the mana value.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
each opponent loses X life, and you gain life equal to the life lost that way. So you're playing against 3 people. Like that's 3 times X life you're getting.
Yeah.
This is fun.
he's cool. He's good. It is.
It is.
Vindicate is
It
Emmett
is.
Selk again.
Sure.
Uh,
See, so this one, you remember how we were talking about how the other deck didn't have any 1-cost removal?
Hmm.
This deck wants to not have 1-cost removal because it wants to have 3-cost removal.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is very true. Yeah, well, there is a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater.
Yep.
That destroys the target permanent. Plus what it says in the box. Vindicate, very Emmett Selk. I don't know. It works. It's hard to get excited over though. Good to deal. These are our 3 city-state leaders. So it's fun.
More group hugging.
Not a new one. Card draw is good, but nobody's
Mhm.
going to say no to a card, are they?
They literally can't anyway.
Yeah. Lingering
I
Souls.
love this. Oh,
These are interesting
these-
They're
things.
so cute.
These guys are goopy blobby boys whose life and galaxy got destroyed, and now we just have their memory, basically. Their memory in emotional format left.
Uh-huh.
And they're learning to enjoy food again. And we love them.
Cute.
So
They're
Choo
very
choo.
sweet.
3 cost for 2 spirit tokens and flashback.
And a flashback.
I like it. The flashback is only 2 mana.
Mm.
But I guess the spell still has a mana value of
Or 3 or more, yeah.
so
Yes. Yeah. That's nice. That's a little. It's not much of a cheat, but it's a little cheat on Ishtola's thing. It's
I like
fine.
him. They
It makes
fit.
up for the lower amount of creatures by having some basically a creature,
Mhm.
but it's actually a sorcery spell.
There are a lot of flying tokens in this, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right of
I mean, I guess
representation.
it is the colors for it.
Yeah.
This is a cool card because I like this man. This is Gaius von Belsar. He is the Black Wolf, and he was not very cool initially, and then he came back kind of cooler. And which was it? Emerald Weapon. This one, Wrath. Very cool fight. Eorzuri is Mine by Right. Is interesting. That comes from an earlier dungeon, but it's definitely not his most famous line.
Mhm.
Of a kicker cost, but additional 5 is a lot of an extra
Big kicker
cost.
cost.
But
Especially-
it's one of those spells where it's a medium mana value spell, and if you really are absolutely flooded for mana, you can do something really crazy with it.
Trans rights. How very glib of you, trans rights. Right of replication. Yeah. It works.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine in this. Again, it's a non-creature spell that's making you a creature.
Mhm.
And it's even making you like the best creature on the field, which is solid.
Yep. It's.
Happy?
Circle of Power. Black mages put down ley lines, and
Yep.
they stand in those ley lines, and they do more damage within those ley lines.
Mm-hmm.
So they also often stand in bad things and die because they didn't want to leave their ley lines. There is a stupid copy pasta that goes around. I'm putting down my ley lines in 3, 2, 1. I don't want to leave my ley lines. Yada yada yada. And it's obnoxious as heck and very funny. And black mages are kind of knowing for standing in mechanics they could very easily have dodged because they don't want to move. So this is beautiful. I love this card.
So
4 mana
mechanically,
black.
Yeah. You're
Sorry,
drawing
carry
2
on.
cards, losing some life, which you can do for less than 4 mana. You're also getting not 1 token that's a pinger on non-creature spells. And you're making it lifelink until the end of turn, which is interesting. So if this is your first card of a turn and you're setting up a big storm turn, then potentially quite nice, quite lovely. Although at 4 mana, it has to be a really big storm turn.
Mhm.
I would think it's the most powerful thing you can do with 3 mana and the black. If you're doing a spell slinger stormy type deck, love it. For these guys who want to be casting fewer, bigger spells, don't love it.
Yeah. Look at that. But not to play more into Wraths, it looks like a great Final Fantasy deck and not a great deck. I really like that you get a little black mage token that sits there pinging people.
Mhm.
I would play it just for the black mage that sits there pinging people.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
My mother has just arrived home, so I'm just gonna go say hello. You guys continue on. I'll just
Okay.
mute. Try and zoom in as much as I can on the cards because I won't be able to alt.
Yeah.
There we
alright.
go. You can be there.
We can't move them around too much.
Well, if you're still on the sorceries in the end, like I've got all the next ones all lined up. You can clearly see them on stream, like so. Okay, I'll be back soon.
Sniper Mind
In a bit.
would be annoying to play against. It's not enormously powerful, but like 3 cards for 4 mana isn't terrible return, and it's effectively like a +5 because everyone's discarding as well.
And I guess the ideal with these cards is you would have Alizé or something else on the board, and these would not be costing what they're costing. There was a couple of cost reductions other than Alizé, I think.
I can only think.
Am I thinking wrong?
But that doesn't mean that there is only one. So Lisa, non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less.
Was it just Lisa and Alizé?
Emmet, spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less. Oh yeah, so there's some situational cost reduction, but not a lot of blanket cost reduction unless there's some in the artifacts. Because like a deck like this, you almost want your medallion style cards more than you want your classic.
Yeah.
cards. Although the medallions are more awkward in 3 colors.
Yes. You're into your talismans and such in there. No, talismans are tap 4 mana. Mana rocks, don't mind me.
It's okay.
I know. It's and Final Fantasy wise, it's from the first dungeon in Endwalk, which is fine, but I wouldn't play it for its
boy
Final
who
Fantasy.
comes out of a fleshy door.
Yeah, they're like genetically thinking things. It is.
I see. All right, Crux of Fate. I'm assuming this must also be a reprint.
I think so. We have Hraesvelgr and Needhog.
Why is this in here? How many dragons have we had in this deck up to this point? Remind me.
2, 1.
One
One in
dragon
Estinian.
up to this point.
One in Estinian. It's great that we have Needhog and Hraesvelgr, but I guess it's a board wipe. It's just a board wipe.
Yeah. It's not even an asymmetric board wipe. It's just the board wipe.
Just a board wipe.
The flavor's off the charts, says Squishy.
Yes, it's great, but it doesn't fit. This is great. We weren't here for this. It's another board wipe, but this is Minfilia stopping the flood of light and turning it into a big wall of crystal. So it's cool. It's very flavorful.
See, I like this better because like this is also asymmetric, but at least there's 2 modes, and both modes might actually do something useful.
Yeah.
5 cost. It ain't cheap. Yeah. It's not a. I guess you can if you've got certain things out. You can cost it. Times.
Another board wipe. Okay.
I love
3 board wipes.
this one. I love this one very much. The art on this one is great. We've
The
got
art in this is
Sinitas.
wild.
We've got Sinitas. We've got Crystarium guards. We've got the big bad Sin Eater. It's beautiful. But it's 6 cost to exile everything is.
My opinion on board wipes is exile is better than destroy, and you can normally get it for not that much more expensive. So that's a plus. Hitting only creatures is not my favorite thing. Like if I'm making a deck, I tend to put in about 2 board wipes, but I won't want to have. I will always want to have at least 1 board wipe that hits non-creatures. So like Final Judgment and what was it called? Cleansing Nova together are a fine pair of board wipes.
Mm-hmm.
You are right that it is a strictly worse farewell.
Yeah. One of these precons does get farewell, and I've seen the art for farewell, and I am.
I'm ready to see it.
I
love Source to Plowshares as a card. It's a great card. It's one of the better removal spells in all of Magic.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Katara on the art?
Source of Plowshares is great because
Not
this
Katara.
is just
Thingy.
this is just a warrior of light. We got a slow living farm island sim situation, and this is that. She is on her island sanctuary. She has put down her paladin gear. She's gone swords to plowshares. I love it. That's swords to plowshares.
Shaka, my brain has gone dead. Who am I thinking of? The waterbender avatar. Korra. Why is Korra on
this?
Has
got. She's got a tail. It's not Korra.
Oh, I guess that is a tail.
Transpose. I imagine this is a Final Fantasy one because Transpose is a black mage ability where you switch which color you are. It's good. It's fine. Draw a card, discard a card, lose a life. Create a black wizard that pings people.
Yeah, that's fine. And it's got rebound as well. That's pretty sweet.
3
Yeah.
mana as well.
Yeah.
Yes, but from
you know what I mean, Artie.
from like
Water tribe.
from the water tribe, from a water tribe. But yes, I understand what you mean. But I knew what Dizzy meant.
Void Trap.
I like it. It's just Stola killing
There's
it.
that little giggle.
Actually, not all avatars are waterbender avatars because Korra briefly wasn't.
Briefly, Korra was only an airbender avatar. Okay, a little war of the smart arses. Okay. Actually this. Actually this.
But I don't know if he was really the avatar at that point.
Juan wasn't the avatar until he had all the things.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Or like, I don't know. When did he join with? I don't know. Anyway.
He joined in the final battle, didn't he? Because up until that.
Yeah, so he had all the things before they fully joined. So it's whenever they joined that he became the avatar. It's Rava that makes them the avatars. The spirit of Rava that makes them the avatar.
Yeah, which is, by the way, a horrendous bit of lore. But
in your opinion.
Yes, in my opinion, of course. Shall we get back to the Final Fantasy?
We can complain about the lore of Avatar when we get the Avatar decks.
We can, actually, that's true. We can, and we probably will.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Huh.
Yeah, Void Rend is a thing.
That's what it says on the box.
Yeah.
Snuff Out is a fine reprint.
It's Edda from the Palace of the Dead. She's cool. I love it. I would run it just for Edda.
A way to cheat out a high mana value spell without paying for it is what these two want. Fine, love it. Convoke is the same thing. A way to cheat out a higher mana value spell.
Mhm.
There's a lot of destroy stuff here.
Yeah.
Connive is nice. We like Connive.
Sublime Epiphany.
I like that she's one or more. This is a bit of a fight where we're watching memories.
Oh.
The choose one or more is nice.
Counter spell, counter an ability, so you can counter both things, which is nice. But
Yeah.
6 mana. 6 mana is a lot to hold open for a counter.
Yeah.
And bounce a thing. And copy a creature you control and draw a card.
That's a lot.
6 mana is a lot to hold open, especially when you've got the 2 counter options on it. It feels, you let's say you hold open your 6 mana.
Yeah.
You go through a turn cycle. The first 2 players have not played anything you care about countering. The second player has just played a card that you wouldn't normally care to counter.
Yeah.
Like, I guess at that point you just drop the 6 mana counter on that card rather than hold up all that mana for nothing.
Yeah.
Because you want to get those 3 abilities, the bottom 3. You want to get the bounce and the copy and the card. Because you've held up the mana. You've effectively budgeted for that anyway. Do you really not counter that spell, even though it's not normally something you'd bother countering?
Yeah.
Again, Hex is the blue mage here.
Ew.
Is that because you 6 mana to just copy and bounce and draw is fine, but not wonderful as a return on mana. Especially if it's only a copy of a creature you control. Like, that is, I guess, about 6 mana's worth of stuff. But you've got these other 2 abilities. Are you gonna not play it before the end of turn and hold open 6 mana again on your next turn? Are you really gonna do that?
I think it's far too situational for me to put it into anything. Like, sure, you could hold the 6 mana, but why would you hold 6 when you can hold 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the story.
This is the opening cutscene of the video game.
Okay.
It's a lovely name.
Big crystal.
Hear, feel, think. Oh yes, Heidelin.
It's a card that does stuff. It's a expensive spell that you can cheat out again. So Graha loves it. Ishtola doesn't really care as much about it, especially since it's a very big spell.
Have you reset the router? Oh, I'm back!
Oh yeah,
hi.
it said you got disconnected briefly.
Oh no, you have been disconnected full stop from tabletop.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm in. I can see things.
Welcome back. You can see
I'm back.
things.
Hello. Yes, I'm. Oh no, there we go. There was the timeout.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, you're not in the server to us, so there's a delay in actually in that bit. Let us know when you're back.
I'm back.
You're back.
Back. Yeah, into the story, it's a big spell that does nothing other than draw cards. It does draw 4 cards, which is better than most of these spells that
Yeah.
like this. But one-off draw some cards. Like, green gets one-off draw cards equal to power, and that can be, like, really huge, because you can draw, like, 7, 8 cards plus off that. You can draw 13 cards off of that in a green deck. Easy. But, even if you're only paying the 4 mana for it at the discounted rate, 4 mana for draw 4 cards is fine, but you've spent a whole slot on that.
Yeah.
I think it's one that comes out on the cutting board, doesn't it? You don't.
Yeah.
This is
Big
Graha
blue
summoning
flame.
us.
Oh, okay.
Which is apparently one of the more broken mechanics in all of Magic.
Each card you exile from your graveyard while casting the spell pays for 1. Oh.
And it's look at the top 7, get 2. Which is, for 2 mana, is really good. And again, it's a cheated out big spell. Graha will love it. I feel like Graha almost should have been the main commander of the team instead of
Yeah.
Ishtola
Yeah.
sometimes. Like I guess Ishtola kind of likes all the other creatures that want you to play lots of spells. Ishtola works better with playing lots of spells than Graha does, even though she doesn't play that well, because to play lots of spells, they have to be cheap, and she wants you to be playing medium-sized spells.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely a Graha card.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of them have been. I mean, it is literally Grahatia summoning us through time, so I would be a bit disappointed if it was a Y'shtola card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not one I do normally, I think, unfortunately.
Alright, and now we have the big blob of artifacts.
This
Yeah.
is not the Soul Ring.
This is not the soul. I can go and grab the soul ring for folks.
We've got an Aetherite, which is one of the things that you
Yeah, I
teleport
will.
to when you're teleporting.
Soul ring.
Soul ring. I see it big. No.
Nice, but it's a
I'm
you know,
not allowed, but we can see it.
it's a Soul Ring.
It's a pretty soul ring. It's
It
one
is
of
a
those
pretty
soul
soul
rings
ring.
where the ring is like, it's a big ring, not a small ring.
Yeah. I'm gonna put the signet there because these are.
Oh, hang on. Are you still doing stuff on tabletop? I'm still doing.
Yeah, no, I'm just pulling them in a way because there's a lot of these artifacts that do not need much time dedicated to them.
Fair.
They're here
Oh,
because
we should
they're
actually
Final
look at
Fantasy joy.
the arcane signet as well.
Yeah, the arcane signet also has its own art.
That's a little hand holding a little crystal-y thing.
Yes. Hex, can you explain this? What is the
this
crystal-y
is,
thing?
Like Azum's soul crystal, Azum being a basically we ate a lot of crunchy fruit candies that look like that. We picked them up along the way. And this is the thing imbued with ancient magic from the ancient who we are basically, it's not been confirmed, but it's basically been confirmed that we are like, everybody's soul got split into multiple pieces, right? And now they're all wandering around in different versions of the world. And we are them, and this is their like little symbol of post, and this is through which we use the summoning magic to summon all of our otherworldly friends to help us take down bosses and things when times are hard. And it's one of the last sort of remaining bits and bobs related to the Asians. So it's very remember us, remember that we once lived.
The Asians, who are presumably sentient donkeys?
They were like the unsundered, the people who were people before we were people, in that before everything got split up into many things. So they were like better at most things because they were multiple times the person that we will ever be because they were many people, but one person.
Oh, I love this thought vessel art. I've just tabbed back into tabletops.
Yes, so this is an Allegan node.
Gorgeous. This is very sci-fi.
Pretty cool. Yeah, the Allegans have a lot of sci-fi stuff going on. So these are like little computers that you can interact with, basically. So yeah, it makes sense that that's the thought vessel. And then these 5, I think there are more of these, but not all in here. I've pulled out to the side because these are the weapons to the right that are in here, and I love that they are in here, but you know, they're in here because you want the Final Fantasy players to be like, yeah, these are the weapons that you would use for your jobs.
It's
than-
really interesting, and no one other than Shaq will know or care about this. But I've been doing a little project on the site for what if I were designing Universes Beyond Hollow Knight, and this weird little obscure card would have been one of the reprints I would have put in.
Reaper's Scythe.
Yeah.
And then now it's here being reprinted in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
What a weird coincidence.
Uh-huh.
I don't think this card has ever been reprinted before. If it has, it was a long old time ago.
Yeah, Artie's like, yes, Galleon. Yes. Literally. Artie cares.
That's true. Artie does care.
But
Thank
like,
Artie. Anyway,
yes, they were talking a lot about the job select stuff, so I guess here is the job select stuff in this deck.
Job select is the token stuff. Job select is you get a hero, and then you equip the thing to the hero, which is great. It's very Final Fantasy. I love it. I guess these each are, well, most of these are more than 3 mana.
Yeah, I like that they are
3,
non-creatures
2.
giving you creatures again. Like, that's what a deck like this really wants, more than it wants the actual creature spells.
Mhm.
So it's cool, but I don't think any of them. The Dancers one is a other commanders you control have lifelink. I like on these that, again, on the flavor text thing, the little equip costs. The equip ability has a name, and that name
Oh yeah, all
is
of
an
them
ability
do.
that the class has.
That's cool.
Except Spirit of the Wallaby, which is just a blue mage thing. But that is really, really fun Final Fantasy wise.
That is very cool. Very cool flavor.
So those are great fun.
So there's a lifelink one, there's an untap one. There's effectively prowess, but also when you draw your third card each turn.
Yeah.
Oh no, then it's not prowess because it's +1 counters. Oh, okay, that's pretty big. I like this one. This is a card I could see getting used quite a lot. Because like this one's an attack trigger, and this one's giving stuff lifelink.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't. I suppose it's giving commanders lifelink. So I guess Ishtola is doing damage off of her pings. So this works for her. But the +2 and the lifelink most of the time is not really what this deck is super after. And the untap, like, this doesn't have enough mana value to be good for either of the commanders. This isn't a swingy outy deck very much.
Mm-hmm.
I like the blue mage one because it lets you copy people's spells like blue mages do. Is my take.
Fair.
Yeah, I like that, and especially it's gonna let you potentially play an expensive spell for cheap. If they have expensive instant sorceries, which admittedly a lot of decks don't, apart from Borderlands, but still, that's
We have a
that's
guest
fun.
on stream.
Oh, who is that
Frodo.
guest?
Frodo is here.
Hi, Frodo. Wait, hang on, I didn't see the Reaper scythe. I mean, I know what it does, but everyone else doesn't know what it does.
Ooh.
Hi. A Reaper scythe actually works really nice with Ishtola. Because as long as you cast a single thing that procs her, you're getting 3 counters on your Reaper scythe. Which is nice. Hey, kitty. I don't know, where are you? You're gonna be... I'm trying to figure out where Shaka's camera is, and therefore where Shaka is. Somewhere down here? Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty.
I mean, she's gone now.
Oh, cry.
She's on my bed
Yes.
now.
Alright, white aura sight.
It's
It
a thing
sounds
we
like a modded Minecraft material.
Carpassians in. This is Minfilia. She died so that we might live. Yeah. She was
It's
a bit
an
early
O-ring
on.
and a mana rock. Interesting. I like that. I dig that.
She's cool. It's Relic of Legends is absolutely brutal. They should not have printed this card.
Is it that brutal?
Not the card itself, the card art.
Oh, I
We had a character we spent the entire expansion being best friends with, and then they killed him off. And this is his
Oh,
shield
no.
destroyed because he is dead.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
So yeah,
I
Sad.
quite like Relic of Legends for Commander. Like as a 3 mana rock, it's one that is a rock, and it also makes your commander into a dork. So if you've got a commander that you're not swinging with, like Ishtola, I
Yeah.
quite like it. And if you're running lots of legendaries, which you often are in Commander, I quite like it for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
it would make sense. I like this one because you can run treasure maps. You figure out where they are. You go into portals. You kill things. It's good fun. That is a treasure map. That is a portal.
Archaeomancer's map as a card is fine. You know, blue is not so. White is always desperate for more ramp. It's one of the better white ramp pieces,
Mm-hmm.
probably. Specifically white as opposed to colorless.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't often run it over just a 3 mana rock.
Fair.
Talisman.
Is this the last? No, it's not the last one. Not by a long shot.
Oh.
It is a
what
talisman of
art.
promise. The art is a very legendary white mage scepter cane that got broken and keeps getting stolen because it's powerful. But it's kind of more of a throwback. So people who played before Realm Reborn happened will like this one more than people who came after. But it is it's a cool one.
And then the Talisman of Hierarchy, is that you're saying Red Mage thing from the...
This is a Red Mage
before
focus,
Realm
yeah.
of Reborn. Like, as in the Final Fantasy 14 that got scrapped.
Yes, and came back, yeah.
They're like,
Louis
this is
Saad
shit,
game.
we need to do it again.
Yes, and then it's done very well. So it's Talisman of Hierarchy. Tomb of Legends is fun because it's surrounded by tomestones, which is like the weekly thing you got to cap, you got to run things to do, and it's a sticker book which you can do weekly deliveries, and it is that. So it is fun for a Tomb of Legends. I would put Tomb of Legends into things I would not normally put Tomb of Legends into because it has that art.
Well, again, what is this doing to this deck? Like, it's too cheap to matter for the commanders.
Yep.
Your commanders aren't swinging very much, so you're not getting the attack triggers very often. What is this doing?
It's just being a weekly deliveries book, I think.
Yep.
And another Talisman was... See, I must admit, if I was making this, I would have, with Ishtola as commander, I would have cut all of these talismans and put in 3 mana rocks. Like, 3 mana rocks, you can love them or hate them, but surely they must be more useful for Ishtola.
It's a friend stone. We put our friends in these and transport them between dimensions.
Okay.
Willingly?
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay.
Well, they accidentally got taken. Well, they didn't accidentally, but it was kind of accidentally. I don't know. Yeah, it's fun. It's Grahatia in the background, but Crystal Exarch Grahatia, so we like it. 6 mana is a lot.
It makes
of
more
mana,
sense
though.
in context. Okay. I mean, it's a lot of mana, but like you tap it to get 3 mana of any color, and it draws you 3 cards when it enters. Like,
yeah.
Coveted Jewel is an interesting card. I've seen people who know their Magic a lot playing it, but not often.
I don't know enough Magic to play it successfully, I think.
It's like a mini Monarch. Well, it's not a mini Monarch, I guess, because it's drawing 3 cards, but like it's... Maybe it's a maxi Monarch.
yeah.
That player draws 3 cards and gains control of the artifact. You know,
if you were playing a Monarch deck, you could also run Coveted Jewel in it.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
And I was looking into Dethrone recently, but that's a different
Authority
thing.
of the consoles, like it's a stacks piece. I get that we're in the stacks colors because we're in Esper, but why?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's relevant for the lore.
It makes sense for Yotsuyu, but because she turns into a primal later on, we get her as Tsukiyomi, so I think that would have been just as beloved. But yeah.
Make X one
This
more
card.
hero bigger.
This is a good card. Because this little summoning circle under us is when we use the crunchy jewel to summon all of our friends. So
Okay.
Light Party is when there's only 4 of you.
Yeah.
So that's why Light Party does Light Party, and Full Party is when you're in a raid or something that requires 8 people. Hence
Makes
the
total sense.
attack with 8 creatures. So I go feral for this because of the Light Party, Full Party situation, and the summoning of the heroes to take on whatever fight you're in.
But
Yeah, this is
flavor-wise,
great.
It sounds great. As a white card in general, I quite like it. Like it's making you boys, and then it's got some classic white abilities of the more boys you have, the more good stuff you do. The 4 and 8 thresholds are a little steep. I'd expect it normally to be like 3 and 6. Obviously, they're that way for
flavor.
lore.
Their flavor, yeah.
If I'm swinging with 4 whole creatures, I might want a little bit more than a Scry 2 and 4. But I guess it is making these creatures as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know if playing this you'd have more tokens than it seems like you would, but yeah.
Yeah, if it's in a really wide deck. And you're right, Squishy, actually, yeah. Playing it for X of 0 can be fine as well.
All I have to say to this one is floppy. Because that is what the boss at the end of this dungeon says non-stop. It has become a massive meme.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Bastion of Remembrance is well known. It's a solid card.
I like-
Go white deck.
I like it.
It
Good.
isn't that. Why is it here?
Yeah, it's a good card. I like it, but yeah.
I guess.
Why
it's
is this
cost.
not in the Terra deck?
Yeah.
Nobody knows. I have Needhog. That is edgy Estinian when he got dragon corrupted. But it's still not a grout. Oh, we're enchanting something to turn it into. We've got 2 whole dragons, guys.
Oh, wow.
We've got a
Incredible.
second dragon.
Okay, enchanted creature is a
second
dragon.
dragon just hits the deck. A black dragon with base power toughness 4/2, has flying and death touch, and is goaded.
You get this back. When it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand.
You don't want
Okay,
this on your stuff. You want this on other people's stuff.
I mean, oftentimes with goaded, you do want this on other people's stuff. Like it's an awkward one. Like 4/2, 2 in the bud is relatively weak. So if they have flying blockers, this is a great way to kill something.
Yeah.
But it's kind of awkward because like at 4/2 death touch, are you blocking it? Question mark. Like if you have a flying blocker, do you want it to get killed by the death touch? Maybe. If you have a flying blocker, do you want to let the 4 damage through and keep your flyer?
Yeah.
It's not a guarantee. And also, because we're playing this in Commander, there's 2 choices of people to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, what if the other person might just not have a flying blocker? And then, like all goaded things, if it comes down to the 1v1 at the end, suddenly your opponent has a 4/2 flyer with death touch that you don't really want to block.
Yeah.
You also don't want to let them hit you over and over again.
I like that it's a 3-cost spell you can cast again and again, though, if it comes back to you.
Yeah,
That is true.
I'd nearly just rather the thing that it makes the creature not be flying.
I wouldn't want it to be better for 3 mana,
Right, enchantments.
but I don't know that I would find a space for it as it is.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Penguin. How's
So
it going?
Penguin, we have been streaming for nearly 5 hours, and we have not even finished 2 decks, so we will not be doing all of the decks today.
Nope.
This is
Propaganda
brutal artwork.
is a good fit. What's the artwork? Tell us the artwork.
Alphino built up his little group of people politically wise, his crystal braves, and then they all decided they wanted power and money and betrayed him, and he took a long time to get over it. And this is that.
Rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, propaganda I like for this deck. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Watcher. He lives on the moon.
Okay.
Uh-huh. I mean, I guess it's quite difficult to do very much more than watch if you live on the moon.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the
He's
moon
not
is
gonna-
also a spaceship, but that's Final Fantasy nonsense, so you know.
Yeah.
I see. Enchant creature an opponent controls. Remove it from combat. Interesting.
Oh, it's.
Spell.
I see.
Then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. So it's a little bit of a combat trick. And it's also an Imprisoned in the Moon style removal. Which, I mean, I guess it's fun that it's an Imprisoned in the Moon style removal.
Mhm.
And he's on the
he lives
moon.
on the moon, apparently. That's a
Yeah.
nice little mix of the 2 flavors for a little bit of a win.
Yeah.
I would consider play if I was looking for an Imprisoned in the Moon style effect. I would consider this because you can potentially get a lot of card draw off of this.
Mhm. Yeah, so basically, Benquin, we have 6, 7, 10, and 14. None of us really know anything about 6. I know some things about 7. I have played 10, and I love it to bits. And then we have Hex.
X is our professional Final Fantasy 14 Noah.
Yes. So we've
I
done
see.
6 and we've done 14.
Very professional stream. No, Finn, get off the keyboard.
I haven't looked at anything to do with 10 because it's taken us 5 hours to get through 2 decks.
Yep.
But we're there.
We are through 2 decks. 10 decks.
Yeah, we've not
We
got
are-
through 10 decks. No way.
No.
Is it killing
Yeah,
you with the art or like some of the? I know there are new cards. Like I don't want. I don't know if I want you to answer that.
my thoughts at the
Mhm.
end of the 2 decks so far.
Yeah.
I like Terra. Terra seems interesting. Terra seems like the kind of deck I could play. I don't play like reanimated decks very much, but I would like to, and I would certainly consider playing her if I was going to. Celes I don't like as much just because she isn't the engine piece herself really. Like she benefits if you do the reanimation. I like this deck a lot more than I like the 14 deck. 14 is like Spellslinger is also an archetype that I don't play loads of.
I mean, what spells are you supposed to be slinging in this one?
Yeah, but the Spellslinger precons I often find fall flat as well. Like the Jeskai one is a bit hit or miss from the recent Tarkia sets. There's been Spellslingers before that have been a bit pants. I also can't make a good Spellslinger deck, so obviously it's quite hard. But like this, I don't think this is it for a Spellslinger deck. And
I will be
wouldn't-
making Graha, but I will not be using this deck for him.
Yeah, no. there's cards in here that I'm like, yeah, I can see that works with these. But like, if I was building either of these commanders, I don't think there's many cards from either of these decks that would make it in.
Yes.
Like Propaganda probably would.
Now that Benquin has mentioned Secret Lair, I did then go and look up Secret Lair again, and there's an announcement on the Wizards page now.
Oh, okay. Can you share a linky?
I would love to stick around, but Finn is staring at me for dinner and playtime, and I should go and do that with him.
That is totally fair.
So I'm gonna.
We'll be
leave
wrapping
you-
up pretty soon. We're just
Yeah.
gonna, I guess, gonna look at these.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank
And
you
if
for
I
being here.
come
This was
along-
wonderful.
It has been
Thank
wonderful.
you.
I love you guys. If I
Oh,
can come
of course,
along to the
Christine.
next one, I would love to.
Yes, we will. I will message in the group chat later on and see.
I hope it's good Secret Life stuff. And
No,
goodbye
wait.
for now. Oh,
Shaka got timed out
what, in your own chat?
No, in
my
Dizzy's chat.
in the shared chat. Again, Shaka, you're a mod in my. Are you not a mod? Maybe
I'm not a mod in your
You're
chat.
not a mod in my chat. Okay, never
No,
mind.
you don't
That's
have
fine.
any mods other than bots.
No, that's true. I don't. And Kingle once.
Yes. Here I can just. Here. You don't need to permit me. I can just fucking send it. Oh, you've done it. I already posted it in the DM. Oh, there you go.
Well, because we've been sending everything else through the DM, so I just assumed that's where we were going. Give me a second. I need to get this onto Chrome, and then get Chrome up for the lovely people at home.
Yeah, I can get
Yeah.
her. Oh boy.
All right, Secret Lair teams up with Final Fantasy for 3 new drops.
Yes. Each of the drops will be available in non-foil and rainbow foil in limited quantities. Additionally, these drops will be printed in English and Japanese.
Yep, that's pretty standard.
The Gilded Lotus is very pretty. From Final Fantasy VII. I have nothing more to say about it, really.
What?
If we then scroll down to Secret Lair X Final Fantasy Game Over. Oh boy, these are gorgeous.
So we've got a Day of Judgment as Spira's punishment.
Yeah, makes total sense.
I feel like that's going to be quite a commonly secret-led card.
Yeah, that
But
is
it
Sin.
this-
Sin, you know, Sin's destroying the world, basically. That is Sin coming up out of the water and destroying part of Spira. And, oh, yeah, it's very pretty. Very pretty.
Picture quality is garbage on my screen. I have to zoom in to actually read the cards properly.
Oh, I am zoomed in 200% on mine.
Temporal Extortion as Absorb into Time. This is from 8, which I know nothing about.
Hello, Zabi. What we were planning to do was go through the whole deck list of the 4 commander decks. We have gotten through 2 in 5 hours. So
Yep.
we're finishing up with 2 of them. We are currently just looking at the secret lair announcement, basically. Yeah, so what are the other ones? Temporal Extortion reprint of As Absorb into Time from 8, is that the number, I think? Yeah. And then we have more Kafka. More Kafka 4.
So interesting. It's an extra turn, but someone can pay half their life to counter it.
Interesting.
So most of the time it's an extra turn.
Yeah, most of the time it's an extra turn, yes. I know nothing about 8 or 6, but these are pretty cards. Pretty cards.
Toxic Deluge, sure.
Oh, that Sephiroth picture, that's great for Star of Extinction. Meteor Fall. He summons Meteor, the big meteor. Makes sense.
Sure.
Big sense.
What is Star of Extinction? Star of Extinction is a card I've never heard of. I love it when they do like obscure cards for secret lairs. Like when it's something like Day of Judgment, I'm like, who cares? I've seen a million Days of Judgment. But Star of Extinction, I have never seen anyone play that card, so I'm much happier.
Destroy
to see this
target land. Meteor Fall deals 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a board wipe plus 1 land.
Board wipe plus 1 land.
That's fun. I think that's great. I like that.
I like that. Unseat the Usurper, Praetor's Grasp. It's Origin from 15. Thank you, Penguin. First, target opponent's library from a card and exile it face down. Then that player shuffles. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled.
Oh, it's a theft. It's a black theft rather than a blue theft. Normally, I think it's blue that gets like theft directly from an opponent's library, but yeah.
Very pretty art.
Indeed.
Okay, if we scroll down to the next one, we have we have Secret Lair X
Is that
Final.
always the response when you see Yuna?
Shut the fuck up. I love her. Look at her.
Yeah, she's good. She is great.
Right, so we have Prismatic Ending as Yuna's Holy Magic.
Which is a crap name for a card. I'm very sorry.
But look at her. She is.
Yes.
Yeah. So the flavor text on I live for the people of Spear and would have gladly died for them. So Yuna, summoner, trying to get rid of sin. At the end of their pilgrimage, they go and they try to summon the final Aeon, and summoning the final Aeon kills them. So everyone was fully aware of this going into it, except for Titus, who then realized later down the line, I was like, Yuna can't die. But yeah, so she's got Converge, exile target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell.
That's an odd one.
Yeah.
It doesn't see a lot of play, I'm guessing, and probably for good reason. But,
Probably. Then we have Cyclonic Rift as Hope's Aero Magic.
I don't know if you know Cyclonic Rift. It has
No idea.
It's quite a strong card. So the effect is return target non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand, and if you instead pay 7 mana, it is each non-land permanent you don't control. So it's an asymmetric board wipe.
Oh wow!
At instant speed for 7 mana. It's very good.
Yeah, that's
And
very good.
It's a very popular card.
It's from 13. Very very pretty art. Never played 13,
I
but
like the art.
the art is very very pretty.
I guess all of these cards have the same like naming scheme. I just think the names are like they're not. They're just
These ones are all
to me.
yeah. And I know of Noctis from 15. It's what is this? It's Damn as death magic. Destroy target creature. A creature destroyed this way can't be regenerated. Overload for 2 and 2 white.
Yeah, so that's a symmetric board wipe for 4 mana.
Right.
Which, I mean, is as good as Day of Judgment, but you also have the option of casting it the normal way.
How do you
So,
know
I
that
think
that's
it's-
symmetric versus the other one's asymmetric? Whenever like it just says like overload, is that not the same ability? Like
Overload. It's because I happen to know already what Overload does. It's the only reason why. It's because Overload replaces target with each. So
Okay.
Cyclonic Drift is because it is target non-opponent you don't control.
I
or it becomes each you don't control.
yeah, I mean I got it as soon as you said that it just replaces the word. Like
Yeah.
that makes total sense now because I was assuming overload was the same ability, but it's that it just changes the word target. So that makes much more sense. Vivi! I love Vivi. I've never played 9. I don't know anything about 9. Vivi appears in Kingdom Hearts. So I love him. Little sweet
As
baby
Lightning
boy.
Bolt, again, like it's like a. It's not wrong to do it as Lightning Bolt, especially if it's Thunder Magic. But Lightning Bolt is one of the most like secret-layered cards.
Mhm. But look at it.
We
It's
need another Lightning Bolt.
gorgeous though.
It's pretty.
It's so pretty. Then we have Heroic Intervention as Aerith. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is gorgeous. This makes so much sense. So, yeah. I love this.
I don't know the flavor, but like I can, from what I can see of it, what I can guess from knowing a little bit about Final Fantasy, like Heroic Intervention sounds like it makes sense for a card like that.
This,
Heroic Intervention isn't as overdone as Lightning Bolt,
Mhm.
so I'm more happy.
this is gorgeous. Why are they like it's 5 cards? It's 5 cards. This is so expensive for 5 cards, but
Or
it's so
$29.99 US.
yeah. It's so that this one, unless the next one's better, this one's tempting. Okay, on to the next one. Oh, there's Yuna again. Oh god, Jesus, what are they doing to me? Okay, this one's weapons specifically. This isn't. So are they all gonna be artifacts then? They are. Oh god, okay.
All equipment.
Right, Yuna's Sending Staff, which is the Staff of the Storyteller. When this artifact enters, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Well, this one's not an equipment one. First one.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. It's not.
Maybe create 1 or more creature tokens, put a story counter on this artifact, so you can pay 1 white and tap to remove a story counter from this artifact and draw a card. I love this.
Yes.
I love this so much. This is amazing. I love this. This is perfect.
Yeah. Like, strictly from a mechanical standpoint, it doesn't work that well with the summons, but flavor-wise, it's wonderful. It's
Yeah.
glorious.
Flavor-wise, I love this. This is brilliant.
The art on this Invictus Blade thing, that is...
Yes. So, like, what I know of 16, there is like, so we have Clive, and then we have like his brother, or like someone that's like the reverse of him that is him, or something similar to that. I'm not up in it. I could be misspeaking completely, but I assume that is them being shown in the sword, which is cool. And Begman made such a good point of for $29, it's saving like 40 quid instead of buying them individually. You have a good point, but I'm like, I can justify myself maybe buying one of these secret layers. I now already have a problem.
Oh dear.
The first one doesn't matter to me. The first one does not matter to me at all. These two, yeah, love it. Petra's Myriad, equipped for 4.
Yeah, I like Blade of Cells. It's in a deck that I've made. I like Umezawa's Jitter, which is the next one.
Thank you so much for saying those words.
Oh, do not trust my pronunciation at all.
Yeah, but I would have stuttered over it even if it was right or wrong. So thank you so much for saying the words. Here's Cloud with his Buster Sword. It's Cloud's Buster Sword. That's what the card is. He's got a sword. He's a big boy with a big sword. 2 charge counters on his sword. Okay. Remove a charge counter from Buster Sword. Choose 1. A creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or you gain 2 life. Yeah. Fun. I like it.
And we have Colossus Hammer.
Okay, so this is from 14. Alas, we don't have Hex with us anymore. Dark Hammer, equipped creature gets +10/+10 and loses flying.
But it's equip 8.
Okay, Hex is here.
Oh, hi.
She's a cool girly. Okay. We like her, okay. She's pretty. She's got a big hammer. We just don't have Hex out loud. Colossus Hammer sucks, though.
In a deck where you have a creature that can snap equipments onto itself for free, I don't hate Colossus Hammer, because +10/+10 is +10, but you can do a lot with +10/+10.
Yeah.
And especially if it's on a commander, then you are instantly threatening commander damage victories.
Yeah.
But you do not want to be paying 8 for it. It's so not worth the cost if you have to actually pay for it.
My boy, we have 2 things from 10 here. This is why this is a problem, because like I'm in love with the Una art and the VV and the Aerith art from the first one, from the second set of things. But this has 2 things from 10. We have Sword of Truth and Justice as Titus's Brotherhood sword. I love this art. He looks amazing. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sword of X and Y, so it's always going to be a solid card.
Yeah.
It's not one of the Swords of X and Y that I play often, but like it's also a card that's going to fit well in a Titus deck if you want it to.
I am in danger. I'm not in danger when we look at the 10 deck, because the 10 deck is coming to me. I'm going to own the 10 deck. That's fine. I won't look at the cards and go, oh, I should buy the deck. The deck's been bought for me. It's fine. So yeah, equipped creature gets +2/+2, protection from white and blue. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on creature you control, then proliferate. I like this.
Yeah,
I like it. It makes sense. It's
they're
good.
all good cards.
They're all good.
This is no exception.
Yeah.
The fact that it's Titus' sword and it works well with the Titus deck is icing on the cake.
Yeah. Right. So, do these just release on the 13th, and then it's a just run and try and get in the queue kind of thing?
Normally, yeah, it'll be whatever the specific hour, minute, second is that it drops. There will be 8,000 people in the queue refreshing the page to get in the
These
line.
drops will go on sale as part of our summer super drop on June 9th, 2025 at 9 a.m. PT.
Where are you reading this?
I've scrolled down further.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I am away when that's happening. I am back that day. When is 9 a.m. PT?
It's good question.
There are also promos. What do you mean by promo? I don't know enough about Magic and release things to know when you're saying.
I also don't know what Penguin means at promos.
Like, because Penguin was saying earlier, 10 there's secret layer and bonus sheet cards and promos, and I'm not sure what any of these mean.
Okay, so a bonus sheet will be when they print packs, when they print cards, they print a sheet of cards which will have, like I don't exactly know if it's like one of each card per sheet or something, but it'll be one big piece of cards that has a copy of each card on it, and that they then cut up and they divvy it up into the packs. And a bonus sheet it's called a sheet because it's one of these sheets of cards, but the bonus sheets have different cards from like the base cards that are in the pack. So sometimes they have special artworks, sometimes they have cards from other sets that have been given sort of a special treatment. You saw my Aveline that I had as the commander for the Aveline deck?
Yep.
I don't know if that's a bonus sheet, but like that's a special treatment of the kind that you could get on a bonus sheet.
Right.
You can get stuff like that, like unusual looking cards or cards from different sets times past, things like that. And apparently there's also promotional cards at store events. Okay. She's not in this. Not in
Oh,
this
the Gilded Lotus is a promo card.
Yes, the Gold Lotus is a promo card with Secret Lab bundles, so they also have those.
Bonus sheet for Final Fantasy's original card. Yeah, yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, we already knew that.
Yeah.
Aerith with a steel chair.
Oh, that's amazing.
I don't think I've seen Aerith with a steel chair.
Yeah, I because we were told a good while ago about original concept art because like they showed us a while ago Yuffie on with original concept art and stuff.
Incredible.
But I haven't looked at them all. Do you have them up now?
I have Aerith Gainsborough up now.
Where did you find this? Can you?
I just googled Aerith with a steel chair. I'll be honest, because that's exactly what Penguin typed in the
Right.
chat.
Okay.
The card is Aerith Gainsborough. I don't know if it'll be on screen for you.
It's fine. I don't want to be switching between tabs on the stream screen. It messes with me because it looks weird because I'm just jumping about and googling things and it's fine.
No worries. But yeah, she's got a steel chair. It's a fun little alternate art for the card.
So Pacific time is 8 hours behind us. So 9 and 8 is at 5 o'clock. It'll be 5 o'clock our time that the secret layers will drop. Can you be in the queue before then?
I've never there have been secret layers that I've looked at and thought, oh, those are kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
There's never been a secret layer that I've looked at and thought this would be worth my money, apart from the Karlak one, which I only knew about long after it sold out.
Yeah.
So I've never tried to buy one. My understanding is it's normally a massive shit show, and half the people in the queue don't ever get to order because they're already out of stock.
Right.
I would from a perspective of what will be like good for your mental health, I would recommend not going for it because it will be a massive stress and a shit show, and there is a significant chance of you being disappointed. But obviously, nice things are nice to have, so I can't say don't go for it.
I mean, if I go in with the mindset that I'm not going to get it, like, I may as well try rather than going and seeing people selling them for whatever the fuck they're going to sell them for.
It's true.
Like, it's the same thing of like, you don't ask, you don't get. You just admit defeat before the thing and don't do it. You're never going to get them.
You are 100% correct.
I feel like it's a bit of a, I don't know, like, if I go in with the attitude that I'm not going to get it, then I won't be disappointed because I didn't get it when I thought I wouldn't. But like, I feel it's a bit overly defeatist not to try if I want them.
That's fair.
But that might, I don't know.
No, you are 100% correct. I'm just. How do words? I know how I would feel if I did it and was sat in the queue for ages and didn't get the thing. And for me, that would be like I'd be so stressed trying to get it, trying to get on at the right time, and then navigate a website. And I'm fat-fingered and awful with a website at the best of times. Never mind when I'm under pressure.
I don't know. I just don't see that. I don't know that it'd be a thing I'd get stressed about considerably. I'm just like, I'll get in the queue. If I don't get it, I don't get it. That's out of my control, really.
That is a healthy attitude.
There are a lot more things to be stressed about than. Yeah. June 9th is a Monday. Yes, 9 a.m. PT, which is 5 p.m. BST. I can say it. Correct time zone letters. Yeah, pleasant surprise if it happens. But yes, I would. I might go ask people who have bought secret layers before what the. Can you can you be there before the time? Like, can I be waiting? Is it just a sit there and refresh thing? You know, like you do with buying crazy concert tickets for Ticketmaster. I could just refresh on the second and it lets me in / lets me into a queue.
Yeah, I'd fully recommend going and seeking out people in the.
I will ask in Ernest's Discord, probably. This my best bet.
The only person I know who I know has gone through it is Miabyte.
Well, Miabyte is in there, so
Yeah.
there's something
I
of
was
a
like,
refresh
I'm-
thing, but I reckon with these ones it's going to be crazy. I bought a couple before. Okay. Well, see, the thing is, right? I have a computer, I have a phone, I have a laptop.
Mhm. 3 times as many
There's
chances.
3 devices to get in. So, we can always try. If I have to make a choice to get one, I was about to say I'm leaning towards, and then I went, oh no, but the other one. So, I need to think about this.
The
Heavily.
one that would excite me the most,
Mhm.
if it was me picking,
Yeah.
would be the weapons one, because that's got the 2 Final Fantasy X characters who you know and love.
Mm-hmm.
Tidus is on a card that you will use. It's a solid card.
Yeah.
You at least have some familiarity with Cloud. And all of the arts on them all look good.
My problem is with the other one. While I don't like Aerith, I know a good bit of her story from 7, also in Kingdom Hearts. Vivi, the precious little creature that's in Kingdom Hearts.
Mhm.
Then there's Yuna that's there, and all 3 of those arts are gorgeous, and that's my problem.
Grimoire probably has the better cards.
Yeah, like even
Just,
just looking at heroic intervention from Aerith is making me go, oh, I want it.
Yeah, because that's why I said if it was for me, because I don't know anything really about Aerith
Yeah.
at all. I don't care that much. The only thing I like about Vivi is that it's sort of a vaguely cute design. I have no attachment to it.
Yeah.
Noctis, I don't care about. I really strongly dislike the names that they've given them all. I think like Yuna's Holy Magic. I didn't watch you play Final Fantasy X and come away thinking, oh well, what a catchphrase! Yuna's Holy Magic.
Yeah. Yes, Penguin, give me lore, please. And I think lore is where we'll I can say words. Probably wrap it up.
Yeah, like everything in the Grimoire set apart from Prismatic Ending is playable.
Yeah.
Like readily playable.
Yeah. But yeah, so you know, if I had 200 quid to drop, I'd just get them all in the bundle.
Mm.
'Cause there's a bundle, which gets you 2 of each. Gets you the rainbow foil and the non-foil, and I'm like,
That's
sure,
so
guys.
completely unnecessary as well. Like, who
Yeah.
needs 2 of each?
Like, just give me like, sure, do that bundle, but also do a bundle where they're separate. I think we're calling it a collection now. Vivi, I believe, is a Black Mage Golem. I do know that Vivi is Black Mage. Manufactured to be doing as told and casting what asked, but he's defective. He's got a personality, running around, learning. He's an individual unto himself, and his story is so sad.
Aww.
Oh, I love him though. He's precious. He is precious. Okay, yes, I need to go have dinner.
I think also I guess the other thing with the bundles is like
Mhm.
if you were a cutthroat sort of person,
Mhm.
I'm guessing what will happen is the sort of people who might buy the bundle will buy them and will keep one set of each and will
And they'll
resell
Sell the other
the
ones, yeah.
remaining 3 for more than they bought the fucking bundle for in the first place.
Yes.
Um.
Yes. Then you can get the Summer Super Drop Final Fantasy bundle, in which case you'd get 4 of each card, because you'd get the Japanese bundle and the English bundle. Oh boy. We're fine. It's so dumb.
Normally the Japanese ones don't sell particularly well. Like, normally the Japanese language ones will be on the Secret Lair website for quite a while after the English ones will sold out.
I don't think that will be the case with this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume that'll be slightly different with this.
Yeah,
But,
I do not think that will be the case with this. Also, I love how where it says when they go on sale, sign up for our newsletter to get notified when they go on sale. If you're waiting for an email for this, you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's exciting. Just print enough, Wizards. Exactly, just print enough. Like,
yeah, you'd think.
Just print more. You make more money.
I assume that they are worried about scaring off the scalpers. Like, if they print more, suddenly they will not be able to charge as much. But I do not think that I don't think that the current balance of those scales is in the correct place, even if that's what you were worried of.
Yeah.
I think you could easily print twice as much, 3 times as much. Well, that's the thing, Kingo. They used to print to demand. They used to print to demand for Secret Lairs, and they stopped and they changed to a limited print run model. And yeah, I think that scaring off the scalpers is correct, but I think they believe that. I don't think they are correct in believing this, but I think they believe that if they scared off the scalpers, then not many people would buy the actual Secret Lair off of them.
Yeah,
Certainly they wouldn't buy the Secret Lair off of them sort of as quickly. You know,
Yeah,
the idea is if you add in fear of missing out, you'll make sales to people who wouldn't have bought otherwise because they would have sat at home thinking about it for a while, like, do I really need to spend 30 quid on this set of 5 cards? And they'll wait and they'll wait and they'll wait, and then eventually it'll sort of not be on sale anymore, and they'll be like, I didn't miss much. I think that is what they are aiming for, Secret Lairs. It's a scummy business model.
Yeah, because like the thing is, yes, the extra money the scalpers make, Wizards don't make any money from. But Wizards are thinking that the most people that are buying the Secret Lairs are the scalpers.
Yeah, basically.
And yeah, if I ended up with extra copies, I would be selling them at face value. That is like, so for Christmas, Dizzy attempted to buy me the Squirreled Away deck, and we couldn't find it at a reasonable price from anywhere, and we thought we had, and then we hadn't. And then I got one at an auction on Amazon, and we were like, well, what if the one Dizzy ordered arrives? And I was like, well, if the one Dizzy order arrives, I'm going to sell one of them at face value, despite the fact that I have paid more than face value for one of them. That's just what's going to happen, because I'm not making money off this. I don't want to do that, because
Yeah.
So I would like to go eat some food.
Yes, it's probably a good time for us to do a wrap up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna switch to my just chatting screen, because I'm gonna be switching through stuff, but we should find somebody to raid together.
Good, let's go and see who is live. Theon is live.
Theon is live. Yes. That is
Theon
true.
is doing a joint copy stream with folks.
Yes.
So you're not.
Sorry.
No worries, don't have to be sorry. There's this streamer who I watch quite often called Shaka6331.
They're gonna be finishing very soon. The poison failed. The potion failed. The Fiona's live with other people. But yes, there's so many people live on my list.
It's peak hours, I think. A
Yeah.
little bit.
Oh boy.
Pixel Storm.
Is
I don't know if
Fish?
you know them.
Pixel Storm.
Yeah, that's PIXAL_storm. They're a member of the Theon, possibly, and or Zoe adjacent, sort of Yogg's adjacent community. I don't know exactly where they fall in that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
What are they doing? I'm figuring out what they're doing first. Because if they're doing just like shiny hunting or stuff, there's no point reading into that.
They're teaching these kids the real meaning of Elite Four, but they seem to be climbing a mountain.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you have anyone better on your live list, please do point us at that.
I mean, I was just gonna suggest Lamadi, honestly.
Oh, I did not. I scrolled right past that.
So, if you'd like to go there.
Yes, I think that would be a fine place to go. I also realised my music has stopped at some point, so I don't know how long ago it was, but this is fine.
It's fine. Okay, right, I shall see you over there then.
Alright, adios. It's been a pleasure.
Bye for now, it has been wonderful.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much to Hex if you're still around in the
Yes,
chat. For
absolutely.
joining us.
Bye.
Ciao.
Okay, I will remember to start the raid this time. And I will spell it correctly, question mark. Yes, stream Friday, probably, I guess. I think, I don't know, I'm suddenly tired. I'm suddenly quite tired. It's been 5.5 hours of looking at cards. I can't believe we got through 2 decks in Secret Lair, and that was it. So, I'm gonna send us over to Lamadia, and I will see you guys when I see you, probably Friday. Bye.